Chapter 1 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald, Chapter 1. Introductory. I think that is the way my father would begin. My name is Ethelwyn Percival, and used to be Ethelwyn Walton. I always put the Walton in between when I write to my father, for I think it is quite enough to have to leave father and mother behind for a husband, without leaving their name behind you also. I am fond of lumber rooms, and in some houses consider them far the most interesting spots, but I don't choose that my old name should lie about in the one at home. I am much afraid of writing nonsense, but my father tells me that to see things in print is a great help to recognizing whether they are nonsense or not. And he tells me, too, that his friend the publisher, but I will speak of him presently. His friend the publisher is not like any other publisher he ever met with before, for he never grumbles at any alterations writers choose to make. At least he never says anything, although it costs a great deal to shift the types again after they are once set up. The other part of my excuse for attempting to write lies simply in telling how it came about. 10 days ago my father came up from the Marshmallows to pay us a visit. He is with us now, but we don't see much of him all day, for he is generally out with a friend of his in the East End, the parson of one of the poorest parishes in London, who thanks God that he wasn't the nephew of any bishop to be put into a good living, for he learns more about the ways of God from having to do with plain, yes, vulgar human nature, than the thickness of the varnish would have ever permitted him to discover in what are called the higher orders of society. Yet I must say that, amongst those I have recognized as nearest the sacred communism of the early church, a phrase of my father's, are 2 or 3 people of rank and wealth whose names are written in heaven, and need not be set down in my poor story. A few days ago, then, my father, coming home to dinner, brought with him the publisher of the 2 books called The Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood and The Seaboard Parish. The first of these had lain by him for some years before my father could publish it, and then he remodeled it a little for the magazine in which it came out, a portion at a time. The second was written at the request of Mr. S., who wanted something more of the same sort, and now, after some years, he had begun again to represent to my father, at intervals, the necessity for another story to complete the trilogy, as he called it, insisting, when my father objected the difficulties of growing years and failing judgment, that indeed he owed it to him, for he had left him in the lurch, as it were, with an incompleted story, not to say an uncompleted series. My father still objected, and Mr. S. still urged, until at length my father said, "This I learned afterwards, of course. What would you say if I found you a substitute?" "That depends on who the substitute might be, Mr. Walton," said Mr. S. The result of their talk was that my father brought him home to dinner that day, and hence it comes that with some real fear and much metaphorical trembling I am now writing this. I wonder if anybody will ever read it. This is my first chapter shall be composed of a little of the talk that passed at our dinner table that day. Mr. Blackstone was the only other stranger present, and he certainly was not much of a stranger. "Do you keep a diary, Mrs. Percival?" asked Mr. S., with a twinkle in his eye, as if he expected an indignant repudiation. I would rather keep a rag and a bottle shop, I answered, at which Mr. Blackstone burst into one of his splendid roars of laughter. For if ever a man could laugh like a Christian who believed the world was in a fair way after all, that man was Mr. Blackstone, and even my husband, who seldom laughs at anything, I say, with more than his eyes, was infected by it and laughed heartily. "That's a rather strong assertion, my love," said my father. "Pray, what do you mean by it?" "I mean, papa," I answered, "that it would be more profitable employment to keep the one than the other." "I suppose you think," said Mr. Blackstone, "that the lady who keeps a diary is in the same danger as the old woman who prided herself in keeping a strict account of her personal expenses. And it always was correct, for when she could not get it to balance at the end of the week, she brought it right by putting down the deficit as charity." "That's just what I mean," I said. "But," resumed Mr. S., "I did not mean a diary of your feelings, but of the events of the day and hour." "Which are never in themselves worth putting down," I said. "All that is worth remembering will find for itself some convenient cranny to go to sleep in till it is wanted, without being made a poor mummy of in a diary." "If you have such a memory, I grant that it is better even for my purpose, much better," said Mr. S. "For your purpose!" I repeated in surprise. "I beg your pardon, but what designs can you have upon my memory?" "Well, I suppose I had better be as straightforward as I know you would like me to be, Mrs. Percivale. I want you to make up the sum your father owes me. He owes me 3 books. He has paid me 2. I want the third from you." I laughed, for the very notion of writing a book seemed preposterous. "I want you, under feigned names of course," he went on, "as are all the names in your father's 2 books, to give me the further history of the family, and in particular your own experiences in London. I am confident the history of your married life must contain a number of incidents, which, without the least danger of indiscretion, might be communicated to the public to the great advantage of all who read them." "You forget," I said, hardly believing him to be in earnest, "that I should be exposing my story to you and Mr. Blackstone at least, if I were to make the absurd attempt. I mean absurd as regards my ability. I should be always thinking of you two as my public, and whether it would be right for me to say this and say that, which you may see at once would render it impossible for me to write at all." "I think I can suggest a way out of that difficulty, Wynnie," said my father. "You must write freely, all you feel inclined to write, and then let your husband see it. You may be content to let all pass that he passes." "You don't say you really mean it, papa. The thing is perfectly impossible. I never wrote a book in my life, and no more did I, my dear, before I began my first. But you grow up to it by degrees, papa. I have no doubt that will make it easier for you when you try. I am so far, at least, a Darwinian as to believe that. But really, Mr. S. ought to have more sense. I beg your pardon, Mr. S., but it is perfectly absurd to suppose me capable of finishing anything my father has begun. I assure you I don't feel flattered by your proposal. I have got a man of more consequence for a father than that would imply." All this time my tall husband sat silent at the foot of the table, as if he had nothing on earth to do with the affair. Instead of coming to my assistance, when, as I thought, I really needed it, especially seeing my own father was at the combination against me, for what can be more miserable than to be taken for wiser or better or cleverer than you know perfectly well you are? I looked down the table, straight and sharp at him, thinking to rouse him by my most powerful of silent appeals, and when he opened his mouth very solemnly, staring at me in return down all the length of the table, I thought I had succeeded, but I was not a little surprised when I heard him say, "I think, Winnie, as your father and Mr. S. appear to wish it, you might at least try." This almost overcame me, and I was very near, never mind what. I bit my lips and tried to smile, but felt as if all my friends had forsaken me and were about to turn me out to beg my bread. How on earth could I write a book without making a fool of myself? "You know, Mrs. Percival," said Mr. S., "you needn't be afraid about the composition and the spelling and all that. We can easily set those to rights at the office." He couldn't have done anything better to send the lump out of my throat, for this made me angry. "I'm not in the least anxious about the spelling," I answered. "And for the rest, pray what is to become of me, if what you print should happen to be praised by somebody who likes my husband or my father, and therefore wants to say a good word for me? That's what a good deal of reviewing comes to, I understand. Am I to receive in silence what doesn't belong to me, or am I to send a letter to the papers to say that the whole thing was patched and polished at the printing office, and that I have no right to more than perhaps a fourth part of the commendation? How would that do?" "But you forget it is not to have your name to it," he said, "and so it won't matter a bit. There will be nothing dishonest about it. You forget that, although nobody knows my real name, everybody will know that I am the daughter of that Mr. Walton who would have thrown his pen in the fire if you had meddled with anything he wrote. They would be praising me, if they praised at all. The name is nothing. Of all things to have praise you don't deserve, and not to be able to reject it, it is the most miserable. It is as bad as painting one's face." "Hardly a case in point," said Mr. Blackstone, "for the artificial complexion would be your own work, and the other would not." "If you come to discuss that question," said my father, "we must all confess we have had in our day to pocket a good many more praises than we had a right to. I agree with you, however, my child, that we must not connive at anything of the sort, so I will propose this clause in the bargain between you and Mr. S., namely, that if he finds any fault with your work, he shall send it back to yourself to be set right, and if you cannot do so to his mind, you shall be off the bargain." "But, papa, Percival, both of you know well enough that nothing ever happened to me worth telling." "I am sorry your life has been so very uninteresting, wife," said my husband grimly, for his fun is always like so earnest. "You know well enough what I mean, husband. It does not follow that what has been interesting enough to you and me will be interesting to people who know nothing at all about us to begin with." "It depends on how it is told," said Mr. S. "Then, I beg leave to say, that I never had an original thought in my life, and that, if I were to attempt to tell my history, the result would be as silly a narrative as ever one old woman told another by the workhouse fire." "And I only wish I could hear the one old woman tell her story to the other," said my father. "Ah, but that's because you see ever so much more in it than shows. You always see through the words and the things to something lying behind them," I said. "Well, if you told the story rightly, other people would see such things behind it too." "Not enough of people to make it worth while for Mr. S. to print it," I said. "He's not going to print it except he thinks it worth his while, and you may safely leave that to him," said my husband. "And so I am to write a book as big as the Annals, and, after I have been slaving at it for half a century or so, I'm to be told it won't do, and all my labor must go for nothing. I must say the proposal is rather a cool one to make to the mother of a family." "Not at all. That's not it, I mean," said Mr. S. "If you will write a dozen pages or so, I shall be able to judge by those well enough. At least, I will take all the responsibility on myself after that." "There's a fair offer," said my husband. "It seems to me, Wynnie, that all that is wanted of you is to tell your tale, so that other people can recognize the human heart in it, the heart that is like their own, and to be able to feel as if they were themselves going through the things you recount. You describe the work of a genius, and coolly ask me to do it. Besides, I don't want to be set thinking about my heart and all that," I said peevishly. "Now, don't be raising objections where none exist," he returned. "If you mean I am pretending to object, I have only to say that I feel all one great objection to the whole affair, and that I won't touch it." They were all silent, and I felt as if I had behaved ungraciously. Then first I felt as if I might have to do it, after all, but I couldn't see my way in the least. "Now, what is there," I asked, "in all my life that is worth setting down? I mean, as I should be able to set it down." "What do you ladies talk about now in your morning calls?" suggested Mr. Blackstone, with a humorous glance from his deep black eyes. "Nothing worth writing about, as I am sure you will readily believe, Mr. Blackstone," I answered. "How comes it to be interesting then?" "But it isn't. We only talk about weather and our children and servants, and that sort of thing." "Well," said Mr. S., "and I wish I could get anything sensible about the weather and children and servants and that sort of thing for my magazine. I have a weakness in the direction of the sensible. But there never is anything sensible said about any of them, not that I know of." "Now, Wynnie, I am sure you are wrong," said my father. "There is your friend Mrs. Cromwell. I am certain she, sometimes at least, must say something what is worth hearing about such matters." "Well, but she's an exception. Besides, she hasn't any children." "Then," said my husband, "there's Lady Bernard." "Ah, but she was like no one else. Besides, she is almost a public character, and anything said about her would betray my original." "It would be no matter. She is beyond caring for that now, and no one of her friends could object to anything you, who love her so much, would say about her." The mention of this lady seemed to put some strength into me. I felt as if I did know something worth telling, and I was silent in my turn. "Certainly," Mr. S. resumed. "Whatever is worth talking about is worth writing about, though not perhaps in the way it is talked about. Besides, Mrs. Percivale, my clients want to know more about your sisters and little Theodora, or Dorothea, or what was her name in the book." The end of it was, that I agreed to try to the extent of a dozen pages or so. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 2. I Try. I hope no one will think I try to write like my father, for that would be to go against what he always made a great point of, that nobody whatever should imitate any other person whatever, but in modesty and humility allow the seed that God had sown in her to grow. He said all imitation tended to dwarf and distort the plant, if it even allowed the seed to germinate at all. So, if I do write like him, it will be because I cannot help it. I will just look how, the seaboard parish ends, and perhaps that will put into my head how I ought to begin. I see my father does mention that I had then been Mrs. Percival for many years. Not so many though, 5 or 6, if I remember rightly, and that is 3 or 4 years ago. Yes, I have been married 9 years. I may as well say a word as to how it came about. And, if Percival doesn't like it, the remedy lies in his pen. I shall be far more thankful to have anything struck out on suspicion than remain on sufferance. After our return home from Kilkhaven, my father and mother had a good many talks about me and Percival, and sometimes they took different sides. I will give a shadow of one of these conversations. I think ladies can write fully as natural talk as gentlemen can, though the bits between mayn't be so good. Mother, I am afraid, my dear husband, this was my mother's most solemn mode of addressing my father, they are too like each other to make a suitable match. Father, I am sorry to learn you consider me so unlike yourself, Ethelwyn. I had hoped there was a very strong resemblance indeed, and that the match had not proved altogether unsuitable. Mother, just think, though, what would have become of me by this time, if you had been half as unbelieving a creature as I was. Indeed, I fear sometimes I am not much better now. Father, I think I am, then, and I know you've done me nothing but good with your unbelief. It was just because I was of the same sort precisely that I was able to understand and help you. My circumstances and education and superior years. Mother, now don't plume yourself on that, Harry, for you know everybody says you look much the younger of the two. Father, I had no idea that everybody was so rude. I repeat that my more years, as well as my severer education, had, no doubt, helped me a little further on before I came to know you, but it was only in virtue of the doubt in me that I was able to understand and appreciate the doubt in you. Mother, but then you had at least begun to leave it behind before I knew you, and so had grown able to help me. And Mr. Percival does not seem, by all I can make out, a bit nearer believing in anything than poor Winnie herself. Father, at least he doesn't fancy he believes when he does not, as so many do, and consider themselves superior persons in consequence. I don't know that it would have done you any great harm, Miss Ethelwyn, to have made my acquaintance when I was in the worst of my doubts concerning the truth of things. Allow me to tell you that I was nearer making shipwreck of my faith at a certain period than I ever was before or have been since. Mother, what period was that? Father, just a little while when I had lost all hope of ever marrying you, unbeliever as you counted yourself. Mother, you don't mean to say you would have ceased to believe in God if he hadn't given you your own way? Father, no, my dear, I firmly believe that, had I never married you, I should have come in the end to say, Thy will be done, and to believe that it must be all right, however hard to bear. But, oh, what a terrible thing it would have been, and what a frightful valley of the shadow of death I should have had to go through first. I know my mother said nothing more just then, but let my father have it all his own way for a while. Father, you see, this Percival is an honest man. I don't exactly know how he has been brought up, and it is quite possible he may have had such evil instruction in Christianity that he attributes to its doctrines, which, if I suppose they actually belong to it, would make me reject it at once as ungodlike and bad. I have found this the case sometimes. I remember once being astonished to hear a certain noble-minded lady utter some indignant words against what I considered a very weighty doctrine of Christianity. But, listening, I soon found that what she supposed the doctrine to contain was something considered vastly unchristian. This may be the case with Percival, though I never heard him say a word of the kind. I think his difficulty comes mainly from seeing so much suffering in the world, that he cannot imagine the presence and the rule of a good God, and therefore lies with religion rather than with Christianity as yet. I am all but certain the only thing that will ever make him able to believe in a God at all is meditation on the Christian idea of God. I mean the idea in God in Christ reconciling the world to himself, not that pagan corruption of Christ in God reconciling him to the world. He will then see that suffering is not either wrath or neglect, but pure-hearted love and tenderness. But we must give him time, wife, as God has borne with us. We must believe that he bears with others, and so learn to wait in hopeful patience until they, too, shall see as we see. And as to trusting our Winnie with Percival, he seems to be as good as she is. I should for my part have more apprehension in giving her to one who would be called a thoroughly religious man, for not only would the unfitness be greater, but such a man would be more likely to confirm her in doubt, if the phrase be permissible. She wants what some would call homeopathic treatment, and how should they be able to love one another, if they are not fit to be married to each other? The fitness seems inherent to the fact. Mother, but many a two love each other who would have loved each other a good deal more if they hadn't been married. Father, then it was most desirable they should find out what they thought a grand affection was not worthy of the name. But I don't think there is much fear of that between those two. Mother, I don't however see how that man is to do her any good when you have tried to make her happy for so long, and all in vain. Father, I don't know that it has been all in vain, but it is quite possible she does not understand me. She fancies, I dare say, that I believe everything without any trouble, and therefore cannot enter into her difficulties. But you have told her many and many a time that you do. Father, yes, and I hope I was right. But the same thing looks so different to different people that the same words won't describe them to both, and it may seem to her that I am talking of something not at all like what she is feeling or thinking of. But when she sees the troubled face of Percival, she knows that he is suffering, and sympathy being thus established between them, the least word of one will do more to help the other than oceans of argument. Love is the one great instructor, and each will try to be good and to find out for the sake of the other. Mother, I don't like her going from home for the help that lay at her very door. Father, you know, my dear, you like the dean's preaching much better than mine. Mother, now that is unkind of you. Father, and why? My father went on, taking no heed of my mother's expostulation. Because, in the first place, it is better. Because, in the second, it comes in a newer form to you, for you have got used to all my modes. In the third place, it has more force from the fact that it is not subject to the doubt of personal preference, and lastly, because he has a large, comprehensive way of asserting things, which pleases you better than my more dubitant mode of submitting them. All very sound and good reasons. But still, why be so vexed with Wynnie? My mother was now, however, so vexed with my father for saying she preferred the dean's preaching to his, although I doubt very much whether it wasn't true, that she actually walked out of the octagon room where they were, and left him to meditate on his unkindness. Vexed with herself the next moment, she returned as if nothing had happened. I am only telling what my mother told me, for to her grown daughter she is blessedly trusting. Mother, then if you will have them married, husband, will you say how on earth you expect them to live? He just makes both ends meet now. I suppose he doesn't make things out worse than they are, and that is his own account of the state of his affairs. Father, ah, yes, that is a secondary consideration, my dear, but I have hardly begun to think about it yet. There will be a difficulty there, I can easily imagine, for he is far too independent to let us do anything for him. Mother, and you can't do much, if they would. Really, they oughtn't to marry yet. Father, really we must leave it to themselves. I don't think you and I need trouble our heads about it. When Percival considers himself prepared to marry, and when he thinks he is right, you may be sure they see their way to a livelihood without running in hopeless debt to their tradespeople. Mother, oh yes, I dare say, in some poky little lodging or other. Father, for my part, Ethelwyn, I think it better to build castles in the air than huts in the smoke. But seriously, a little poverty and a little struggling would be a most healthy and healing thing for Winnie. It hasn't done Percival much good yet, I confess, for he is far too indifferent to his own comforts to mind it. But it will be quite another thing when he has a young wife and perhaps children depending upon him. Then his poverty may begin to hurt him, and so do him some good. It may seem odd that my father and mother should now be taking such opposite sides to those they took when the question of our engagement was first started, as represented by my father in the seaboard parish. But it will seem inconsistent to none of the family, for it was no unusual thing for them to take opposite sides to those they had previously advocated, each happening at the time, possibly enlightened by the foregone arguments of the other, to be impressed with the correlated truth, as my father calls the other side of a thing. Besides, engagement and marriage are two different things, and although my mother was the first to recognize the good of our being engaged, when it came to marriage she got frightened, I think. Anyhow, I have her authority for saying that something like this passed between her and my father on the subject. Discussion between them differed in this from what I had generally heard between married people, that it was always founded on a tacit understanding of certain unmentioned principles. And, no doubt, sometimes, if a stranger had been present, he would have been bewildered as to the very meaning of what they were saying. But we girls generally understood, and I fancy we learned more from their differences than from their agreements, for of course it was the differences that brought out their minds most, and chiefly led us to think that we might understand. In our house there was very few of those mysteries which in some houses seem so to abound, and I think the openness with which every question, from whose concealment there was no special reason, was discussed, did more than even any direct instructions we received to develop what thinking faculty might be in us. Nor was there much reason to dread that my small brothers might repeat anything. I remember hearing Harry say to Charlie once, they being 8 and 9 years old, "That is mamma's opinion, Charlie, not yours, and you know we must not repeat what we heard." They soon came to be of one mind about Mr. Percival and me, for indeed the only real ground for doubt that had ever existed was, whether I was good enough for him, and for my part, I knew then and know now that I was and am dreadfully inferior to him. And notwithstanding the tremendous work women are now making about their rights, and, in as far as they are their rights, I hope to goodness they may get them, if it were only that certain who makes me feel ashamed of myself because I, too, am a woman, might perhaps then drop out of the public regard. Notwithstanding this, I venture this sweeping assertion that every woman is not as good as every man, and that it is not necessary to the dignity of a wife that she should assert even equality with her husband. Let him assert her equality or superiority, if he will, but were it in fact, it would be a poor one for her to assert, seeing her glory is in her husband. To seek the chief places especially unfitting the marriage feast, were I be a Christian or not, and I have good reason to doubt it every day of my life. At least I see that in the New Jerusalem one essential of citizenship consists in knowing how to set the good in others over against the evil in ourselves. There, now my father might have said that, and no doubt has said so 20 times in my hearing. It is, however, only since I was married that I have come to see it for myself, and, now that I do see it, I have a right to say it. So we were married at last. My mother believes it was my father's good advice to Percival concerning the sort of pictures he painted that brought it about, for certainly soon after we were engaged, he began to have what his artist friends call a run of luck. He sold one picture after another in a very extraordinary and hopeful manner, but Percival says it was his love for me, indeed he does, which enabled him to see not only much deeper into things, but also to see much better the bloom that hangs about everything, and so to paint much better pictures than before. He felt, he said, that he had a hold now where before he had only a sight. However this may be, he got on so well for a while that he wrote at last that, if I was willing to share his poverty, it would not, he thought, be absolute starvation, and I was, of course, perfectly content. I can't put it in words, indeed I dare not, for fear of writing what would be, if not unladylike, at least uncharitable, my contempt for those women who, loving a man, hesitate to run every risk with him. Of course, if they cannot trust him, it is a different thing. I'm not going to say anything about that, for I should be out of my depth, not in the least understanding how a woman can love a man to whom she cannot look up. I believe there are who can. I see some men married whom I don't believe any woman ever did or ever could respect. All I say is, I don't understand it. My father and mother made no objection, and were evidently at last quite agreed that it would be the best thing for both of us, and so, I say, we were married. I ought to just mention that before the day arrived, my mother went up to London at Percival's request, to help him in getting together the few things absolutely needful for the barest commencement of housekeeping. For the rest, it had been arranged that we should finish by degrees, buying as we saw what we liked and could afford it. The greater part of modern fashions in furniture, having both been accustomed to the stateliness of a more artistic period, we detested for their ugliness, and chiefly, therefore, we desired to look about us at our own leisure. My mother came back more satisfied with the little house he had taken than I had expected. It was not so easy to get one to suit us, for of course he required a large room to paint in, with a good north light. He had, however, succeeded better than he had hoped. "You will find things very different from what you have been used to, Wynnie," said my mother. "Of course, mamma, I know that," I answered. "I hope I'm prepared to meet it. If I don't like it, I shall have no one to blame but myself, and I don't see what right people have to expect what they have been used to." "There is just this advantage," said my father, "in having been used to nice things, that it ought to be easier to keep from sinking into the sordid, however straitened the new circumstances may be compared with the old." On the evening before the wedding, my father took me into the octagon room, and there knelt down with me and my mother, and prayed for me in such a wonderful way that I was perfectly astonished and overcome. I had never known him to do anything of a kind before. He was not favourable to extemporary prayer in public, or even the family, and indeed had often seemed willing to omit prayers for what I could not always count sufficient reason. He had a horror at their getting to be a matter of course and of form, for then he said they ceased to be worship at all, and were a mere pagan rite, better far left alone. I remember also he said that those, however good they might be, who urged attention to the forms of religion, such as going to church and saying prayers, were, however innocently, just the prophets of Pharisaism; that what men had to be stirred up to was to lay hold upon God, and then would not fail to find out what religious forms they ought to cherish. The spirit first, and then the flesh, he would say. To put the latter before the former was a falsehood, and therefore a frightful danger, being the root of all the declensions in the church, and making ever recurring earthquakes and persecutions and repentances and reformations needful. I find what my father used to say coming back so often now that I hear so little of it, especially as he talks much less, accusing himself of having always talked too much. And I understand it so much better now, that I shall be always in danger of interrupting my narrative to say something that he said, but when I commence the next chapter I shall get on faster, I hope. My story is like a vessel I saw once being launched. It would stick on the stocks instead of sliding away into the expectant waters. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 3. My Wedding. I confess the first thing I did when I knew myself the next morning was to have a good cry. To leave the place where I had been born was like forsaking the laws and order of the nature I knew, for some other nature it might be, but not known to me as such. How, for instance, could one who has been used to our bright white sun, and our pale modest moon, with our soft twilights and far mysterious skies of night, be willing to fall in with the order of things in a planet, such as I have read of somewhere, with 3 or 4 suns, one red and another green and another yellow? Only perhaps I've taken it all up wrong, and I do like looking at a landscape for a minute or so through a coloured glass. And if it be so, of course it all blends, and all we want is harmony. What I mean is, that I found it a great wrench to leave the dear old place, and of course loved it more than I had ever loved it. But I would get all my crying about that over beforehand. It would be bad enough afterwards to have to part with my father and mother, and Connie, and the rest of them. Only it wasn't like leaving them. You can't leave hearts as you do rooms. You can't leave thoughts as you do books. Those you love only come nearer to you when you go away from them. The same rules don't hold with thinks and things, as my eldest boy distinguished them the other day. But somehow I couldn't get up and dress. I seemed to have got very fond of my own bed, and the queer old crows, as I had called them from babyhood, on the chintz curtains, and the Chinese paper on the walk, with the strangest birds and creeping things on it. It was a lovely spring morning, and the sun was shining gloriously. I knew that the rain of the last night must be glittering on the grass and the young leaves, and I heard the birds singing as if they knew far more than mere human beings, and believed a great deal more than they knew. Nobody will persuade me that the birds don't mean it, that they sing from anything else than gladness of heart, and if they don't think about cats and guns, why should they? Even when they fall on the ground, it is not with our Father. How horridly dull and stupid it seems to say that, without your Father, means without his knowing it. The Father's mere knowledge of a thing, if that could be, which my father says can't, is not the Father. The father's tenderness and care and love of it all the time, that is not falling without him. When the cat kills the bird, as I have seen happen so often in our poor little London garden, God yet saves his bird from his cat. There is nothing so bad as it looks to our half sight, our blinding perceptions. My father used to say we are all walking in a spiritual twilight, and are all more or less affected with twilight blindness, as some people are physically. Percivale, for one, who is as brave as any wife could wish, is far more timid than I am in crossing a London street in the twilight. He can't see what is coming, and fancies he sees what is not coming. But then he has faith in me, and never starts when I am leading him. Well, the birds were singing, and Dora and the boys were making a great chatter, like a whole colony of sparrows, under my window. Still, I felt as if I had 20 questions to settle before I could get up comfortably, and so lay on, till the breakfast bell rang, and I was not more than half dressed when my mother came to see why I was late. For I had not been late for ever so long before. She comforted me as nobody but a mother can comfort. Oh, I do hope I shall be to my children what my mother has been to me. It would be such a blessed thing to be a well of water whence they may be sure of drawing comfort. And all she said to me has come true. Of course, my father gave me away, and Mr. Weir married us. It had been before agreed that we should have no wedding journey. We all liked the old-fashioned plan of the bride going straight from her father's house to her husband's. The other way seemed a poor invention, just for the sake of something different. So after the wedding, we spent the time as we should have done any other day, wandering about in groups, or sitting and reading, only that we were all more smartly dressed, until it was time for an early dinner, after which we drove to the station, accompanied only by my father and mother. After they left us, or rather we left them, my husband did not speak to me for nearly an hour. I knew why, and was very grateful. He would not show his new face in the midst of my old loves and their sorrows, but would give me time to rearrange the grouping so as myself to bring him in when all was ready for him. I know that was what he was thinking, or feeling rather, and I understood him perfectly. At last, when I had got things a little tidier inside me, and had got my eyes to stop, I held out my hand to him, and then knew that I was his wife. This is all I have got to tell, though I have plenty more to keep, till we get to London. There, instead of my father's nice carriage, we got into a jolting, lumbering, horrid cab, with my 5 boxes, and Percivale's little portmanteau on the top of it, and drove away to Camden Town. It was to a part of it near the Regent's Park, and so our letters were always, according to the divisions of the post office, addressed to Regent's Park, but for all practical intents we were in Camden Town. It was indeed a change from a fine old house in the country, but the street wasn't much uglier than Belgrave Square, or any other of those heaps of uglinesses called squares in the West End. And after what I had been told to expect, I was surprised at the prettiness of the little house when I stepped out of the cab and looked about me. It was stuck on like a swallow's nest to the end of a great row of commonplace houses, nearly 1/4 of a mile in length, but itself was not the work of one of those wretched builders who care no more for beauty in what they build than a scavenger in the heap of mud he scrapes from the street. It had been built by a painter for himself, in the Tudor style, and though Percivale says the idea is not very well carried out, I like it much. I found it a little dreary when I entered, though, from its emptiness. The only sitting-room at all prepared had just a table and 2 or 3 old-fashioned chairs in it, not even a carpet on the floor. The bedroom and dressing-room were also as scantily furnished as they well could be. "Don't be dismayed, my darling," said my husband. "Look here," showing me a bunch of notes, "we shall go out to–morrow and buy all we want, as far as this will go, and then wait for the rest. It will be such a pleasure to buy things with you, and see them come home, and have you appoint their places. You and Sarah will make the carpets, won't you? and I will put them down, and we shall be like birds building their nest. We only have to line it. The nest is built already." "Well, neither do the birds build the tree. I wonder if they ever sit in their old summer nests in the winter nights?" "I am afraid not," I answered, "but I'm ashamed to say I can't tell." "It is the only pretty house I know in all London," he went on, "with a studio at the back of it. I have had my eye on it for a long time." But there seemed no sign of a migratory disposition in the bird who had occupied it for 3 years past. All at once he spread his wings and flew. I count myself very fortunate. "So do I. But now you must let me see your study," I said. "I hope I may sit in it when you've got nobody there." "As much as ever you like, my love," he answered. "Only I don't want to make all my women like you, as I've been doing for the last 2 years. You must get me out of that somehow." "Easily. I shall be so cross and disagreeable that you will get tired of me, and find no more difficulty in keeping me out of your pictures." But he got me out of his pictures without that, for when he had me always before him, he didn't want to be always producing me. He led me into the little hall, made lovely by a cast of an unfinished Madonna of Michelangelo's let into the wall, and then to the back of it, where he opened a small cloth-covered door, when there yawned before me, below me, and above me, a great wide lofty room. Down into it led an almost perpendicular stair. "So you keep a little private precipice here?" I said. "No, my dear," he returned, "you mistake. It is a Jacob's ladder, or will be in one moment more." He gave me his hand, and led me down. "This is quite a banqueting hall, Percivale," I cried, looking round me. "It shall be, the first time I get £1,000 for a picture," he returned. "How grand you talk!" I said, looking up at him with some wonder, for big words rarely came out of his mouth. "Well," he answered merrily, "I had 275 for the last." "That is a long way off 1,000," I returned, with a silly sigh. "Quite right, and therefore this study is a long way off a banqueting hall." There was literally nothing inside the 17 feet cube except one chair, one easel, a horrible thing like a huge doll, with no end of joints, called a lay figure, but Percivale called it his bishop, a number of pictures leaning their faces against the walls, in attitudes of grief that their beauty was despised and no man would buy them, a few casts of legs and arms and faces, half a dozen murderous-looking weapons, and a couple of yards square of the most exquisite tapestry I ever saw. "Do you like being read to when you are at work?" I asked him. "Sometimes, at certain kinds of work, but not by any means always," he answered. "Will you shut your eyes for 1 minute?" he went on, "and, whatever I do, do not open them till I tell you." "You mustn't hurt me then, or I may open them without being able to help it, you know," I said, closing my eyes tight. "Hurt you?" he repeated, with a tone I would not put on paper if I could, and the same moment I found myself in his arms, carried like a baby, for Percivale is one of the strongest of men. It was only for a few yards, however. He laid me down somewhere, and told me to open my eyes. I could scarcely believe them when I did. I was lying on a couch in a room, small indeed, but beyond exception the loveliest I had ever seen. At first I was only aware of an exquisite harmony of colour, and could not have told of what it was composed. The place was lighted by a soft lamp that hung in the middle, and when my eyes went up to see where it was fastened, I found the ceiling marvellous in deep blue, with a suspicion of green, just like some of the shades of a peacock's feathers, with a multitude of gold and red stars upon it. What the walls were, I could not for some time tell. They were so covered with pictures and sketches. Against one was a lovely little set of bookshelves filled with books, and on a little carved table stood a vase of white hothouse flowers, with one red camellia. One picture had a curtain of green silk before it, and by its side hung the wounded knight whom his friends were carrying home to die. "Oh, my Percivale!" I cried, and could say no more. "Do you like it?" he asked quietly, but with shining eyes. "Like it?" I repeated. "Shall I like paradise when I get there? But what a lot of money it must have cost you." "Not much," he answered. "Not more than £30 or so. Every spot of paint there is from my own brush." "Oh, Percivale!" I must make a conversation of it to tell it at all, but what I really did say I know no more than the man in the moon. The carpet was the only expensive thing. That must be as thick as I could get it, for the floor is of stone, and must not come near your pretty feet. Guess what the place was before? I should say the flower of a prickly pear cactus, full of sunlight from behind, which a fairy took the fancy to swell into a room. It was a shed, in which the sculptor who occupied the place before me used to keep his wet clay and blocks of marble. "Seeing is hardly believing," I said. "Is it to be my room? I know you mean it for my room, where I can ask you to come when I please, and where I can hide when any one comes you don't want me to see." "That is just what I meant it for, my Ethelwyn, and to let you know what I would do for you if I could." "I hate the place, Percivale," I said. "What right has it to come poking in between you and me, telling me what I know and have known, for, well, I won't say how long, far better than even you can tell me?" He looked a little troubled. "Ah, my dear," I said, "let my foolish words breathe and die. I wonder sometimes to think how seldom I am in that room now, but there it is, and somehow I seem to know it all the time I am busy elsewhere." He made me shut my eyes again, and carried me into the study. "Now," he said, "find your way to your own room." I looked about me, but could see no sign of door. He took up a tall stretcher with a canvas on it, and revealed the door, at the same time showing a likeness of myself, at the top of the Jacob's ladder, as he called it, with one foot on the first step and the other half way to the second. The light came from the window on my left, which he had turned into a western window, in order to get certain effects from a supposed sunset. I was represented in a white dress, tinged with the rose of the west, and he had managed, attributing the phenomenon to the inequalities of the glass in the window, to suggest one rosy wing behind me, with just the shoulder roof of another visible. "There," he said, "it is not finished yet, but that is how I saw you one evening as I was sitting here all alone in the twilight." "But you didn't really see me like that," I said. "I hardly know," he answered. "I had been forgetting everything else in dreaming about you, and how it was I cannot tell, but either in the body or out of the body there I saw you, standing just so at the top of the stair, smiling to me as much as to say, 'Have patience, my foot is on the first step, I'm coming.' I turned at once to my easel, and before the twilight was gone had sketched the vision. To–morrow you must sit for me for an hour or so, for I will do nothing else till I have finished it, and sent it off to your father and mother. I may just add that I hear it is considered a very fine painting. It hangs in the great dining–room at home. I wish I were as good as he has made it look." The next morning, after I had given him the sitting he wanted, we set out on our furniture hunt; when, having keen enough eyes, I caught sight of this and of that, and of 20 different things in the brokers' shops. We did not agree about the merits of everything by which one or the other was attracted, but an objection by the one always turned the other, at least a little, and we bought nothing we were not agreed about. Yet that evening the hall was piled with things sent home to line our nest. Percivale, as I have said, had saved up some money for the purpose, and I had £100 my father had given me before we started, which, never having had more than 10 of my own at a time, I was eager enough to spend. So we found plenty to do for the fortnight, during which time my mother had promised to say nothing to her friends in London of our arrival. Percivale also keeping out of the way of his friends, everybody thought we were on the Continent, or somewhere else, and left us to ourselves. As he had sent in his pictures to the Academy, he was able to take a rest, which rest consisted in working hard at all sorts of upholstery, not to mention painters' and carpenters' work, so that we soon got the little house made into a very warm and very pretty nest. I may mention that Percivale was particularly pleased with a cabinet I bought for him on the sly, to stand in his study and hold his paints and brushes and sketches; for there were all sorts of drawers in it, and some that it took us a good deal of trouble to find out, though he was clever enough to suspect them from the first, when I hadn't a thought of such a thing; and I have often fancied since that the cabinet was just like himself, for I have been going on to find out things in him that I had no idea were there when I married him. I had no idea that he was a poet, for instance. I wonder to this day why he never showed me any of his verses before we were married. He writes better poetry than my father, at least my father says so. Indeed, I soon came to feel very ignorant and stupid beside him. He could tell me so many things, and especially in art, for he had thought about all kinds of things, making me understand that there is no end to it, any more than to the nature which sets it going, and that the more we see into nature, and try to represent it, the more ignorant and helpless we find ourselves, until at length I begin to wonder whether God might not have made the world so rich and full just to teach his children humility. For a while I felt quite stunned. He very much wanted me to draw, but I thought it was no use trying, and indeed had no heart for it. I spoke to my father about it. He said it was indeed of no use, if my object was to be able to think much for myself, for no one could ever succeed in that in the long run; but if my object was to reap the delight of the truth, it was worth while to spend hours and hours on trying to draw a single tree-leaf, or paint the wing of a moth. Chapter 4
of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald, Chapter 4. Judy's Visit. The very first morning after the expiry of the fortnight, when I was in the kitchen with Sarah, giving her instructions about a certain dish as if I had made it 20 times, whereas I had only just learned how from a shilling cookery book, there came a double knock at the door. I guessed who it might be. "Run, Sarah," I said, "and show Mrs. Morley into the drawing-room." When I entered, there she was, Mrs. Morley, alias Cousin Judy. "Well, little Cosy," she cried, as she kissed me 3 or 4 times, "I'm glad to see you gone the way of womanhood, wooed and married and all. Fate, child, inscrutable fate!" And she kissed me again. She always calls me little Cos, though I am a head taller than herself. She is as good as ever, quite as brusque, and at the first word apparently more overbearing. But she is as ready to listen to reason as ever was woman of my acquaintance, and I think the form of her speech is but a somewhat distorted reflex of her perfect honesty. After a little trifling talk, which is sure to come first when people are more than ordinarily glad to meet, I asked after her children. I forget how many there were of them, but they were then pretty far into the plural number. "Growing like ill weeds," she said, "as anxious as ever their grandfathers and mothers were to get their heads up and do mischief. For my part, I wish I was Jove, to start them full grown at once. Or why shouldn't they be made like Eve out of their father's ribs? It would be a great comfort to their mother." My father had always been much pleased with the results of Judy's training, as contrasted with those of her sisters. The little ones of my Aunt Martha's family were always wanting something, and always looking careworn like their mother, while she was always reading them lectures on their duty, and never making them mind what she said. She would represent the self-same thing to them, over and over, until not merely all force, but all sense as well, seemed to have forsaken it. Her notion of duty was to tell them yet again the duty which they had been told at least 1,000 times already, without the slightest result. They were dull children, wearisome and uninteresting. On the other hand, the little Morleys were full of life and eagerness. The fault in them was that they wouldn't take petting, and what's the good of a child that won't be petted? They lacked that something which makes a woman feel motherly. "When did you arrive, Cosy?" she asked. "A fortnight ago, yesterday." "Ah, you sly thing! What have you been doing with yourself all the time?" "Furnishing." "What? You came into an empty house?" "Not quite that, but nearly." "It is very odd I should never have seen your husband. We have crossed each other 20 times." "Not so very odd, seeing he has been my husband only a fortnight." "What is he like?" "Like nothing but himself." "Is he tall?" "Yes." "Is he stout?" "No." "An Adonis?" "No." "A Hercules?" "No." "Very clever, I believe?" "Not at all," for my father had taught me to look down on that word. "Why did you marry him, then?" "I didn't. He married me." "What did you marry him for, then?" "For love." "What did you love him for?" "Because he was a philosopher." "That's the oddest reason I ever heard for marrying a man." "I said for loving him, Judy." Her bright eyes were twinkling with fun. "Come, Cosy," she said, "give me a proper reason for falling in love with this husband of yours." "Well, I'll tell you then," I said, "only you mustn't tell any other body. He's got such a big shaggy head, just like a lion's." "And such a huge big foot, just like a bear's?" "Yes, and such great huge hands. Why, the two of them go quite round my waist, and such big eyes that they look right through me. And such a big heart that if he saw me doing anything wrong, he would kill me and bury me in it." Well, I must say, it is the most extraordinary description of a husband I ever heard. It sounds to me very like an ogre. "Yes, I admit the description is rather ogreish, but then he's poor, and that makes up for a good deal." I was in the humour for talking nonsense, and of course expected of all people that Judy would understand my fun. "How does that make up for anything?" "Because if he is a poor man, he isn't a rich man, and therefore not so likely to be a stupid one." "How do you make that out?" "Because, first of all, the rich man doesn't know what to do with his money, whereas my ogre knows what to do without it. Then the rich man wonders in the morning which waistcoat he shall put on, while my ogre has but one, besides his Sunday one. Then, supposing the rich man has slept well, and has done a fair stroke or two of business, he wants nothing but a well-dressed wife, a well-dressed dinner, a few glasses of his favourite wine, and the evening paper, well diluted with a sleep in his easy-chair, to be perfectly satisfied that this world is the best of all possible worlds. Now, my ogre, on the other hand—" I was going to point out how frightfully different from all this my ogre was, how he would devour a half-cooked chop, and drink a pint of ale from the public-house, etc., etc., when she interrupted me, saying with an odd expression of voice, "You are satirical, Cosy. He's not the worst sort of man you've just described. A woman might be very happy with him. If it weren't such early days, I should doubt if you were as comfortable as you would have people think. For how else should you be so ill-natured?" It flashed upon me that, without the least intention, I had been giving a very fair portrait of Mr. Morley. I felt my face grow red as fire. "I had no intention of being satirical, Judy," I replied. "I was only describing a man the very opposite of my husband." "You don't know mine yet," she said. "You may think—" She actually broke down and cried. I had never in my life seen her cry, and I was miserable at what I had done. Here was a nice beginning of social relations in my married life. I knelt down, put my arms round her, and looked up in her face. "Dear Judy," I said, "you mistake me quite. I never thought of Mr. Morley when I said that. How should I have dared to say such things if I had? He is a most kind, good man, and papa and every one is glad when he comes to see us. I dare say he does like to sleep well. I know Percivale does, and I don't doubt he likes to get on with what he's at. Percivale does, for he's ever so much better company when he has got on with his picture. And I know he likes to see me well dressed, At least, I haven't tried him with anything else yet, for I have plenty of clothes for a while. And then, for the dinner, which I believe was one of the points in the description I gave, I wish Percivale cared a little more for his, for then it would be easier to do something for him. As to the newspaper, there I fear I must give him up, for I have never yet seen him with one in his hand. He's so stupid about some things. Oh, you found that out, have you? Men are stupid, there's no doubt of that. But you don't know my Walter yet. I looked up, and behold, Percivale was in the room. His face wore such a curious expression that I could hardly help laughing. And no wonder, for here I was on my knees, clasping my first visitor, and to all appearance pouring out the woes of my wedded life in her lap, woes so deep that they drew tears from her as she listened. All this flashed upon me as I started to my feet, but I could give no explanation. I could only make haste to introduce my husband to my cousin Judy. He behaved, of course, as if he had heard nothing. But I fancy Judy caught a glimpse of the awkward position, for she plunged into the affair at once. Here is my cousin, Mr. Percivale, has been abusing my husband to my face, calling him rich and stupid, and I don't know what all. I confess he is so stupid as to be very fond of me, but that's all I know against him. And her handkerchief went once more to her eyes. Dear Judy, I expostulated, you know I didn't say one word about him. Of course I do, you silly coz, she cried, and burst out laughing. But I won't forgive you except you make amends by dining with us tomorrow. Thus, for the time, she carried it off, but I believe, and have since had good reason for believing, that she had really mistaken me at first, and been much annoyed. She and Percivale got on very well. He showed her the portrait he was working at, even accepted one or two trifling hints as to the likeness, and they parted the best friends in the world. Glad as I had been to see her, how I longed to see the last of her. The moment she was gone, I threw myself into his arms, and told him how it came about. He laughed heartily. I was a little puzzled, he said, to hear you informing a lady I had never seen that I was so very stupid. But I wasn't telling a story either, for you know you are very stupid, Percivale. You don't know a leg from a shoulder of mutton, and you can't carve a bit. However you can draw as you do is a marvel to me, when you know nothing about the shapes of things. It was very wrong to say it, even for the sake of covering poor Mrs. Morley's husband, but it was quite true, you know. Perfectly true, my love, he said, with something else where I've only put commas, and I mean to remain so, in order that you may always have something to fall back upon when you get yourself into a scrape by forgetting that other people have husbands as well as you. End of chapter 4. Recorded by Sarah B. Chapter 5 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah B. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 5. Good Society. We had agreed, rather against the inclination of both of us, to dine the next evening with the Morleys. We should have preferred our own society, but we could not refuse. They will be talking to me about my pictures, said my husband, and that is just what I hate. People that know nothing of art, that can't distinguish purple from black, yet will parade their ignorance and expect me to be well pleased. Mr. Morley is a well-bred man, Percivale, I said. That's the worst of it. They do it for good manners. I know the kind of people perfectly. I hate to have my pictures praised. It is as bad as talking to one's face about the nose upon it. I wonder if all ladies keep their husbands waiting. I did that night, I know, and, I am afraid, a good many times after. Not, however, since Percivale told me very seriously that being late for dinner was the only fault of mine, the blame of which he would not take on his own shoulders. The fact on this occasion was that I could not get my hair right. It was the first time I missed what I had been used to, and longed for the deft fingers of my mother's maid to help me. When I told him the cause, he said he would do my hair for me next time, if I would teach him how. But I have managed very well since, without either him or a lady's maid. When we reached Bolivar Square, we found the company waiting, and, as if for a rebuke to us, the butler announced dinner the moment we entered. I was seated between Mr. Morley and a friend of his who took me down, Mr. Badley, a portly gentleman, with an expanse of snowy shirt from which flashed 3 diamond studs. A huge gold chain reposed upon his front, and on his finger shone a brilliant of great size. Everything about him seemed to say, "Look how real I am, no shoddy about me." His hands were plump and white, and looked as if they did not know what dust was. His talk sounded very rich, and yet there was no pretence in it. His wife looked less of a lady than he of a gentleman, for she betrayed conscious importance. I found afterwards that he was the only son of a railway contractor, who had himself handled the spade, but at last died enormously rich. He spoke blandly, but with a certain quiet authority which I disliked. "Are you fond of the opera, Mrs. Perceval?" he asked me, in order to make me talk. "I have never been to the opera," I answered. "Never been to the opera? Ain't you fond of music?" "Did you ever know a lady that wasn't? Then you must go to the opera." "But it is just because I fancy myself fond of music that I don't think I should like the opera." "You can't hear such music anywhere else." "But the antics of the singers, pretending to be in such furies of passion, yet modulating every note with the cunning of a carver in ivory, seems to me so preposterous. For surely song springs from a brooding over past feeling. I do not mean lost feeling, never from present emotion." "Ah, you would change your mind after having once been. I should strongly advise you to go, if only for once. You ought now, really." An artist's wife must do without such expensive amusements, except her husband's pictures be very popular indeed. I might as well cry for the moon. The cost of a box at the opera for a single night would keep my little household for a fortnight. "Ah, well, but you should see the barber," he said. "Perhaps if I could hear without seeing I should like it better," I answered. He fell silent, busying himself with his fish, and when he spoke again turned to the lady on his left. I went on with my dinner. I knew that our host had heard what I said, for I saw him turn rather hastily to his butler. "Mr. Morley is a man difficult to describe, stiff in the back, and long and loose in the neck, reminding me of those toy birds that bob head and tail up down alternately. When he agrees with anything you say, down comes his head with a rectangular nod, and when he does not agree with you, he is so silent and motionless that he leaves you in doubt whether he has heard a word of what you have been saying. His face is hard, and was to me then inscrutable, while what he said always seemed to have little or nothing to do with what he was thinking, and I had not then learned whether he had a heart or not. His features were well formed, but they and his head and face too small for his body. He seldom smiled, except when in doubt. He had, I understood, been very successful in business, and always looked full of schemes. "Have you been to the academy yet?" he asked. "No, this is only the first day of it." "Are your husband's pictures well hung?" "As high as Haman," I answered. "Skied, in fact. That is the right word, I believe." "I would advise you to avoid slang, my dear cousin, professional slang especially, and to remember that in London there are no professions after 6 o'clock." "Indeed," I returned. "As we came along in the cabbage, I saw no end of shops open." "I mean in society, at dinner, amongst friends, you know." "My dear Mr. Morley, you have just done asking me about my husband's pictures, and if you will listen a moment you will hear that lady next my husband talking to him about Leslie and Turner and I don't know who more, all in the trade." "Hush, hush, I beg," he almost whispered, looking agonized. "That's Mrs. Badley. Her husband, next to you, is a great picture buyer. That's why I asked him here to meet you." "I thought there were no professions in London after 6 o'clock." "I am afraid I have not made my meaning quite clear to you." "Not quite, yet I think I understand you." "We'll have a talk about it another time." "With pleasure." It irritated me rather that he should talk to me, a married woman, as to a little girl who did not know how to behave herself. But his patronage of my husband displeased me far more, and I was on the point of committing the terrible blunder of asking Mr. Badley if he had any poor relations. But I checked myself in time, and prayed to know whether he was a member of Parliament. He answered that he was not in the house at present, and asked in return why I had wished to know. I answered that I wanted a bill brought in for the punishment of fraudulent milkmen, for I couldn't get a decent pennyworth of milk in all Camden Town. He laughed, and said it would be a very desirable measure, only too great an interference with the liberty of the subject. I told him that kind of liberty was just what law in general owed its existence to, and was there on purpose to interfere with, but he did not seem to see it. The fact is, I was very silly. Proud of being the wife of an artist, I resented the social injustice, which I thought gave artists no place but one of sufferance. Proud also of being poor, for Perceval's sake, I made a show of my poverty before people whom I supposed, rightly enough in many cases, to be proud of their riches. But I knew nothing of what poverty really meant, and was as yet only playing at being poor, cherishing a foolish, though unacknowledged notion of protecting my husband's poverty, with the aegis of my position as the daughter of a man of consequence in his county. I was thus wronging the dignity of my husband's position, and complimenting wealth by making so much of its absence. Poverty or wealth ought to have been in my eyes such a trifle that I never thought of publishing whether I was rich or poor. I ought to have taken my position without wasting a thought on what it might appear in the eyes of those about me, meeting them on the mere level of humanity, and leaving them to settle with themselves how they were to think of me, and where they were to place me. I suspect also, now that I think of it, that I looked down upon my cousin Judy because she had a mere man of business for her husband, forgetting that our Lord had found a collector of conquered taxes, a man, I presume, with little enough of the artistic about him, one of the fittest in his nation to bear the message of his redemption to the hearts of his countrymen. It is his loves, and his hopes, not his visions and intentions, by which a man is to be judged. My father had taught me all this, but I did not understand it then, nor until years after I had left him. "Is Mrs. Perceval a lady of fortune?" asked Mr. Badley of my cousin Judy when we were gone, for we were the first to leave. "Certainly not. Why do you ask?" she returned. "Because from her talk I thought she must be," he answered. Cousin Judy told me this the next day, and I could see she thought I had been bragging of my family. So I recounted all the conversation I had had with him, as nearly as I could recollect, and set down the question to an impertinent irony. But I have since changed my mind. I now judge that he could not believe any poor person would joke about poverty. I never found one of those people who go about begging for charities believe me when I told him the simple truth that I could not afford to subscribe. None but a rich person, they seem to think, would dare such an excuse, and that only in the just expectation that its very assertion must render it incredible. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 6. A Refuge from the Heat. There was a little garden, one side enclosed by the house, another by the studio, and the remaining two by walls evidently built for the nightly convenience of promenading cats. There was one pear tree in the grass plot, which occupied the centre, and a few small fruit trees which, I may now safely say, never bore anything upon the walls. But the last occupant had cared for his garden, and, when I came to the cottage, it was, although you would hardly believe it now that my garden is inside the house, a pretty little spot. Only, if you stop thinking about a garden, it begins at once to go to the bad. Used although I had been to great wide lawns and parks and gardens and wilderness, the tiny enclosure soon became to me the type of the boundless universe. The streets roared about me with ugly omnibuses and uglier cabs, fine carriages, huge earth-shaking drays, and, worse far, with the cries of all the tribe of costermongers, one especially offensive which soon began to haunt me. I almost hated the man who sent it forth to fill the summer air with disgust. He always put his hollowed hand to his jaw as if it were loose and he had to hold it in its place. Before he uttered his hideous howl, which would send me hurrying up the stairs to bury my head under all the pillows of my bed until, coming back across the wilderness of streets and lanes like the cry of a jackal growing fainter and fainter upon the wind, it should pass and die away in the distance, suburban London, I say, was roaring about me, and I was confined to a few square yards of grass and gravel walk and flower pot. But above was the depth of the sky, and thence at night the hosts of heaven looked in upon me with the same calm assured glance with which they shone upon southern forests, swarming with great butterflies and creatures that go flaming through the tropic darkness. And there the moon would come and cast her lovely shadows, and there was room enough to feel alone and to try to pray. And what was strange, the room seemed greater, though the loneliness was gone, when my husband walked up and down in it with me. True, the greater part of the walk seemed to be the turnings, for they always came just when you wanted to go on and on. But even with the scope of the world for your walk, you must turn and come back some time. At first, when he was smoking his great brown meerschaum, he and I would walk in opposite directions, passing each other in the middle, and so make the space double the size, for he had all the garden to himself, and I had it all to myself, and so I had his garden and mine too. That is how by degrees I got able to bear the smoke of the tobacco, for I had never been used to it, and found it a small trial at first. But now I have got actually to like it, and greet a stray whiff from the study like a message from my husband. I fancy I could tell the smoke of that old black and red meerschaum from the smoke of any other pipe in creation. "You must cure him of that bad habit," said cousin Judy to me once. It made me angry. What right had she to call anything my husband did a bad habit, and to expect me to agree with her was 10 times worse. I am saving my money now to buy him a grand new pipe, and I may just mention here that once I spent 9 pence out of my last shilling to get him a packet of Bristol Bird's Eye, for he was on the point of giving up smoking altogether because of what will appear by and by. England is getting dreadfully crowded with mean, ugly houses. If they were those of the poor and struggling, and not of the rich and comfortable, one might be consoled. But rich barbarism, in the shape of ugliness, is again pushing us to the sea. There, however, its control stops, and since I lived in London the sea has grown more precious to me than it was even in those lovely days at Kilkhaven, merely because no one can build upon it. Ocean and sky remain as God made them. He must love space for us, though it be needless for himself, seeing that in all the magnificent notions of creation afforded us by astronomers, shoal upon shoal of suns, each the centre of complicated and infinitely varied systems, the spaces between are yet more overwhelming in their vast inconceivableness. I thank God for the room he thus gives us, and hence can endure to see the fair face of his England disfigured by the mud pies of his children. There was in the garden a little summer house, of which I was fond, chiefly because, knowing my passion for the flower, Percival had surrounded it with a multitude of sweet peas, which, as they grew, he had trained over the trellis work of its sides. Through them filtered the sweet airs of the summer as through an Aeolian harp of unheard harmonies. To sit there in a warm evening, when the moth airs just woke and gave 2 or 3 wafts of their wings and ceased, was like sitting in the midst of a small gospel. The summer had come on, and the days were very hot, so hot and changeless, with their unclouded skies and their glowing centre, that they seemed to grow stupid with their own heat. It was as if, like a hen brooding over her chickens, the day, brooding over its coming harvests, grew dull and sleepy, living in only what was to come. Notwithstanding the feelings I have just recorded, I began to long for a wider horizon, whence some wind might come and blow upon me, and wake me up, not merely to live, but to know that I lived. One afternoon I left my little summer seat, where I had been sitting at work, and went through the house and down the precipice into my husband's study. "It is so hot," I said. "I will try my little grotto. It may be cooler." He opened the door for me, and with his palette on his thumb and a brush in his hand, sat down for a moment beside me. "This heat is too much for you, darling," he said. "I do feel it. I wish I could get from the garden into my nest without going up through the house and down the Jacob's ladder." I said, "It's so hot. I never felt heat like it before." He sat silent for a while, and then said, "I've been thinking I must get you into the country for a few weeks. It would do you no end of good." "I suppose the wind does blow somewhere," I returned, "but you don't want to leave me." He said, "I don't, and I know with that ugly portrait on hand you can't go with me." He happened to be painting the portrait of a plain red-faced lady, in a delicate lace cap, a very unfit subject for art, much needing to be made over again first, it seemed to me. Only there she was, with a right to have her portrait painted if she wished it, and there was Percival, with time on his hands, and room in his pockets, and the faith that whatever God had thought worth making could not be unworthy of representation. Hence he had willingly undertaken a likeness of her, to be finished within a certain time, and was now working at it as conscientiously as if it had been the portrait of a lovely young duchess or peasant girl. I was only afraid he would make it too like to please the lady herself. His time was now getting short, and he could not leave home before fulfilling his engagement. "But," he returned, "why shouldn't you go to the Hall for a week or 2 without me? I will take you down and come and fetch you." "I'm so stupid you want to get rid of me," I said. I did not in the least believe it, and yet was on the edge of crying, which is not a habit with me. "You know better than that, my Wynnie," he answered gravely. "You want your mother to comfort you, and there must be some air in the country. So tell Sarah to put up your things, and I'll take you down to morrow morning. When I get this portrait done, I will come and stay a few days, if they will have me, and then take you home." The thought of seeing my mother and my father, and the old place, came over me with a rush. I felt at once as if I had been absent for years instead of weeks. I cried in earnest now, with delight though, and there is no shame in that. So it was all arranged, and the next afternoon I was lying on a couch in the yellow drawing-room, with my mother seated beside me, and Connie in an easy-chair by the open window, through which came every now and then such a sweet wave of air as bathed me with hope, and seemed to wash all the noises, even the loose-jawed man's hateful howl, from my brain. Yet, glad as I was to be once more at home, I felt when Percival left me the next morning to return by a third-class train to his ugly portrait, for the lady was to sit to him that same afternoon, that the idea of home was already leaving Oldcastle Hall and flitting back to the suburban cottage haunted by the bowling voice of the costermonger. But I soon felt better, for here there was plenty of shadow, and in the hottest days my father could always tell where any wind would be stirring, for he knew every out and in of the place like his own pockets, as Dora said, who took a little after cousin Judy in her way. It will give a notion of his tenderness if I set down just one tiniest instant of his attention to me. The forenoon was oppressive. I was sitting under a tree trying to read when he came up to me. There was a wooden gate with open bars near. He went and set it wide, saying, "There, my love, you will fancy yourself cooler if I leave the gate open." Will my reader laugh at me for mentioning such a trifle? I think not, for it went deep to my heart, and I seemed to know God better for it ever after. A father is a great and marvellous truth, and one you can never get at the depth of, try how hard you may. Then my mother, she was, if possible, yet more to me than my father. I could tell her anything and everything without fear, while I confess to a little dread of my father still. He is too like my own conscience to allow of my being quite confident with him. But Connie is just as comfortable with him as I am with my mother. If in my childhood I was ever tempted to conceal anything from her, the very thought of it made me miserable until I had told her. And now she would watch me with her gentle, dove-like eyes, and seem to know at once, without being told, what was the matter with me. She never asked me what I should like, but went and brought something, and, if she saw that I didn't care for it, wouldn't press me, or offer anything instead, but chat for a minute or two, carry it away, and return with something else. My heart was like to break at times with the swelling of the love that was in it. My eldest child, my Ethelwyn, for my husband would have her called the same name as me, only I insisted it should be after my mother and not after me, has her very eyes, and for years has been trying to mother me over again to the best of her sweet ability. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christoph. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 7. It is high time, though, that I dropped writing about myself for a while. I don't find myself so interesting as it used to be. The worst of some kinds, especially of small illnesses, is that they make you think a great deal too much about yourself. Connie's, which was a great and terrible one, never made her do so. She was always forgetting herself in the interest about others. I think I was made more selfish to begin with, and yet I have a hope that too much thinking about yourself may not always be pure selfishness. It may be something else wrong in you that makes you uncomfortable, and keeps drawing your eyes towards the aching place. I will hope so till I get rid of the whole business, and then I shall not care much how it came or what it was. Connie was now a thin, pale, delicate-looking, not handsome, but lovely girl. Her eyes, some people said, were too big for her face, but that seemed to me no more to the discredit of her beauty than it would have been a reproach to say that her soul was too big for her body. She had been early ripened by the hot sun of suffering and the self-restraint which pain had taught her. Patience had mossed her over and made her warm and soft and sweet. She never looked for attention, but accepted all that was offered with a smile which seemed to say, "It is more than I need, but you are so good I mustn't spoil it." She was not confined to her sofa now, though she needed to lie down often, but could walk about pretty well, only you must give her time. You could always make her merry by saying she walked like an old woman, and it was the only way we could get rid of the sadness of seeing it. We betook ourselves to laugh her sadness away from us. Once, as I lay on a couch on the lawn, she came towards me carrying a bunch of grapes from the greenhouse, a great bunch, each individual grape ready to burst with the sunlight it had bottled up in its swollen purple skin. "They are too heavy for you, old lady," I cried. "Yes, I am an old lady," she answered. "Think what good use of my time I have made compared with you. I have got ever so far before you. I've nearly forgotten how to walk." The tears gathered in my eyes as she left me with the bunch. For how could one help being sad to think of the time when she used to bound like a fawn over the grass, her slender figure borne like a feather on its own slight yet firm muscles, which used to knot so much harder than any of ours. She turned to say something, and, perceiving my emotion, came slowly back. "Dear Winnie," she said, "you wouldn't have me back with my old foolishness, would you? Believe me, life is 10 times more precious than it was before. I feel and enjoy and love so much more. I don't know how often I thank God for what befell me." I could only smile in answer, unable to speak, not now from pity, but from shame of my own petulant restlessness and impatient helplessness. I believe she had a special affection for poor Sprite, the pony which threw her. Special, I mean, since the accident, regarding him as in some sense the angel which had driven her out of paradise into a better world. If ever he got loose, and Connie was anywhere about, he was sure to find her. He was an omnivorous animal, and she always had something he would eat when his favourite apples were unattainable. More than once she had been roused from her sleep on the lawn by the lips and the breath of Sprite upon her face. But, although one painful sign of her weakness was that she started at the least noise or sudden discovery of a presence, she never started at the most unexpected intrusion of Sprite, any more than at the voice of my father or mother. Need I say there was one more whose voice or presence never startled her? The relation between them was lovely to see. Turner was a fine, healthy, broad-shouldered fellow, of bold carriage and frank manners, above the middle height, with rather large features, keen black eyes, and great personal strength. Yet to such a man, poor little wan-faced, big-eyed Connie assumed imperious airs, mostly, but perhaps not entirely, for the fun of it, while he looked only enchanted every time she honoured him with a little tyranny. "There, I'm tired," she would say, holding out her arms like a baby. "Carry me in." And the great strong man would stoop with a worshipping look in his eyes, and, taking her carefully, would carry her in as lightly and gently and steadily as if she had been but the baby whose manners she had for the moment assumed. This began, of course, when she was unable to walk, but it did not stop then, for she would occasionally tell him to carry her, after she was quite capable of crawling at least. She had now been engaged for some months, and before me, as a newly married woman, they did not mind talking a little. One day she was lying on a rug on the lawn, with him on the grass beside her, leaning on his elbow and looking into her sky-like eyes. She lifted her hand and stroked his moustache with a forefinger, while he kept as still as a statue, or one who fears to scare the bird that is picking up the crumbs at his feet. "Poor, poor man," she said, and from the tone I knew the tears had begun to gather in those eyes. "Why do you pity me, Connie?" he asked. "Because you will have such a wretched little creature for a wife some day, or perhaps never, which would be best after all." He answered cheerily, "If you will kindly allow me my choice, I prefer just such a wretched little creature to anyone else in the world." "And why? Pray? Give a good reason, and I will forgive your bad taste." "Because she won't be able to hurt me much when she beats me." "A better reason, or she will." "Because I can punish her if she isn't good, by taking her up in my arms and carrying her about until she gives in." "A better reason, or I shall be naughty directly." "Because I shall always know where to find her." "Ah, yes, she must leave you to find her. But that's a silly reason. If you don't give me a better, I'll get up and walk into the house." "Because there won't be any waste of me. Will that do?" "What do you mean?" she asked with mock imperiousness. "I mean that I shall be able to lay not only my heart, but my brute strength at her feet. I shall be allowed to be her beast of burden, to carry her whither she would, and so with my body her worship more than most husbands have a chance of worshipping their wives." "There, take me, she said, stretching up her arms to him. "How good you are! I don't deserve such a great man one bit, but I will love him. Take me directly, for there's Winnie listening to every word we say to each other and laughing at us. She can laugh without looking like it." The fact is, I was crying, and the creature knew it. Turner brought her to me and held her down for me to kiss, then carried her in to her mother. I believe the country people round considered our family far gone on the inclined plane of degeneracy. First my mother, the heiress, had married a clergyman of no high family. Then they had given their eldest daughter to a poor artist, something of the same standing as, well, I will be rude to no order of humanity, and therefore avoid comparisons. And now it was generally known that Connie was engaged to a country practitioner, a man who made up his own prescriptions. We talked and laughed over certain remarks of the kind that reached us, and compared our two with the gentlemen about us, in no way to the advantage of any of the latter, you may be sure. It was silly work, but we were only two loving girls, with the best possible reasons for being proud of the men who had honoured us with their love. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Christoph.
Chapter 8 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlick of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 8. Connie's Baby. It is time I told my readers something about little Theodora. She was now nearly 4 years old, I think. A dark-skinned, lithe-limbed, wild little creature, very pretty, at least most people said so, while others insisted that she had a common look. I admit she was not like a lady's child, only one has seen ladies' children look common enough. Neither did she look like the child of working people, though amongst such, again, one sees sometimes a child the oldest family in England might be proud of. The fact is, she had a certain tinge of the savage about her, specially manifest in a certain furtive look of her black eyes, with which she seemed now and then to be measuring you, and her prospects in relation to you. I have seen the child of cultivated parents sit and stare at a stranger from her stool in the most persistent manner, never withdrawing her eyes, as if she would pierce to his soul, and understand by very force of insight whether he was or was not to be honored with her confidence. And I have often seen the sidelong glance of sly merriment, or loving shyness, or small coquetry, but I have never in any other child seen that look of self-protective speculation, and it used to make me uneasy, for of course, like every one else in the house, I loved the child. She was wayward, often unmanageable creature, but affectionate, sometimes after an insane, or, at least, very ape-like fashion. Every now and then she would take an unaccountable preference for someone of the family or household, at one time for the old housekeeper, at another for the stable boy, and another for one of us, in which fits of partiality she would always turn a blind and deaf side upon every one else, actually seeming to imagine she showed the strength of her love to the one by paraded exclusion of the others. I cannot tell how much of this was natural to her, and how much the result of the foolish and injurious jealousy of the servants. I say servants, because I know such an influencing was all but impossible in the family itself. If my father heard any one utter such a phrase as, "Don't you love me best?" or "better than" such a one, or "Ain't I your favorite?" Well, you all know my father, and know him really, for he never wrote a word he did not believe. But you would have been astonished, I venture to think, and perhaps at first bewildered as well, by the look of indignation flashed from his eyes. He was not the gentle, all-excusing man some readers, I know, fancy him from his writings. He was gentle even to tenderness when he had time to think a moment, and in any quiet judgment he always took much the side of the offender as was possible with any likelihood of justice. But in the first moments of contact with what he thought bad in the principle, and that in the smallest trifle, he would speak words that made even those who were not included in the condemnation tremble with sympathetic fear. "There, Harry, you take it quick, or Charlie will have it," said the nurse one day, little thinking who overheard her. "Woman," cried a voice of wrath from the corridor, "do you know what you are doing? Would you make him twofold more the child of hell than yourself?" An hour after, she was sent for to the study, and when she came out her eyes were very red. My father was unusually silent at dinner, and, after the younger ones were gone, he turned to my mother and said, "Ethel, I spoke the truth. All that is of the devil, horribly bad, and yet I'm more to blame in my condemnation of them than she for the words themselves. The thought of so polluting the mind of a child makes me fierce, and the wrath of a man worketh not the righteousness of God. The old Adam is only too glad to get word in, if even in behalf of his supplanting successor." Then he rose, and taking my mother by the arm, walked away with her. I confess I honored him for his self-condemnation the most. I must add that the offending nurse had been 10 years in the family, and ought to have known better. But to return to Theodora. She was subject to attacks of the most furious passion, especially when anything occurred to thwart the indulgence of the ephemeral partiality I have just described. Then, wherever she was, she would throw herself down at once, on the floor, on the walk or lawn, or, as happened on one occasion, in the water, and kick and scream. At such times she cared nothing even for my father, of whom generally she stood in considerable awe, a feeling he rather encouraged. "She has plenty of people about her to represent the gospel," he said once. "I will keep the department of the law, without which she will never appreciate the gospel. My part will, I trust, vanish in due time, and the law turn out to have been, after all, only the imperfect gospel, just as the leaf is the imperfect flower. But the gospel is no gospel till it gets into the heart, and it sometimes wants a torpedo to blow the gates of that open. For no torpedo or croup gun, however, did Theodora care at such times, and, after repeated experience of the inefficacy of coaxing, my father gave orders that, when a fit occurred, every one, without exception, should not merely leave her alone, but go out of sight, and if possible out of hearing, at least out of her hearing, that she might know she has driven her friends far from her, and be brought to a sense of loneliness and need. I am pretty sure that if she had been one of us, that is, one of his own, he would have taken sharper measures with her. But he said we must never attempt to treat other people's children as our own, for they are not our own. We did not love them enough, he said, to make severity safe either for them or for us. The plan worked so far well, that after a time, varied in length according to causes inscrutable, she would always reappear smiling, but, as to any conscience of wrong, she seemed to have no more than nature herself, who looks out with her smiling face after hours of thunder, lightning, and rain. And although this treatment brought her out of them sooner, the fits themselves came quite as frequently as before. But she had another habit, more alarming and more troublesome as well. She would not infrequently vanish, and have to be long sought, for in such case she never reappeared of herself. What made it so alarming was that there were dangerous places about our house, but she would generally be found seated, perfectly quiet, in some out-of-the-way nook where she had never been before, playing not only with her toys, but with something she had picked up and appropriated, finding it in some shadowy amusement which no one understood but herself. She was very fond of bright colours, especially in dress, and, if she found a brilliant or gorgeous fragment of any substance, would be sure to hide it away in some hole or corner, perhaps known only to herself. Her love of approbation was strong, and her affection demonstrative, but she had not yet learned to speak the truth. In a word, she must, we thought, have come of wild parentage, so many of her ways were like those of a forest animal. In our design of training her for a maid to Connie, we seemed already likely enough to be frustrated. At all events, there was nothing to encourage the attempt, seeing she had some sort of aversion to Connie, amounting almost to dread. We could rarely persuade her to go near her. Perhaps it was a dislike to her helplessness, some vague impression that her lying all day on the sofa indicated an unnatural condition of being, with which she could have no sympathy. Those of us who had the highest spirits, the greatest exuberance of animal life, were evidently those whose society was most attractive to her. Connie tried all she could to conquer her dislike and entice the wayward thing to her heart, but nothing would do. Sometimes she would seem to soften for a moment, but all at once, with a wiggle and a backward spasm in the arms of the person who carried her, she would manifest such a fresh access of repulsion, that, for fear of an outburst of fierce and objurgatory wailing, which might upset poor Connie altogether, she would be worn off hurriedly, sometimes. I confess, rather urgently as well. I have seen Connie cry because of the child's treatment of her. You could not interest her so much in any story, but that if the buzzing of a fly, the flutter of a bird, reached eye or ear, away she would dart on the instant, leaving the discomfited narrator in lonely disgrace. External nature and almost nothing else had free access to her mind. At the suddenest sight or sound she was alive on the instant. She was a most amusing and sometimes almost bewitching little companion, but the delight in her was not infrequently quenched by some altogether unforeseen outbreak of heartless petulance or turbulent rebellion. Indeed, her resistance to authority grew as she grew older, and occasioned my father and mother, and indeed all of us, no little anxiety. Even Charlie and Harry would stand with open mouths, contemplating aghast the unheard-of atrocities of resistance to the will of the unquestioned authorities. It was what they could not understand, being to them an impossibility. Such resistance was almost always accompanied by storm and tempest, and the treatment which carried away the latter generally carried away the former with it. After the passion had come and gone, she would obey. Had it been otherwise, had she been sullen and obstinate as well, I do not know what would have come of it, or how we could have got on at all. Miss Bowdler, I am afraid, would have had a very satisfactory crow over Papa. I have seen him sit for minutes in silent contemplation of the little puzzle, trying, no doubt, to fit her into his theories, or, as my mother said, to find her a three-legged stool and a corner somewhere in the kingdom of heaven. And we were certain something or other would come out of that pondering, though whether the same night or a 12-month after, no one could tell. I believe the main result of his thinking was that he did less and less with her. "Why do you take so little notice of the child?" my mother said to him one evening. "It is all your doing that she is here, you know. You mustn't cast her off now." "Cast her off!" exclaimed my father. "What do you mean, Ethel? You never speak to her now." "Oh, yes, I do, sometimes." "Why only sometimes?" "Because, I believe, because I am a little afraid of her. I don't know how to attack the small enemy. She seems to be bomb-proofed and generally impregnable." "But you mustn't therefore make her afraid of you." "I don't know that. I suspect it is my only chance with her. She wants a little of Mount Sinai, in order that she may know where the manna comes from. But indeed I am laying myself out only to catch the little soul. I am but watching and pondering how to reach her. I am biding my time to come in with my small stone for the building of this temple of the Holy Ghost." At that very moment, in the last fold of the twilight, with the moon rising above the wooded brow of Gorman Slope, the nurse came through the darkening air, her figure hardly distinguishable from the dusk, saying, "Please, ma'am, have you seen Miss Theodora?" "I don't want you to call her Miss," said my father. "I beg your pardon, sir," said the nurse. "I forgot." "I have not seen her for an hour or more," said my mother. "I declare," said my father, "I'll get a retriever pup and train him to find Theodora. He will be capable in a few months, and she will be foolish for years." Upon this occasion the truant was found in the apple loft, sitting in a corner upon a heap of straw, quite in the dark. She was discovered only by the munching of her little teeth, for she had found some wizened apples, and was busy devouring them. But my father actually did what he had said. A favourite spaniel had pups a few days after, and he took one of them in hand. In an incredibly short space of time, the long-drawn nose of Wagtail, as the children had named him, in which doubtless was gathered the experience of many thoughtful generations, had learned to track Theodora to whatever retreat she might have chosen. And very amusing it was to watch the course of the proceedings. Someone would come running to my father with the news that Theo was in hiding. Then my father would give a peculiar whistle, and Wagtail, who, I must say who, very seldom failed to respond, would come bounding to his side. It was necessary that my father should lay him on. Is that the phrase? For he would heed no directions from any one else. It was not necessary to follow him, however, which would have involved a tortuous and fatiguing pursuit. But in a little while a joyous barking would be heard, always kept up until the ready pursuers were guided by the sound to the place. Their Theo was certain to be found, hugging the animal, without the least notion of the traitorous character of his blandishments. It was long before she began to discover that there was danger in that dog's nose. Thus Wagtail became a very important member of the family, a bond of union, in fact, between its parts. Theo's disappearances, however, became less and less frequent. Not that she made fewer attempts to abscond, but that, everyone knowing how likely she was to vanish, whoever she was with had come to feel the necessity of keeping both eyes upon her. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 9. The Foundling Refound. One evening, during this, my first visit to my home, we had gone to take tea with the widow of an old servant who lived in a cottage on the outskirts of the home farm. Connie and I in the pony carriage, and my father and mother on foot. It was quite dark when we returned, for the moon was late. Connie and I got home first, though we had a good round to make, and the path across the field was but a third of the distance, for my father and mother were lovers and sure to be late when left out by themselves. When we arrived, there was no one to take the pony, and when I rung the bell, no one answered. I could not leave Connie in the carriage to go and look, so we waited and waited till we were getting very tired, and glad indeed we were to hear the voices of my father and mother as they came through the shrubbery. My mother went to the rear to make inquiry, and came back with the news that Theo was missing, and that they had been searching for her in vain for nearly an hour. My father instantly called Wagtail, and sent him after her. We then got Connie in, and laid her on the sofa, where I kept her company while the rest went in different directions, listening for what quarter would come the welcome voice of the dog. This was so long delayed, however, that my father began to get alarmed. At last he whistled very loud, and in a little while Wagtail came creeping to his feet, with his tail between his legs, no wag left in it, clearly ashamed of himself. My father was now thoroughly frightened, and began questioning the household as to the latest knowledge of the child. It then occurred to one of the servants to mention that a strange-looking woman had been seen about the place in the morning. A tall, dark woman, with a gypsy look. She had come begging, but my father's orders were so strict concerning such cases that nothing had been given her, and she had gone away in anger. As soon as he heard this, my father ordered his horse, and told 2 of the men to get ready to accompany him. In the meantime he came to us in the little drawing-room, trying to look calm, but evidently in much perturbation. He said he had little doubt the woman had taken her. "Could it be her mother?" said my mother. "Who can tell?" returned my father. "It is the less likely that the deed seems to have been prompted by revenge." "If she be a gypsy child," said my mother. "The gypsies," interrupted my father, "have always been more given to taking other people's children than forsaking their own. But one of them might have had reason for being ashamed of her child, and, dreading the severity of her family, might have abandoned it, with the intention of repossessing herself of it, and passing it off as the child of gentlefolks she had picked up. I don't know their habits and ways sufficiently, but, from what I have heard, that seems possible. However, it is not so easy as it might have been once to succeed in such an attempt. If we should fail in finding her tonight, the police all over the country can be apprised of the fact in a few hours, and the thief can hardly escape." "But if she should be the mother," suggested my mother. "She will have to prove that, and then—" "What then?" returned my father, and began pacing up and down the room, stopping now and then to listen for the horse's hoofs. "Would you have given her up?" persisted my mother. Still my father made no reply. He was evidently much agitated, more, I fancy, by my mother's question than by the present trouble. He left the room, and presently his whistle for Wagtail pierced the still air. A moment more, and we heard them all ride out of the paved yard. I had never known him to leave my mother without an answer before. We who were left behind were in evil plight. There was not a dry eye amongst the women, I am certain, while Harry was in a flood of tears, and Charlie was bawling. We could not send them to bed in such a state, so we kept them with us in the drawing-room, where they soon fell fast asleep, one in an easy-chair, the other on a sheepskin mat. Connie lay quite still, and my mother talked so sweetly and gently that she soon made me quiet too. But I was haunted with the idea somehow. I think I must have been wandering a little, for I was not well, that it was a child of my own that was lost out in the dark night, and that I could not anyhow reach her. I cannot explain the odd kind of feeling it was, as if a dream had wandered out of the region of sleep, and half possessed my waking brain. Every now and then my mother's voice would bring me back to my senses, and I would understand it all perfectly. But in a few moments I would be involved once more in a mazy search after my child. Perhaps, however, as it was by that time late, sleep had, if such a thing be possible, invaded a part of my brain, leaving another part able to receive the impressions of the external about me. I can recall some of the things my mother said, one in particular. "It is more absurd," she said, "to trust God by halves than it is not to believe in him at all. Your papa taught me that before one of you was born." When my mother said anything in the way of teaching us, which was not often, she would generally add, "Your papa taught me that," as if she would take refuge from the assumption of teaching even her own girls. But we set a good deal of such assertion down to her modesty, and the evidently inextricable blending of the thought of my father with every movement of her mental life. "I remember quite well," she went on, How he made that truth dawn upon me one night as we sat together beside the old mill. Ah, you don't remember the old mill. It was pulled down while Winnie was a mere baby. No, mamma, I remember it perfectly, I said. Do you really? Well, we were sitting beside the mill one Sunday evening after service, for we always had a walk before going home from church. You would hardly think it now, but after preaching he was then always depressed, and the more eloquently he had spoken, the more he felt as if he had made an utter failure. At first I thought it came only from fatigue, and wanted him to go home and rest, but he would say he liked nature to come before supper, for nature restored him by telling him that it was not of the slightest consequence if he had failed, whereas his supper only made him feel that he would do better next time. Well, that night, you will easily believe, he startled me when he said, after sitting for some time silent, "Ethel, if that yellow hammer were to drop down dead now, and God not care, God would not be God any longer." Doubtless I showed myself something between puzzled and shocked, for he proceeded with some haste to explain to me how what he had said was true. Whatever belongs to God is essential to God, he said. He is one pure, clean essence of being, to use our poor words to describe the indescribable. Nothing hangs about him that does not belong to him, that he could part with and be nothing the worst. Still less is there anything he could part with and be the worst. Whatever belongs to him is of his own kind, is part of himself, so to speak. Therefore there is nothing indifferent to his character to be found in him, and therefore when our Lord says not a sparrow falls to the ground without our Father, that, being a fact with regard to God, must be an essential fact, one namely without which he could be no God. I understood him, I thought, but many a time since, when a fresh light has broken in upon me, I have thought I understood him then only for the first time. I told him so once, and he said he thought that would be the way forever with all truth. We should never get to the bottom of any truth, because it was a vital portion of all of truth, which is God. I had never heard so much philosophy from my mother before. I believe she was led into it by her fear of the effect our anxiety about the child might have upon us. With what had quieted her heart in the old time, she sought now to quiet ours, helping us to trust in the great love that never ceases to watch. And she did make us quiet, but the time glided so slowly past that it seemed immovable. When 12 struck, we heard in the stillness every clock in the house, and it seemed as if they would never have done. My mother left the room and came back with 3 shawls, with which, having first laid Harry on the rug, she covered the boys and Dora, who also was by this time fast asleep, curled up at Connie's feet. Still the time went on, and there was no sound of horses, or anything to break the silence, except the faint murmur which now and then the trees will make in the quietest night, as if they were dreaming and talked in their sleep, for the motion does not seem to pass beyond them, but to swell up and die again in the heart of them. This and the occasional cry of an owl was all that broke the silent flow of the undivided moments, glacier-like, flowing none can tell how. We seldom spoke, and at length the house within seemed possessed by the silence from without, but we were all ear, one hungry ear, whose famine was silence, listening intently. We were not so far from the high road, but that on a night like this the penetrating sound of horses' hoofs might reach us. Hence, when my mother, who was the keener of hearing than any of her daughters, at length started up saying, "I hear them, they're coming," The doubt remained whether it might not be the sound of some night traveller hurrying along the high road that she had heard. But when we also heard the sound of horses, we knew they must belong to our company, for, except the riders were within the gates, their noises could not have come nearer to the house. My mother hurried down to the hall. I would have stayed with Connie, but she begged me to go too, and come back as soon as I knew the result. So I followed my mother. As I descended the stairs, notwithstanding my anxiety, I could not help seeing what a picture lay before me, for I had learned already to regard things from the picturesque point of view. The dim light of the low burning lamp on the forward bent heads of the listening, anxious group of women, my mother at the open door with the housekeeper and her maid, and the men servants visible through the door in the moonlight below. The first news that reached me was my father's shout the moment he rounded the sweep that brought him in sight of the house. "All right, here she is," he cried, and ere I could reach the stair to run up to Connie, Wagtail was jumping upon me and barking furiously. He rushed up before me with the scramble of 20 feet, licked Connie's face all over in spite of her efforts at self-defence, then rushed at Dora and the boys one after the other, and woke them all up. He was satisfied enough with himself now. His tail was doing the wagging of 40. There was no tucking of it away now, no drooping of the head in mute confession of conscious worthlessness. He was a dog self-satisfied because his master was well pleased with him. But here I am talking about the dog and forgetting what was going on below. My father cantered up to the door, followed by the two men. My mother hurried to meet them, and then only saw the little lost lamb asleep in his bosom. He gave her up, and my mother ran in with her, while he dismounted and walked merrily but wearily up the stairs after her. The first thing he did was to quiet the dog, the next to sit down beside Connie, the third to say, "Thank God," and the next, "God bless Wagtail." My mother was already undressing the little darling, and her maid was gone to fetch her night things. Tumbled hither and thither, she did not wake, but was carried off stone sleeping to her crib. Then my father, for whom some supper, of which he was in great need, had been brought. As soon as he had had a glass of wine and a mouthful or two of cold chicken, began to tell us the whole story. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 10. Wagtail Comes to Honour. As they rode out of the gate, one of the men, a trustworthy man, who cared for his horses like his children, and knew all their individualities as few men know those of their children, rode up alongside of my father and told him that there was an encampment of gypsies on the moor about 5 miles away, just over Gorman Slope, remarking that if the woman had taken the child and belonged to them, she would certainly carry her thither. My father thought, in the absence of other indication, they ought to follow the suggestion, and told Burton to guide them to the place as rapidly as possible. After half an hour's sharp riding, they came in view of the camp, or rather of a rising ground by which it lay in the hollow. The other servant was an old man who had been a whipper-in to a baronet in the next county, and knew as much of the ways of wild animals as Burton did of those of his horses. It was his turn now to address my father, who had halted for a moment to think what ought to be done next. "She can't well have got here before us, sir, with that child to carry, but it's wonderful what the likes of her can do. I think I had better have a peep over the brow first. She may be there already, or she may not, but if we find out, we shall know better what to do." "I'll go with you," said my father. "No, sir, excuse me, that won't do. You can't creep like a sarpent, I can. They'll never know I am stalking of them. No more than you couldn't show fight if need was, you know, sir." "How did you find that out, Sim?" asked my father, a little amused, notwithstanding the weight at his heart. "Why, sir, they do say a clergyman mustn't show fight." "Who told you that, Sim?" he persisted. "Well, I can't say, sir, only it wouldn't be respectable, would it, sir?" "There's nothing respectable but what's right, Sim, and what's right always is respectable, though it mayn't look so one bit. Suppose you were to get a black eye, sir. Did you ever hear of the martyrs, Sim?" "Yes, sir. I heard you talk on them in the pulpit, sir." "Well, they didn't get black eyes only. They got black all over, you know. Burnt black. And what for, do you think now?" "Don't know, sir, except it was for doing right." "That's just it. Was it any disgrace to them?" "No, sure, sir." "Well, if I were to get a black eye for the sake of the child, would that be any disgrace to me, Sim?" "None that I knows on, sir. Only it'd look bad." "Yes, no doubt. People might think I had got into a row at the Griffin, and yet I shouldn't be ashamed of it. I should count my black eye the more respectable of the two. I should also regard the evil judgment much as another black eye, and wait till both come round again. Lead on, Sims." They left their horses with Burton, and went toward the camp. But when they reached the slope behind which it lay, much to Sim's discomfiture, my father, instead of lying down at the foot of it, as he expected, and creeping up the side of it after the doom of the serpent, walked right up over the brow, and straight into the camp, followed by Wagtail. There was nothing going on, neither tinkering nor cooking. All seemed asleep. But presently, out of 2 or 3 of the tents, the dingy squalor of which no sunshine could silver over, came 3 or 4 men, half undressed, who demanded of my father, in no gentle tones, what he wanted there. "I'll tell you all about it," he answered. "I'm the parson of this parish, and therefore you're my own people, you see." "We don't go to your church, parson," said one of them. "I don't care. You're my own people, for all that, and I want your help." "Well, what's the matter? Whose cow's dead?" said the same man. "This evening," returned my father, "one of my children is missing, and a woman who might be of your clan, mind, I say might be, I don't know, and I mean no offence, but such a woman was seen about the place. All I want is the child, and if I don't find her, I shall have to raise the county. I should be very sorry to disturb you, but I am afraid, in that case, whether the woman be one of you or not, the place will be too hot for you. I'm no enemy to honest gypsies, but you know there is a set of tramps that call themselves gypsies, who are nothing of a sort, only thieves. Tell me what I had better do to find my child. You know all about such things." The men turned to each other, and began talking in undertones, and in a language of which my father heard he could not understand. At length the spokesman of the party addressed him again. "We'll give you our word, sir, if that will satisfy you," he said, more respectfully than he had spoken before, "to send the child home directly if any one should bring her to our camp. That's all we can say." My father saw that his best chance lay in accepting the offer. "Thank you," he said. "Perhaps I may have an opportunity of serving you some day." They in their turn thanked him politely enough, and my father and Sim left the camp. Upon this side of the moor was skirted by a plantation which had been gradually creeping up the hill from the more sheltered hollow. It was here bordered by a deep trench, the bottom of which was full of young firs. Through the plantation there was a succession of green rides, by which the outskirts of my father's property could be reached. But the moon being now up, my father resolved to cross the trench, and halt for a time, watching the moor from the shelter of the firs, on the chance of the woman making her appearance. For, if she belonged to the camp, she would most probably approach it from the plantation, and might be overtaken before she could cross the moor to reach it. They had lain ensconced in the firs for about half an hour, when suddenly, without any warning, Wagtail rushed into the underwood and vanished. They listened with all their ears, and in a few moments heard his joyous bark, followed instantly, however, by the howl of pain, and, before they had got many yards in pursuit, he came cowering to my father's feet, who, patting his side, found it bleeding. He bound his handkerchief around him, and, fastening the lash of Sim's whip to his collar, that he might not go too fast for them, told him to find Theodora. Instantly he pulled away through the brushwood, giving a little yelp now and then, as the stiff remnant of some broken twig or stem hurt his wounded side. Before we reached the spot for which he was making, however, my father heard a rustling, nearer to the outskirts of the wood, and the same moment Wagtail turned, and tugged fiercely in that direction. The figure of a woman rose up against the sky, and began to run for the open space beyond. Wagtail and my father pursued at speed, my father crying out that, if she did not stop, he would loose the dog on her. She paid no heed, but ran on. "Mount and head her, Sim. Mount, Burton. Ride over everything," cried my father, as he slipped Wagtail, who shot through the underwood like a bird, just as she reached the trench, and in an instant had her by the gown. My father saw something gleam in the moonlight, and again a howl broke from Wagtail, who was evidently once more wounded. But he held on, and now the horsemen, having crossed the trench, were approaching her in front, and my father was hard upon her behind. She gave a peculiar cry, half a shriek and half a howl, clasped the child to her bosom, and stood rooted like a tree, evidently in the hope that her friends, hearing her signal, would come to her rescue. But it was too late. My father rushed upon her the instant she cried out. The dog was holding her by the poor ragged skirt, and the horses were reined snorting on the bank above her. She heaved up the child over her head, but whether in appeal to heaven, or about to dash her to the earth in the rage of frustration, for my father caught both her uplifted arms with his, so that she could not lower them, and Burton, having flung himself from his horse and come behind her, easily took Theodora from them, for from their position they were almost powerless. Then my father called off Wagtail, and the poor creature sunk down in the bottom of the trench amongst the young firs without a sound, and there lay. My father went up to her, but she only stared at him with big blank black eyes, and yet such a lost look on her young, handsome, yet gaunt face, as almost convinced him she was the mother of the child. But whatever might be her right, she could not be allowed to recover possession without those who had saved and tended the child having a word in the matter of her fate. As he was thinking what he could say to her, Sim's voice reached his ear. "They're coming over the brow, sir, 5 or 6 from the camp. We'd better be off. The child is safe," he said, as he turned to leave her. "From me," she rejoined in a pitiful tone. And this ambiguous utterance was all that fell from her. My father mounted hurriedly, took the child from Burton, and rode away, followed by the two men and Wagtail. Through the green rides they galloped in the moonlight, and were soon beyond all danger of pursuit. When they slackened pace, my father instructed Sim to find out all he could about the gypsies, if possible to learn their names and to what tribe or community they belonged. Sim promised to do what was in his power, but said he did not expect much success. The children had listened to the story wide awake. Wagtail was lying at my father's feet, licking his wounds, which were not very serious, and had stopped bleeding. "It is all your doing, Wagtail," said Harry, patting the dog. "I think he deserves to be called Mr. Wagtail," said Charlie. And from that day he was no more called Bear Wagtail, but Mr. Wagtail, much to the amusement of visitors, who, hearing the name gravely uttered, as it soon came to be, saw the owner of it approach on all fours, with a tireless pendulum in his rear. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 11. A Stupid Chapter. Before proceeding with my own story, I must mention that my father took every means in his power to find out something about the woman and the gang of gypsies to which she appeared to belong. I believe he had no definite end in view further than the desire to be able to some time in the future to enter into such relations with her, for her own and her daughter's sake, if, indeed, Theodora were her daughter, as might be possible. But the very next day he found that they had already vanished from the place, and all the inquiries he set on foot, by means of friends and through the country constabulary, were of no avail. I believe he was dissatisfied with himself in what had occurred, thinking he ought to have laid himself out at the time to discover whether she was indeed the mother, and, in that case, to do for her what he could. Probably, had he done so, he would only have heaped difficulty upon difficulty. But, as it was, if he was saved from trouble, he was not delivered from uneasiness. Clearly, however, the child must not be exposed to the danger of the repetition of the attempt, and the whole household was now so fully alive to the necessity of not losing sight of her for a moment, that her danger was far less than it had been at any time before. I continued at the Hall for 6 weeks, during which my husband came several times to see me, and, at the close of that period, took me back with him to my dear little home. The rooms, all but the study, looked very small after those I had left, but I felt, notwithstanding, that the place was my home. I was at first a little ashamed of the feeling, for why should I be anywhere more at home than in the house of such parents as mine? But I presume there is a certain amount of queenly element in every woman, so that she cannot feel perfectly at ease without something to govern, however small and however troublesome her queendom may be. At my father's I had every ministration possible, and all comforts in profusion, but I had no responsibilities and no rule, so that sometimes I could not help feeling as if I was idle, although I knew I was not to blame. Besides, I could not be at all sure that my big bear was properly attended to, and the knowledge that he was the most independent of comforts of all the men I had ever come into any relation with, made me only feel the more anxious that he should not be left to his own neglect. For although my father, for instance, was ready to part with anything, even to a favorite volume, if the good reason of another's need showed itself, he was not at all indifferent in his own person to being comfortable. One with his intense power of enjoying the gentleness of the universe could not be so. Hence it was always easy to make him a little present, whereas I have still to rack my brains for weeks before my bear's birthday comes round, to think of something that will in itself have a chance of giving him pleasure. Of course, it would be comparatively easy if I had plenty of money to spare, and hadn't to muddle it all away in paying butchers and bakers and such like people. So home I went, to be queen again. Friends came to see me, but I returned few of their calls. I liked best to sit in my bedroom. I would have preferred sitting in my wonderful little room off the study, and I tried that first. But the same morning somebody called on Percival, and straightway I felt myself a prisoner. The moment I heard the strange voice through the door, I wanted to get out, and could not, of course. Such a risk I would not run again. And when Percival asked me, the next day, if I would not go down with him, I told him I could not bear the feeling of confinement it gave me. I did mean, he said, to have had a door made in the garden for you, and I consulted an architect friend on the subject, but he soon satisfied me it would make the room much too cold for you, and so I was compelled to give up the thought. "You dear," I said. That was all. But it was enough for Percival, who never bothered me, as I have heard of husbands doing, for demonstrations either of gratitude or affection. Such must be of the mole-eye sort, who can only read large print. So I betook myself to my chamber, and there sat and worked, for I did a good deal of needlework now, although I had never been fond of it as a girl. The constant recurrence of similar motions of the fingers, one stitch just the same as another, in countless repetition, varied only by the bother when the thread grew short and would slip out of the eye of the needle, and yet not short enough to be exchanged with still more bother for one too long, had been so wearisome to me in former days that I spent half my pocket money in getting the needlework done for me which my mother and sister did for themselves. For this my father praised me, and my mother tried to scold me, and couldn't. But now it was all so different. Instead of toiling at plain stitching and hemming and sewing, I seemed to be working a bit of lovely tapestry all the time. So many thoughts and so many pictures went weaving themselves into the work, while every little bit finished appeared so much of the labor of the universe actually done, accomplished, ended. For the first time in my life, I began to feel myself of consequence enough to be taken care of. I remember once laying down the little what I was working at, but I am growing too communicative and important. My father used often to say that the commonest things in the world were the loveliest, sky and water and grass and such. Now I found that the commonest feelings of humanity, for what feelings could be commoner than those which now made me blessed among women, are those that are the fullest of the divine. Surely this looks as if there were a God of the whole earth, as if the world existed in the very foundations of its history and continuance by the immediate thought of a causing thought. For simply because the life of the world was moving on towards its unseen goal, and I knew it and had a helpless share in it, I felt as if God was with me. I do not say I always felt like this. Far from it. There were times when life itself seemed vanishing in an abyss of nothingness, when all my consciousness consisted in this, that I knew I was not, and when I could not believe that I should ever be restored to the well-being of existence. The worst of it was that, in such moods, it seemed as if I had hitherto been deluding myself with rainbow fancies as often as I had been aware of blessedness, as there was, in fact, no wine of life apart from its effervescence. But when one day I told Percival, not while I was thus oppressed, for then I could not speak, but in a happier moment whose happiness I mistrusted, something of what I felt, he said one thing which has comforted me ever since in such circumstances. Don't grumble at the poverty, darling, by which another is made rich. I confess I did not see all at once what he meant, but I did after thinking over it for a while. And if I have learned any valuable lesson in my life, it is this, that no one's feelings are a measure of eternal facts. The winter passed slowly away. Fog, rain, frost, snow, thaw, succeeding one another in all the seeming disorder of the season. A good many things happened, I believe, but I don't remember any of them. My mother wrote, offering me Dora for a companion, but somehow I preferred being without her. One great comfort was good news about Connie, who was getting on famously, but even this moved me so little that I began to think I was turning into a crab, utterly encased in the shell of my own selfishness. The thought made me cry. The fact that I could cry consoled me, for how could I be heartless so long as I could cry? But then came the thought it was for myself, my own hard-heartedness, I was crying. Not certainly for joy that Connie was getting better. At least, however, I said to myself, I am not content to be selfish. I am a little troubled that I am not good. And then I tried to look up and get my needlework, which always did me good, by helping me to reflect. It is, I can't help thinking, a great pity that needlework is going so much out of fashion, for it tends more to make a woman, one who thinks, that is, acquainted with herself than all the sermons she's ever likely to hear. My father came to see me several times, and was all himself to me, but I could not feel quite comfortable with him. I don't in the least know why. I am afraid, much afraid, it indicates something very wrong in me somewhere. But he seems to understand me, and always, the moment he left me, the tide of confidence began to flow afresh in the ocean that lay about the little island of my troubles. Then I knew he was my own father, something that even my husband could not be, and would not wish to be to me. In the month of March, my mother came to see me, and that was all pleasure. My father did not always see when I was not able to listen to him, though he was most considerate when he did. But my mother, why, to be with her was like being with one's own mother. I was actually going to write, there is nothing better than that, when a woman is in such trouble, except it to be what my father knows more about than I do. I wish I did know all about it. She brought with her a young woman to take the place of cook, or rather general servant, in our little household. She had been a kitchen maid in a small family of my mother's acquaintance, and had a good character for honesty and plain cooking. Percival's more experienced ear soon discovered that she was Irish. This fact had not been represented to my mother, for the girl had been in England from childhood, and her mistress seemed either not to have known it or not to have thought of mentioning it. Certainly, my mother was far too just to have allowed it to influence her choice, notwithstanding the prejudices against Irish women in English families, prejudices not without a general foundation in reason. For my part, I should have been perfectly satisfied with my mother's choice, even if I had not been so indifferent at the time to all that was going on in the lower regions of the house. But while my mother was there, I knew well enough that nothing could go wrong, and my housekeeping mind had never been so much at ease since we were married. It was very delightful not to be accountable, and, for the present, I felt exonerated from all responsibilities. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Susan MacDonald. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 12. An Introduction. I woke one morning, after a sound sleep, not so sound, however, but that I had been dreaming, and that when I awoke I could recall my dream. It was a very odd one. I thought I was a hen, strutting about amongst ricks of corn, picking here and scratching there, followed by a whole brood of chickens, toward which I felt exceedingly benevolent and attentive. Suddenly I heard the scream of a hawk in the air above me, and instantly gave the proper cry to fetch the little creatures under my wings. They came scurrying to me as fast as their legs could carry them, all but one, which wouldn't mind my cry, although I kept repeating it again and again. Meantime the hawk kept screaming, and I felt as if I didn't care for any of those that were safe under my wings, but only for the solitary creature that kept pecking away as if nothing was the matter. About it I grew so terribly anxious that at length I woke with a cry of misery and terror. The moment I opened my eyes, there was my mother standing beside me. The room was so dark that I thought for a moment what a fog there must be, but the next I forgot everything at hearing a little cry, which I verily believe, in my stupid dream, I had taken for the voice of the hawk, whereas it was the cry of my first and only chicken, which I had not yet seen, but which my mother now held in her grandmotherly arms, ready to hand her to me. I dared not speak, for I felt very weak, and was afraid of crying from delight. I looked in my mother's face, and she folded back the clothes, and laid the baby down beside me, with its little head resting on my arm. "Draw back the curtain a little bit, mother dear," I whispered, "and let me see what it is like." I believe I said it, for I was not quite a mother yet. My mother did as I requested. A ray of clear spring light fell upon the face of the little white thing by my side, for white she was, though most babies are red, and if I dared not speak before, I could not now. My mother went away again, and sat down by the fireside, leaving me with my baby. Never shall I forget the unutterable content of that hour. It was not gladness, nor was it thankfulness that filled my heart, but a certain absolute contentment, just on the point, but for my want of strength, of blossoming into unspeakable gladness and thankfulness. Somehow, too, there was mingled with it a sense of dignity, as if I had vindicated for myself a right to a part in the creation, for was I not proved at least a link in the marvellous chain of existence, in carrying on the designs of the great Maker? Not that the thought was there, only the feeling, which afterwards found the thought, in order to account for its own being. Besides, the state of perfect repose after what had passed was in itself bliss. The very sense of weakness was delightful, for I had earned the right to be weak, to rest as much as I pleased, to be important, and to be congratulated. Somehow I had got through. The trouble lay behind me, and here, for the sake of anyone who will read my poor words, I record the conviction that in one way or other, special individual help is given to every creature to endure to the end. I think I've heard my father say, and hitherto it has been my own experience, that always when suffering, whether mental or bodily, approached the point where further endurance appeared impossible, the pulse of it began to ebb, and a lull ensued. I do not venture to found any general assertion upon this. I only state it as a fact of my own experience. He who does not allow any man to be tempted above that he is able to bear, doubtless acts in the same way in all kinds of trials. I was listening to the gentle talk about me in the darkened room, not listening, indeed only aware that loving words were spoken. Whether I was dozing, I do not know, but something touched my lips. I did not start. I had been dreadfully given to starting for a long time, so much so that I was quite ashamed sometimes, for I would even cry out, I who had always been so sharp on feminine affectations before, but now it seemed as if nothing could startle me. I only opened my eyes, and there was my great big huge bear looking down on me, with something in his eyes I had never seen there before, but even his presence could not ripple the waters of my deep rest. I gave him half a smile. I knew it was but half a smile, but I thought it would do. Closed my eyes and sunk again, not into sleep, but into that same blessed repose. I remember wondering if I should feel anything like that for the first hour or two after I was dead. May there not one day be such a repose for all, only the heavenly counterpart, coming of perfect activity instead of weary success? This was all but the beginning of endlessly varied pleasures. I dare say the mothers would let me go on for a good while in this direction. Perhaps even some of the fathers could stand a little more of it. But I must remember that if anybody reads this at all, it will have multitudes of readers in whom the chord which could alone respond to such experiences hangs loose over the sounding board of their being. By slow degrees the daylight, the light of work, that is, began to penetrate me, or rather to rise in my being from its own hidden sun. First I began to wash and dress my baby myself. One who has not tried that kind of amusement cannot know what endless pleasure it affords. I do not doubt that to the paternal spectator it appears monotonous, unproductive, unprogressive, but then he, looking upon it from the outside, and regarding the process with a speculative compassion, and not with sympathy, so cannot know the communion into which it brings you with the baby. I remember well enough what my father has written about it in the Seaboard Parish, but he is all wrong. I mean him to confess that before this is printed. If things were done as he proposes, the tenderness of mothers would be far less developed, and the moral training of children would be postponed to an indefinite period. There, Papa, that's something in your own style. Next I began to order the dinners, and the very day on which I first ordered the dinner, I took my place at the head of the table. A happier little party. Well, of course, I saw it all through the rose mists of my motherhood, but I am nevertheless bold to assert that my husband was happy, and that my mother was happy, and if there was one more guest at the table concerning whom I am not prepared to assert that he was happy, I can confidently affirm that he was merry and gracious and talkative, originating 3 parts of the laughter of the evening. To watch him with the baby was a pleasure even to the heart of a mother, anxious as she must be when anyone, especially a gentleman, more especially a bachelor, and most especially a young bachelor, takes her precious little wax doll in his arms, and pretends to know all about the management of such. It was he indeed who introduced her to the dining-room, for, leaving the table during dessert, he returned bearing her in his arms, to my astonishment and even mild maternal indignation at the liberty, resuming his seat, and pouring out for his charge, as he pretended, a glass of old port, he said in the soberest voice, "Charles Percival, with all the solemnities suitable to the occasion, I, the old moon, with the new moon in my arms, propose the health of Miss Percival on her first visit to this boring bullet of a world. By the way, what a mercy it is that she carries her atmosphere with her." Here I, stupidly thinking he reflected on the atmosphere of baby, rose to take her from him with suppressed indignation. For why should a man, who assumes a baby unbidden, be so very much nicer than a woman who accepts her as given, and makes the best of it? But he declined giving her up. "I'm not pinching her," he said. "No, but I am afraid you find her disagreeable." "On the contrary, she is the nicest of little ladies, for she lets you talk all the nonsense you like, and never takes the least offence." I sat down again directly. "I propose her health," he repeated, "coupled with that of her mother, to whom I, for one, am more obliged than I can explain, for at length convincing me that I belong no more to the youth of my country, but am an uncle with a home-uncle in his arms. Wifey, your health. Baby, yours too, said my husband, and the ladies drank the toast in silence. It is time I explained who this fourth, or should I say fifth, person in our family party was. He was the younger brother of my Percival, by name Roger, still more unsuccessful than he, of similar trustworthiness, but less equanimity, for he was subject to sudden elevations and depressions of the inner barometer. I shall have more to tell about him by and by. Meantime, it is enough to mention that my daughter, how grand I thought it when I first said my daughter, now began her acquaintance with him. Before long he was her chief favourite next to her mother, and I am sorry I cannot conscientiously add father, for at a certain early period of her history the child showed a decided preference for her uncle over her father. But it is time I put a stop to this ooze of maternal memories. Having thus introduced my baby and her Uncle Roger, I close the chapter. End of chapter 12. Recording by Susan MacDonald.
Chapter 13 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ruhi Haq. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 13. My first dinner party. A negatived proposal. It may well be believed that we had not yet seen much company in our little house. To parties my husband had a great dislike. Evening parties he eschewed utterly, and never accepted an invitation to dinner, except if it were to the house of a friend, or to that of one of my few relatives in London, whom, for my sake, he would not displease. There were not many, even among his artist acquaintances, whom he cared to visit, and altogether I fear he passed for an unsociable man. I am certain he would have sold some pictures if he had accepted what invitations came in his way, but to hint at such a thing would, I knew, crystallize his dislike into a resolve. One day after I had got quite strong again, as I was sitting by him in the study, with my baby on my knee, I proposed that we should ask some friends to dinner. Instead of objecting to the procedure upon general principles, which I confess I had half anticipated, he only asked me whom I thought of inviting. When I mentioned the Morleys, he made no reply, but went on with his painting as if he had not heard me, whence I knew, of course, that the proposal was disagreeable to him. You see, we have been twice to dine with them, I said. Well, don't you think that enough for a while? I'm talking of asking them here now. Couldn't you go and see your cousin some morning instead? It's not that I want to see my cousin particularly. I want to ask them to dinner. Oh, he said, as if he couldn't in the least make out what I was after. I thought people asked people because they desired their company. But you see, we owe them a dinner. Owe them a dinner? Did you borrow one then? Percival, why will you pretend to be so stupid? Perhaps I'm only pretending to be the other thing. Do you consider yourself under no obligation to people who ask you to dinner? None in the least, if I accept the invitation. That is the natural acknowledgment of their kindness. Surely my company is worth my dinner. It is far more trouble to me to put on black clothes and a white choker to go to their house than it is for them to ask me, or, in a house like theirs, to have the necessary preparations made for receiving me in a manner befitting their dignity. I do violence to my own feelings in going. Is not that enough? You know how much I prefer a chop with my wife alone to the grandest dinner the grandest of her grand relations could give me. Now, don't you make game of my grand relations. I'm not sure that you haven't far grander relations yourself. Only you say so little about them. They might all have been transported for housebreaking. Tell me honestly, don't you think it natural if a friend asks you to dinner that you should ask him again? Yes, if it would give him any pleasure. But just imagine your cousin Morley dining at our table. Do you think he would enjoy it? Of course we must have somebody in to help Jemima. And somebody to wait, I suppose? Yes, of course, Percival. And what Thackeray calls cold balls handed about? Well, I wouldn't have them cold, but they would be. I was by this time so nearly crying that I said nothing here. My love, he resumed, I object to the whole thing. It's all false together. I have not the least disinclination to ask a few friends who would enjoy being received in the same style as your father or my brother, namely, to one of our better dinners, and perhaps something better to drink than I can afford every day. But just think with what uneasy compassion Mr. Morley would regard our poor ambition, even if you had an occasional cook and an undertaker's man. And what would he do without his glass of dry sherry after his soup, and his hock and champagne later, not to mention his fine claret or tawny port afterwards? I don't know how to get these things good enough for him without laying in a stock, and that, you know, would be as absurd as it is impossible. Oh, you gentlemen always think so much of the wine. Believe me, it is as necessary as Mr. Morley's comfort, as the dainties you would provide him with. Indeed, it would be a cruelty to ask him. He could not enjoy it. If he didn't like it, he needn't come again, I said, cross with the objections of which I could not but see the justice. Well, I must say you have an odd notion of hospitality, said my bear. You may be certain, he resumed after a moment's pause, that a man so well aware of his own importance will take it far more as a compliment that you do not presume to invite him to your poor house, but are content to enjoy his society when he asks you to his. I don't choose to take such an inferior position, I said. You can't help it, my dear, he returned. Socially considered, you are his inferior. You cannot give dinners he would regard with anything better than a friendly contempt, combined with a certain mild indignation at your having presumed to ask him, used to such different ways. It is far more graceful to accept the small fact and let him have his whim, which is not a subversive one or at all dangerous to the community, being of a sort easy to cure. Ha, 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 ha. May I ask what you are laughing at? I said with severity. I was only fancying how such a man might feel. If what your blessed father believes be true, when he is stripped all at once of every possible source of consequence, stripped of position, funds, house, including cellar, clothes, body, including stomach. There, don't be vulgar. It is not like you, Percival. My love, there is far greater vulgarity in refusing to acknowledge the inevitable, either in society or in physiology. Just ask my brother his experience in regard of the word to which you object. I will leave that to you. Don't be vexed with me, my wife, he said. I do not like to be allowed to pay my debts. Back to the starting point, like a hunted hare, a woman's way, he said merrily, hoping to make me laugh, for he could not doubt I should see the absurdity of my position without a moment's reflection. But I was out of temps, too, pounce upon the liberty taken with my sex, and regard it as an insult. Without a word I rose, pressed my baby to my bosom as if her mother had been left a widow, and swept away. Percival started to his feet. I did not see, but I knew he gazed after me for a moment. Then I heard him sit down to his painting as if nothing had happened, but I knew with a sharp pain inside his great chest. For me, I found the precipice, or Jacob's ladder, I had to climb, very subversive of my dignity, for when a woman has to hold a baby in one arm and with the hand of the other lift the front of her skirt in order to walk up an almost perpendicular staircase, it is quite impossible for her to sweep any more. When I reached the top, I don't know how it was, but the picture he had made of me, with the sunset shine coming through the window, flashed upon my memory. All dignity forgotten, I bolted through the door at the top, flung my baby into the arms of her nurse, turned, almost tumbled headlong down the precipice, and altogether tumbled down at my husband's chair. I couldn't speak. I could only lay my head on his knees. "Darling," he said, "you shall ask the great Pan-Jan with his button atop if you like. I'll do my best for him." Between crying and laughing, I nearly did what I have never really done yet. I nearly went off. There, I'm sure that phrase is quite as objectionable as the word I wrote a little while ago, and there it shall stand as a penance for having called any word my husband used vulgar. "I was very naughty, Percivale," I said. "I will give a dinner party, and it shall be such as you shall enjoy, and I won't ask Mr. Morley." "Thank you, my love," he said, "and the next time Mr. Morley asks us, I will go without a grumble, and make myself as agreeable as I can." It may have seemed to some of my readers occasion for surprise that the mistress of a household should not have got so far in the construction of a book without saying a word about her own or other people's servants in general. Such occasion shall no longer be afforded them, for now I am going to say several things about one of mine, and thereby introduce results of some experience and some thought. I do not pretend to have made a single discovery, but only to have achieved what I count a certain measure of success, which, however, I owe largely to my own poverty and the stupidity of my cook. I have had a good many servants since, but Jemima seems a fixture. How this has come about it would be impossible to say in ever so many words. Over and over I have felt, and may feel again before the day is ended, a profound sympathy with Sinbad the sailor, when the old man of the sea was on his back, and the hope of ever getting him off it had not yet begun to dawn. She has by turns every fault under the sun. I say fault only. Will struggle with one for a day and succumb to it for a month, while the smallest amount of praise is sufficient to render her incapable of deserving a word of commendation for a week. She is intensely stupid, with a remarkable genius for cooking. My father says all that stupidity is caused, or at least maintained, by conceit. I cannot quite accompany him to his conclusions, but I have seen plainly enough that the stupidest people are the most conceited, which in some degree favours them. It was long an impossibility to make her see, or at least own, that she was to blame for anything. If the dish she had last time cooked to perfection made its appearance the next time uneatable, she would lay it all to the silly oven, which was too hot or too cold, or the silly pepper pot, the top of which fell off as she was using it. She had no sense of the value of proportion, would insist, for instance, that she had made the cake precisely as she had been told, but suddenly betray that she had not weighed the flour, which could be of no consequence, seeing she had weighed everything else. "Please, ma'am, could you eat your dinner now? For it's all ready," she came saying an hour before dinner time, the very first day my mother left. Even now her desire to be punctual is chiefly evidenced by absurd precipitancy, to the danger of doing everything either to a pulp or a cinder. Yet here she is, and here she is likely to remain, so far as I see, till death or some other catastrophe us to part. The reason of it is that, with all her faults, and they are innumerable, she has some heart. Yes, after deducting all that can be laid to the account of a certain cunning perception that she is well off, she has yet a good deal of genuine attachment left. And after settling down the half of her possessions to the blarney, which is the natural weapon of the weak-witted Celt, there seems yet left in her of the vanishing clan instinct enough to render her a jealous partisan of her master and mistress. Those who care only for the well-served will, of course, feel contemptuous towards anyone who would put up with such a woman for a single moment, after she could find another. But both I and my husband have a strong preference for living in a family rather than in a hotel. I know many houses in which the master and mistress are far more like the lodgers, on sufferance of their own servants. I have seen a worthy lady go about wringing her hands because she could not get her orders attended to in an emergency of a slight accident, not daring to go down to her own kitchen, as her love prompted, and expedite the ministration. I am at least mistress in my own house. My servants are, if not yet so much members of the family as I could wish, gradually becoming more so. There is a circulation of common life through the household, rendering us an organization, although as yet perhaps a low one. I am sure of being obeyed, and there are no underhand out-of-door connections. When I go to the houses of my rich relations and hear what they say concerning their servants, I feel as if they were living over a mine, which might any day be sprung, and blow them into a state of utter helplessness. And I return to my house, blessed in the knowledge that my little kingdom is my own, and that, although it is not free from internal upheavings and stormy commotions, these are such as to be within the control and restraint of the general family influences, while the blunders of the cook seem such trifles beside the evil customs established in most kitchens of which I know anything, that they are turned even into sources of congratulation as securing her services for ourselves. More than once my husband has insisted on raising her wages, on the ground of the endless good he gets in his painting from the merriment her oddities afford him, namely, the clear insight which he asserts is the invariable consequence. I must in honesty say, however, that I have seen him something else than merry with her behaviour many a time. But I find the things I have to say so crowd upon me, that I must either proceed to change them under heads, which would immediately deprive them of any right to a place in my story, or keep them till they are naturally swept from the bank of my material by the slow wearing of the current of my narrative. I prefer the latter, because I think my readers will. What with one thing and another, this thing to be done and that thing to be avoided, there was nothing more said about the dinner party, until my father came to see us in the month of July. I was to have paid them a visit before then, but things had come in the way of that also, and now my father was commissioned by my mother to arrange for my going the next month. End of chapter 13. Section 14 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ruhi Huck. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Section 14. My First Dinner Party, A Negatived Proposal, Part 2. As soon as I had shown my father to his little room, I ran down to Percival. "Papa is come," I said. "I am delighted to hear it," he answered, laying down his palette and brushes. "Where is he?" "Gone upstairs," I answered. "I wouldn't disturb you till he came down again." He answered with that world-wide English phrase, so suggestive of a hopeful disposition, "All right," and with all its grumbling and the tristesse which the French consider its chief characteristic. I think my father is right who says that with more than any other nation, England has been, is, and will be saved by hope. Resuming his implements, my husband added, "I haven't quite finished my pipe. I will go on till he comes down." Although he laid it on to his pipe, I knew well enough it was just that little bit of paint he wanted to finish, and not the residue of tobacco in the black and red bowl. "And now we'll have our dinner party," I said. I do believe that, for all the nonsense I talked about returning invitations, the real thing at my heart even then was an impulse towards hospitable entertainment, and the desire to see my husband merry with his friends under, shall I say it, the protective wing of his wife, for as mother of the family, the wife has to mother her husband also, to consider him as her firstborn, and to look out for what will not only give him pleasure, but be good for him. And I may just add here that for a long time my bear has fully given in to this. "And who are you going to ask?" he said. "Mr. and Mrs. Morley to begin with, and—" "No, no," I answered. We are going to have a jolly evening of it, with nobody present who will make you either anxious or annoyed, Mr. Blackstone. He wasn't married then. Miss Clare, I think, and— What did you ask her for? I won't if you don't like her, but— I haven't had a chance of liking or disliking her yet. That is partly why I want to ask her. I am so sure you would like her if you knew her. Where did you tell me you had met her? At Cousin Judy's. I must have one lady to keep me in countenance with so many gentlemen, you know. I have another reason for asking her, which I would rather you should find out than I should tell you. Do you mind? Not in the least, if you don't think she will spoil the fun. I'm sure she won't. Then there's your brother Roger. Of course. Who more? I think that will do. There will be 6 of us then, quite a large enough party for a little dining room. Why shouldn't we dine here? It wouldn't be so hot, and we should have more room. I like the idea. The night before, Percivale arranged everything, so that not only his paintings, of which he had far too many, and which were huddled about the room, but all his properties as well, should be accessory to a picturesque effect. And when the table was covered with the glass and plate, of which latter my mother had taken care I should not be destitute, and adorned with the flowers which Roger brought me from Covent Garden, assisted by a few of our own, I thought the bird's eye view from the top of Jacob's ladder a very pretty one indeed. Resolved that Percivale should have no cause of complaint as regarded the simplicity of my arrangements, I gave orders that our little Ethel, who at the time of the evening was always asleep, should be laid on the couch in my room off the study with the door ajar, so that Sarah, who was now her nurse, might wait with an easy mind. The dinner was brought in by the outer door of the study to avoid the awkwardness and possible disaster of the private precipice. The principal dish, a small sirloin of beef, was at the foot of the table, and a couple of boiled fowls. But when the covers were removed, to my surprise, I found they were roasted. What have you got there, Percivale? I asked. Isn't it sirloin? I'm not an adept in such matters, he replied. I should say it was. My father gave a glance at the joint. Something seemed to be wrong. I rose and went to my husband's side. Powers of cuisine! Jemima had roasted the fowls and boiled the sirloin. My exclamation was the signal for an outbreak of laughter, led by my father. I was trembling in the balance between mortification on my own account and sympathy with the evident amusement of my father and Mr. Blackstone. But he thought that Mr. Morley might have been, and was not of the party, came with such a pang and such a relief that it settled the point, and I burst out laughing. I dare say it's all right, said Roger. Why shouldn't a sirloin be boiled as well as roasted? I venture to assert that it is all a whim, and we are on the verge of a new discovery to swell the number of those which already owe their being to blunders. Let us all try a slice, then, said Mr. Blackstone, and compare results. This was agreed to, and a solemn silence followed, during which each sought acquaintance with the new dish. I am sorry to say, remarked my father, speaking first, that Roger is all wrong, and we have only made the discovery that custom is right. It is plain enough why sirloin is always roasted. I yield myself convinced, said Roger. And I am certain, said Mr. Blackstone, that if the loin set before the king, whoever he was, had been boiled, he would never have knighted it. Thanks to the loin, the last possible touch of constraint had vanished, and the party grew a very merry one. The apple pudding which followed was declared perfect, and eaten up. Percivale produced some good wine from somewhere, which evidently added to the enjoyment of the gentlemen, my father included, who likes a good glass of wine as well as anybody. But a tiny little whimper called me away, and Miss Clare accompanied me, the gentleman insisting that we should return as soon as possible, and bring the home uncle, as Roger called the baby, with us. When we returned, the 2 clergymen were in close conversation, and the other 2 gentlemen were chiefly listening. My father was saying, "My dear sir, I don't see how any man can do his duty as a clergyman who doesn't visit his parishioners." "In London it is simply impossible," returned Mr. Blackstone. "In the country you are welcome wherever you go. Any visit I might pay you would most likely be regarded either as an intrusion or as giving the right to pecuniary aid, of which evils the latter is the worse. There are portions of every London parish which clergymen and their coadjutors have so degraded by the practical teaching of beggary that they have blocked up every door to a healthy spiritual relation between them and pasture possible. Would you not give alms at all, then? One thing at least I have made up my mind upon, that alms from any but the hand of personal friendship tend to evil, and will in the long run increase misery. What then do you suppose the proper relation between a London clergyman and his parishioners? One, I am afraid, which does not at present exist, one which it is his first business perhaps to bring about. I confess I regard with a repulsion amounting to horror the idea of walking into a poor man's house, except either I have business with him or desire his personal acquaintance. But if our office makes it my business to serve, not to assume authority over them, especially to the degree of forcing service upon them, I will not say how far intimacy may not justify you in immediate assault upon a man's conscience, but I shrink from any plan that seems to take it for granted that the poor are more wicked than the rich. Why don't we send missionaries to Belgravia? The outside of the cup and platter may sometimes be dirtier than the inside. Your missionary could hardly force his way through the servants to the boudoir or drawing-room, and the poor have no servants to defend them. I have recorded this much of the conversation chiefly for the sake of introducing Miss Clare, who now spoke. "Don't you think, sir," she asked, addressing my father, "that the help one can give to another must always depend on the measure in which one is free oneself?" My father was silent, thinking. We were all silent. I said to myself, "There, papa, that is something after your own heart." With marked deference and solemnity he answered at length, "I have little doubt you are right, Miss Clare. That puts the question upon its own eternal foundation. The mode used must be of infinitely less importance than the person who uses it." As he spoke, he looked at her with a far more attentive regard than hitherto. Indeed, the eyes of all the company seemed to be scanning the small woman, but she bore the scrutiny well, if indeed she was not unconscious of it, and my husband began to find out one of my reasons for asking her, which was simply that he might see her face. At this moment it was in one of its higher phases. It was at its best a grand face, at its worst a suffering face, a little too large perhaps for the small body which it crowned with the flame of soul. But while you saw her face, you never thought of the rest of her, and her attire seemed to court an escape from all observation. "But," my father went on, looking at Mr. Blackstone, "I am anxious from the clergyman's point of view to know what my friend here thinks he must try to do in this very difficult position." "I think the best thing I could do," returned Mr. Blackstone, laughing, "would be to go to school to Miss Clare." "I shouldn't wonder," my father responded. "But in the meantime I should prefer the chaplaincy of a suburban cemetery. Certainly your charge would be a less troublesome one. Your congregation would be quiet enough at least," said Roger. "Then are they glad because they be quiet?" said my father, as if unconsciously uttering his own reflections. But he was a little cunning, and would say things like that when, fearful of irreverence, he wanted to turn the current of the conversation. "But surely," said Miss Clare, "a more active congregation would be quite desirable." She had one fault, no defect. She was slow to enter into the humour of a thing. It seemed almost as if the first aspect of any bit of fun presented to her was that of something wrong. A moment's reflection, however, almost always ended in a sunny laugh, partly at her own stupidity, as she called it. "You mistake my meaning," said Mr. Blackstone. "My chief, almost sole attraction to the regions of the grave is the sexton, and not the placidity of the inhabitants, though perhaps Miss Clare might value that more highly if she had more experience of how noisy human nature can be." Miss Clare gave a little smile, which after knowledge enabled me to interpret as meaning, "Perhaps I do know a trifle about it," but she said nothing. "My first inquiry," he went on, "before accepting such an appointment, would be as to the character and mental habits of the sexton. I found him a man capable of regarding human nature from a standpoint of his own. I should close with the offer at once. If, on the contrary, he was a commonplace man who made faultless responses and cherished the friendship of the undertaker, I should decline. In fact, I should regard the sexton as my proposed master, and whether I should accept the place or not would depend altogether on whether I liked him or not. Think what revelations of human nature a real man in such a position could give me. Hand me the shovel. You stop a bit. You're out of breath. Sit down on that stone there and light your pipe. Here's some tobacco. Now tell me the rest of the story. How did the old fellow get on after he had buried his termagant wife? That's how I should treat him, and I should get, in return, such a succession of peeps into human life and intent and aspirations as in the course of a few years would send me to the next vicarage that turned up a sadder and wiser man, Mr. Walton. I don't doubt it, said my father, but whether in sympathy with Mr. Blackstone, or in latent disapproval of a tone judged unbecoming to a clergyman, I cannot tell. Sometimes, I confess, I could not help suspecting the source of the deficiency in humour which he often complained of in me, but I always came to the conclusion that what seemed such a deficiency in him was only occasioned by the presence of a deeper feeling. Miss Clare was the first to leave. What a lovely countenance that is, said my husband, the moment she was out of hearing. She is a very remarkable woman, said my father. I suspect she knows a good deal more than most of us, said Mr. Blackstone. Did you see how her face lighted up always before she said anything? You can never come nearer to seeing a thought than in her face just before she speaks. What is she? Asked Roger. Can't you see what she is? Returned her father. She's a saint, Saint Clare. If you had been a Scotchman now, said Roger, that fine name would have sunk to Sinclair in your mouth. Not a more vulgar corruption, however, than is common in the mouths of English lords and ladies, when they turn St. John into St. John, reminding one of nothing but the French for an ape, said my father. But what does she do? Persisted Roger. Why should you think she does anything? I asked. She looks as if she had to earn her own living. She does. She teaches music. Why didn't you ask her to play? Because this is the first time she has been to the house. Does she go to church, do you suppose? I have no doubts of it. But why do you ask? Because she looks as if she didn't want it. I never saw such an angelic expression upon her countenance. You must take me to call upon her, said my father. I will, with pleasure, I answered. I found, however, that this was easier promised than performed, for I had asked her by word of mouth at cousin Judy's, and had not the slightest idea where she lived. Of course I applied to Judy, but she had mislaid her address, and promising to ask for it, forgot more than once. My father had to return home without seeing her again. End of section 14.
Chapter 15 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 15. A Picture. Things went on very quietly for some time. Of course I was fully occupied, as well as I might be, with a life to tend and cultivate, with much blossom at length into the human flower of love and obedience and faith. The smallest service I did, the wonderful thing that lay in my lap, seemed as something in itself so well worth doing, that it was worth living to do it, as I gazed on the new creation, so far beyond my understanding, yet so dependent upon me while asserting an absolute and divine right to all I did for her. I marveled that God should entrust me with such a charge, that he did not keep the lovely creature in his own arms, and refuse her to any others. Then I would bethink myself that in giving her into mine, he had not sent her out of his own, for I, too, was a child in his arms, holding and tending my life doll, until it should grow something like me, only ever so much better. Was she not given to me that she might learn what I had begun to learn, namely, that a willing childhood was the flower of life, How can any mother sit with her child on her lap and not know that there is a God over all, knowing it by the rising of her own heart in prayer to him? But so few have had parents like mine. If my mother felt thus when I lay in her arms, it was no wonder I should feel thus when my child lay in mine. Before I had children of my own, I did not care about children, and therefore I did not understand them. But I had read somewhere, and it clung to me, although I did not understand it, that it was in laying hold of the heart of his mother that Jesus laid his first hold on the world to redeem it, and now at length I began to understand it. What a divine way of saving us it was, to let her bear him, carry him in her bosom, wash him and dress him, and nurse him and sing him to sleep. Offer him the adoration of a mother's love, understanding him, chide him, forgive him even for fancied wrong. Such a love might well save a world in which were mothers enough. It was as if he had said, "Ye shall no more offer vain sacrifices to one who needs them not, and cannot use them. I will need them, so require them at your hands. I will hunger and thirst and be naked and cold, and ye shall minister to me. Sacrifice shall be no more a symbol, but a real giving unto God. And when I return to the Father, inasmuch as ye do it to one of the least of these, ye do it unto me. So all the world is henceforth the temple of God. Its worship is ministration, the commonest service is divine service." I feared at first that the new strange love I felt in my heart came only from the fact the child was Percival's and mine. But I soon found it had a far deeper source, that it sprung from the very humanity of the infant woman, yea, from her relation in virtue of that humanity to the Father of all. The fountain appeared in my heart, it arose from an infinite store in the unseen. Soon, however, came jealousy of my love for my baby. I feared lest it should make me, nay, was making me, neglect my husband. The fear first arose in me one morning as I sat with her half dressed on my knees. I was dawdling over her in my fondness, as I used to dawdle over the dressing of my doll, when suddenly I became aware that never once since her arrival had I sat with my husband in his study. A pang of dismay shot through me. Is this to be a wife, I said to myself, to play with a live love like a dead doll, and forget her husband? I caught up a blanket from the cradle. I am not going to throw away that good old word for the ugly outlandish name they give it now, reminding one only of a helmet. I caught up a blanket from the cradle, I say, wrapped it around the treasure, which was shooting its arms and legs in every direction like a polypus feeling after its food, and rushed down the stairs and down the precipice into the study. Percival started up in terror, thinking something fearful had happened, and I was bringing him all that was left of a child. What's the matter?" he gasped. I could not, while he was thus frightened, explain to him what had driven me to him in such alarming haste. "I've brought you the baby to kiss," I said, unfolding the blanket and holding up the sprawling little goddess towards the face that towered above me. "Was it dying for a kiss then?" he said, taking her, blanket and all, from my arms. The end of the blanket swept across his easel, and smeared the face of the baby in a picture of the three kings at which he was working. "Oh, Percival!" I cried, "you've smeared your baby." "But this is a real live baby. She may smear anything she likes." "Except her own face and hands, please, then, Percival." "Or her blessed frock," said Percival. "She hasn't got one, though. Why hasn't the little angel got her feathers on yet? I was in such a hurry to bring her, to be kissed." "No, not exactly. It wasn't her I was in a hurry to bring. It was myself. Ah, you wanted to be kissed, did you? No, sir, I didn't want to be kissed, but I did so want to kiss you, Percival. Isn't it all the same, though, darling? He said. It seems so to me. Sometimes, Percival, you are so very stupid. It's not the same at all. There's a world of difference between the two, and you ought to know it, or be told of it, if you don't. I shall think it over as soon as you leave me, he said, but I'm not going to leave you for a long time. I haven't seen you paint for weeks and weeks, not since this little troublesome thing came poking in between us. But she's not dressed yet. That doesn't signify. She's well wrapped up and quite warm. He put me a chair where I could see his picture without catching the shine of the paint. I took the baby from him, and he went on with his work. You don't think I'm going to sacrifice all my privileges to this little tyrant, do you? I said. It would be rather hard for me, at least, he rejoined. You did think I was neglecting you then, Percival? Not for a moment. Then you didn't miss me? I did, very much. And you didn't grumble? No. Do I disturb you? I asked, after a little pause. Can you paint just as well when I am here as when you are alone? Better. I feel warmer to my work somehow. I was satisfied and held my peace. When I am best pleased I don't want to talk. But Percival, perhaps not having found this out yet, looked anxiously in my face, and, as at the moment my eyes were fixed on his picture, I thought he wanted to find out whether I liked the design. I see it now, I cried. I could not make out where the Magi were. He had taken for the scene of his picture an old farm kitchen or yeoman's hall, with its rich brown rafters, its fire on the hearth, and its red brick floor. A tub half full of bright water stood on one side, and the mother was bending over her baby, which, undressed for the bath, she was holding out for the admiration of the Magi. Immediately behind the mother stood, in the garb of a shepherd, my father, leaning on the ordinary shepherd's crook, my mother like a peasant woman in her Sunday best, with a white handkerchief crossed upon her bosom, stood beside him, and both were gazing with a chastened yet profound pleasure on the lovely child. In front stood 2 boys and a girl, between the ages of 5 and 9, gazing each with a peculiar wondering delight on the baby. The youngest boy, with a great spotted wooden horse in his hand, was approaching to embrace the infant in such fashion as made the toy look dangerous, and the left hand of the mother was lifted with a motion of warning and defence. The little girl, the next youngest, had in her absorption dropped her gaudily dressed doll at her feet, and stood sucking her thumb, her big blue eyes wide with contemplation. The eldest boy had brought his white rabbit to give the baby, but had forgotten all about it, so full was his heart of his new brother. An expression of mingled love and wonder and perplexity had already begun to dawn upon the face, but it was as yet far from finished. He stood behind the other 2, peeping over their heads. Were you thinking of that Titian in the Louvre, with the white rabbit in it? I asked Percival. I did not think of it until I had put in the rabbit, he replied, and it shall remain, for it suits my purpose. And the Titian would not claim all the white rabbits because of that one. Did you think of the black lamb in it, then, when you laid that black pussy on the hearth? I asked. Black lamb, he returned. Yes, I insisted. A black lamb in the dark background. Such a very dark lamb, and in such a dark background, that it seems you never discovered it. Are you sure? He persisted. Absolutely certain, I replied. I pointed it out to Papa in the picture itself in the Louvre. He had not observed it before either. I am very glad to know there is such a thing there. I need not answer your question, you see. It is odd enough I should have to put in the black puss. Upon some grounds I might argue that my puss is better than the Titian lamb. What grounds, tell me? If the painter wanted a contrast, a lamb, be he as black as ever paint could make him, must still be a more Christian animal than a cat as white as snow. Under what pretense could a cat be used for a Christian symbol? What do you make of her playfulness? I should count that a virtue, were it not for the fatal objection that it is always exercised at the expense of the other creatures. A ball of string, or a reel, or a bit of paper, is enough for an uncorrupted kitten. But you must not forget that it serves only in virtue of the creature's imagination, representing it as alive. If you do not make it move, she will herself set it in motion, as the initiative of the game. If she cannot do that, she will take no notice of it. Yes, I see, I give in. All this time he had been painting diligently. He could now combine talking and painting far better than he used to. But a knock came to the study door, and remembering baby's unpresentable condition, I huddled her up, climbed the stairs again, and finished the fledgling of my little angel in a very happy frame of mind. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 15 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 15. Rumours. Hardly was it completed when Cousin Judy called, and I went down to see her, carrying my baby with me. As I went, something put me in mind that I must ask her for Miss Clare's address, lest I should again forget. As soon as she had kissed and admired the baby, I said, "Have you found out yet where Miss Clare lives, Judy?" "I don't choose to find out," she answered. "I am sorry to say I have had to give her up. It is a disappointment, I confess." "What do you mean?" I said. "I thought you considered her a very good teacher." "I have no fault to find with her on that score. She was always punctual, and I must allow both played well and taught the children delightfully. But I have heard such questionable things about her, very strange things indeed." "What are they?" "I can't say I'd be able to fix on more than one thing directly against her character, but—" "Against her character!" I exclaimed. "Yes, indeed. She lives by herself in lodgings, and the house is not at all a respectable one." "But have you made no further inquiry?" "I consider that quite enough. I had already met more than one person, however, who seemed to think it very odd that I should have her to teach music in my family." "Did they give any reason for thinking her unfit?" "I did not choose to ask them. One was Miss Clark. You know her. She smiled in her usual supercilious manner, but in her case I believe it was only because Miss Clare looks so dowdy. But nobody knows anything about her except what I've just told you." "And who told you that?" "Mrs. Jefferson." "But you once told me that she was a great gossip." "Oh, she wouldn't have heard it, but that doesn't make it untrue. In fact, she convinced me of its truth, for she knows the place she lives in, and assured me it was at great risk of infection to the children that I allowed her to enter the house. And so, of course, I felt compelled to let her know that I didn't require her services any longer." "There must be some mistake, surely," I said. "Oh, no, not the least, I am sorry to say." "How did she take it?" "Very sweetly indeed. She didn't even ask me why, which was just as well, seeing as I should have found it awkward to tell her. But I suppose she knew too many grounds herself to dare the question." I was dreadfully sorry, but I could not say much more then. I ventured only to express my conviction that there could not be any charge to bring against Miss Clare herself, for that one who looked and spoke as she did could have nothing to be ashamed of. Judy, however, insisted that what she had heard was reason enough for at least ending the engagement. Indeed, that no one was fit for such a situation of whom such things could be said, whether they were true or not. When she left me, I gave baby to her nurse, and went straight to the study, peeping in to see if Percival was alone. He caught sight of me and called me to come down. "It's only Roger," he said. I was always pleased to see Roger. He was a strange creature, one of those gifted men who are capable of anything, if not of everything, and yet carry nothing within sight of proficiency. He whistled like a starling, and accompanied his whistling on the piano, but never played. He could copy a drawing to a hair's breadth, but never drew. He could engrave well on wood, but although he had often been employed in that way, he had always got tired of it after a few weeks. He was for ever wanting to do something other than what he was at, and the moment he got tired of a thing, he would work at it no longer, for he had never learned to make himself. He would come every day to the study for a week, to paint in backgrounds, or make a duplicate, and then, perhaps, we wouldn't see him for a fortnight. At other times he would work, say for a month, modelling or carving marble for a sculptor friend, from whom he might have had constant employment if he had pleased. He had given lessons in various branches, for he was an excellent scholar, and had the finest ear for verse, as well as the keenest appreciation of the loveliness of poetry that I have ever known. He had stuck to this longer than to anything else, strange to say, for one would have thought it the least attractive of employments to one of his volatile disposition. For some time indeed he had supported himself comfortably in this way, for through friends of his family he had had good introductions, and although he wasted a good deal of money in buying knick-knacks that promised to be useful and seldom were, he had no objectionable habits except inordinate smoking. But it happened that a pupil, a girl of imaginative disposition, I presume, fell so much in love with him that she betrayed her feelings to her countess mother, and the lessons were of course put an end to. I suspect he did not escape heart-hole himself, for he immediately dropped all his other lessons, and took to writing poetry for a new magazine, which proved of ephemeral constitution, and vanished after a few months of hectic existence. It was remarkable that with such instability his moral nature should continue uncorrupted, but this I believe he owed chiefly to his love and admiration of his brother. For my part, I could not help liking him much. There was a half-plaintive playfulness about him, alternated with gloom, and occasionally with wild merriment, which made him interesting, even when one felt most inclined to quarrel with him. The worst of him was, that he considered himself a generally misunderstood, if not ill-used man, who could not only distinguish himself, but render valuable service to society, if only society would do him the justice to give him a chance. Were it only, however, for his love to my baby, I would not but be ready to take up his defence. When I mentioned what I had just heard about Miss Clare, Percival looked both astonished and troubled. But before he could speak, Roger, with the air of a man of the world, whom experience enabled to come at once to a decision, said, "Depend upon it, Wynnie, there is falsehood there somewhere. You will always be nearer the truth if you believe nothing, than if you believe the half of what you hear." "That is very much what papa says," I answered. "He affirms that he never searched into an injurious report in his own parish without finding it so nearly false as to deprive it of all right to go about." "Besides," said Roger, "look at that face. How I should like to model it. She's a good woman, that, depend upon it." I was delighted with his enthusiasm. "I wish you would ask her again, as soon as you can," said Percival, who always tended to embody his conclusions in acts rather than in words. "Your cousin Judy is a jolly good creature, but from your father's description of her as a girl, she must have grown a good deal more worldly since her marriage. Respectability is an awful snare." "Yes," said Roger, one ought to be very thankful to be a Bohemian, and have nothing expected of him, for respectability is a most fruitful mother of stupidity and injustice. I could not help thinking that he might, however, have a little more, and be none the worse. "I should be very glad to do as you desire, husband," I said. "But how can I? I haven't learned where she lives. It was asking Judy for her address once more that brought it all out. I certainly didn't insist, as I might have done, notwithstanding what she told me. But if she didn't remember it before, you may be sure she could not have given it to me then." "It's very odd," said Roger, stroking his long moustache, the sole ornament of the kind he wore. "It's very odd," he repeated thoughtfully, and then paused again. "What's so very odd, Roger?" asked Percivale. "The other evening," answered Roger, after yet a short pause, "happening to be in Tottenham Court Road, I walked for some distance behind a young woman carrying a brown beer-jug in her hand, for I sometimes amuse myself in the street by walking persistently behind some one, devising the unseen face in my mind, until the recognition of the same step following causes the person to look round at me, and to give me the opportunity of comparing the two, I mean the one I had devised and the real one. When the young woman at length turned her head, it was only my astonishment that kept me from addressing her as Miss Clare. My surprise, however, gave me time to see how absurd it would have been. Presently she turned down a yard and disappeared. "Don't tell my cousin Judy," I said. "She would believe it was Miss Clare." "There isn't much danger," he returned. "Even if I knew your cousin, I should not be likely to mention such an incident in her hearing." "Could it have been she?" said Percivale thoughtfully. "Absurd!" said Roger. "Miss Clare is a lady, wherever she may live." "I don't know," said his brother thoughtfully. "Who can tell? It mightn't have been beer she was carrying." "I didn't say it was beer," returned Roger. "I only said it was a beer jug, one of those brown, squat stone jugs, the best for beer that I know, after all. Brown, you know, with a dash of grey. Brown jug or not, I wish I could get a few sittings from her." "She would make a lovely St. Cecilia," said my husband. "Brown jug and all?" asked Roger. "If only she were a little taller," I objected. "And had an aureole," said my husband. "But I might succeed in omitting the jug as well as in adding the aureole and another half-foot of stature, if only I could get that lovely countenance on the canvas, so full of life and yet of repose." "Don't you think it a little hard?" I ventured to say. "I think so," said Roger. "I don't," said my husband. "I know what in it looks like hardness, but I think it comes of the repression of feeling." "You have studied her well for your opportunities," I said. "I have, and I am sure, whatever Mrs. Morley may say, that if there be any truth at all in those reports, there is some satisfactory explanation of whatever has given rise to them. I wish we knew anybody else that knew her. Do try to find someone that does, Wynnie." "I don't know how to set about it," I said. "I should be only too glad." "I will try," said Roger. "Does she sing?" "I have heard Judy say she sang divinely, but the only occasion on which I met her, at their house, that time you couldn't go, Percivale, she was never asked to sing." "I suspect," remarked Roger, "it will turn out to be only that she's something of a Bohemian, like ourselves." "Thank you, Roger, but for my part I don't consider myself a Bohemian at all," I said. "I am afraid you must rank with your husband, wifey," said mine, as the wives of the working people of London often call their husbands. "Then you do count yourself a Bohemian? Pray, what significance do you attach to the epithet?" I asked. "I don't know, except it signifies our resemblance to the gipsies," he answered. "I don't understand you quite." "I believe the gipsies used to be considered Bohemians," interposed Roger, "though they are doubtless of Indian origin. Their usages being quite different from those amongst which they live, the name Bohemian came to be applied to painters, musicians, and such like generally, to whom, save by courtesy, no position has yet been accorded by society, so-called." "But why have they not yet vindicated for themselves a social position?" I asked, "and that a high one?" "Because they are generally poor, I suppose," he answered, "and society is generally stupid." "May it not be because they are so often, like the gipsies, lawless in their behaviour, as well as peculiar in their habits?" I suggested. "I understand you perfectly, Mrs. Percivale," rejoined Roger with mock offence. "But how would that apply to Charlie?" "Not so well as to you, I confess," I answered. "But there is ground for it with him too." "I have thought it all over many a time," said Percivale, "and I suppose it comes in part from inability to understand the worth of our calling, and in part from the difficulty of knowing where to put us." "I suspect," I said, "one thing is that so many of them are content to be received as merely painters, or whatever they may be by profession. Many, you have told me, for instance, accept invitations which do not include their wives." "They often go to parties, of course, where there are no ladies," said Roger. "That is not what I mean," I replied. "They go to dinner parties where there are ladies, and evening parties too, without their wives." "Whoever does that," said Percivale, "has at least no right to complain that he is regarded as a Bohemian, for in accepting such invitations he accepts insult, and himself insults his wife. Nothing irritated my bear so much as to be asked to dinner without me. He would not even offer the shadow of a reason for declining the invitation, for, he would say, if I give the real reason, namely, that I do not choose to go when my wife is excluded, they will set it down to her jealous ambition of entering a sphere beyond her reach. I will not give a false reason, and indeed have no objection to their seeing that I am offended. Therefore I assign none. If they have any chivalry in them, they may find out my reason readily enough. I don't think I ever displeased him so much as once when I entreated him to accept an invitation to dine with the Earl of H. The fact was, I had been fancying it my duty to persuade him to get over his offence at the omission of my name, for the sake of the advantage it would be to him in his profession. I laid it before him as gently and coaxingly as I could, representing how expenses increased, and how the children would be requiring education by and by, reminding him that the reputation of more than one of the most popular painters had been brought about in some measure by their social qualities and the friendships they made. "Is it likely your children will be ladies and gentlemen," he said, "if you prevail on their father to play the part of a sneaking parasite?" I was frightened. He had never spoken to me in such a tone, but I saw too well how deeply he was hurt to take offence at his roughness. I could only beg him to forgive me, and promise never to say such a word again, assuring him that I believed as strongly as himself that the best heritage of children was their father's honour. Free from any such clogs as the possession of a wife encumbers a husband withal, Roger could of course accept what invitations his connection with an old and honourable family procured him. One evening he came in late from a dinner at Lady Bernard's. "Whom do you think I took down to dinner?" he asked, almost before he was seated. "Lady Bernard," I said, flying high. "Her dowager aunt?" said Percivale. "No, no, Miss Clare." "Miss Clare?" we both repeated, with mingled question and exclamation. "Yes, Miss Clare, incredible as it may appear," he answered. "Did you ask her if it was she you saw carrying the jug of beer in Tottenham Court Road?" said Percivale. "Did you ask her address?" I said. "That is a question more worthy of an answer." "Yes, I did. I believe I did. I think I did." "What is it, then?" "Upon my word, I haven't the slightest idea." "So, Mr. Roger, you have had a perfect opportunity, and have let it slip. You are a man to be trusted, indeed." "I don't know how it could have been. I distinctly remember approaching the subject more than once or twice, and now first I discover that I never asked the question, or, if I did, I am certain I got no answer." "Bewitched!" "Yes, I suppose so." "Or," suggested Percivale, "she did not choose to tell you, saw the question coming and led you away from it, never let you ask it." "I have heard that ladies can keep one from saying what they don't want to hear, but she shan't escape me so a second time." "Indeed you don't deserve another chance," I said. "You're not half so clever as I took you to be, Roger." "When I think of it, though, it wasn't a question so easy to ask, or one you would like to be overheard asking." "Clearly bewitched," I said. "But for that I forgive you. Did she sing?" "No, I don't suppose any one there ever thought of asking such a dingy feathered bird to sing." "You had some music?" "Oh, yes, pretty good, and very bad. Miss Clare's forehead was crossed by no end of flickering shadows as she listened." "It wasn't for want of interest in her you forgot to find out where she lived. You had better take care, Master Roger." "Take care of what?" "Why, you don't know her address." "What has that to do with taking care?" "That you won't know where to find your heart if you should happen to want it." "Oh, I am past that kind of thinking long ago. You've made an uncle of me." And so on with a good deal more nonsense, but no news of Miss Clare's retreat. I had before this remarked to my husband that it was odd she had never called since dining with us, but he made little of it, saying that people who gained their own livelihood ought to be excused from attending to rules which had their origin with another class, and I had thought no more about it, save in disappointment that she had not given me that opportunity of improving my acquaintance with her. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 17 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 17. A Discovery. One Saturday night, my husband happening to be out, an event of rare occasion, Roger called, and as there were some things I had not been able to get during the day, I asked him to go with me to Tottenham Court Road. It was not far from the region where we lived, and I did a great part of my small shopping there. The early closing had, if I remember rightly, begun to show itself. Anyhow, several of the shops were shut, and we walked a long way down the street, looking for some place likely to supply what I required. "It was just here I came up with the girl and the brown jug," said Roger, as we reached the large dissenting chapel. "That adventure seems to have taken a great hold of you, Roger," I said. "She was so like Miss Clare," he returned. "I can't get the one face clear of the other. When I met her at Lady Bernard's, the first thing I thought was of the brown jug." "Were you as much pleased with her conversation as at our house?" I asked. "Even more," he answered. "I found her ideas of art so wide, as well as just and accurate, that I was puzzled to think where she had had the opportunity of developing them. I questioned her about it, and found she was in the habit of going, as often as she could spare time, to the National Gallery, where her custom was, she said, not to pass from picture to picture, but keep to one until it formed itself in her mind. That is the expression she used, explaining herself to mean, until she seemed to know what the painter had set himself to do, and why this was and that was which she could not first understand. Clearly, without ever having taken a pencil in her hand, she has educated herself to a keen perception of what is demanded of a true picture. Of course the root of it lies in her musical development. There," he cried suddenly, as we came opposite a paved passage, "that is the place I saw her go down." "Then you do think the girl with the beer jug was Miss Clare after all?" "Not in the least. I told you I could not separate them in my mind." Well, I must say it seems odd. A girl like that and Miss Clare. Why, as often as you speak of the one, you seem to think of the other. In fact, he returned, I am, as I say, unable to dissociate them. But if you had seen the girl, you would not wonder. The likeness was absolutely complete. I believe you do consider them one and the same, and I am more than half inclined to think so myself, remembering what Judy said. Isn't it possible someone who knows Miss Clare may have seen this girl and been misled by the likeness? But where, then, does Miss Clare live? Nobody seems to know. You have never asked anyone but Mrs. Morley. You have yourself, however, given me reason to think she avoids the subject. If she did live anywhere hereabout, she would have some cause to avoid it. I had stopped to look down the passage. Suppose, said Roger, someone were to come past now and see Mrs. Percival, the wife of the celebrated painter, standing in Tottenham Court Road beside the swing door of a corner public-house, talking to a young man. Yes, it might have given occasion for scandal. I said, to avoid it, let us go down the court and see what it is like. It is not a fit place for you to go into. If it were in my father's parish, I should have known everybody in it. You haven't the slightest idea what you are saying. Come, anyhow, and let us see what the place is like, I insisted. Without another word, he gave me his arm, and down the court we went, past the flaring gin shop and into the gloom beyond. It was one of those places of which, while the general effect remains vivid in one's mind, the salient points are so few that it is difficult to say much by way of description. The houses had once been occupied by people in better circumstances than its present inhabitants, and indeed they looked all decent enough until, turning 2 right angles, we came upon another sort. They were still as large and had plenty of windows, but in the light of a single lamp at the corner they looked very dirty and wretched and dreary. A little shop with dried herrings and bull's-eyes in the window was lighted by a tallow candle set in a ginger beer bottle, with a card of Kinahan's LL whiskey for a reflector. They can't have many customers to the extent of a bottle, said Roger, but no doubt they have some privileges from the public-house at the corner for hanging up the card. The houses had sunk areas just wide enough for a stair, and the basement seemed full of tenants. There was a little wind blowing, so that the atmosphere was tolerable, notwithstanding a few stray leaves of cabbage, suggestive of others in a more objectionable condition not far off. A confused noise of loud voices, calling and scolding, hitherto drowned by the tumult of the street, now reached our ears. The place took one turn more, and then the origin of it became apparent. At the farther end of the passage was another lamp, the lamp of which shone upon a group of men and women in altercation, which had not yet come to blows. It might, including children, have numbered 20, of which some seemed drunk, and all more or less excited. Roger turned to go back the moment he caught sight of them, but I felt inclined, I hardly knew why, to linger a little. Should any danger offer, it would be easy to gain the open thoroughfare. It's not at all a fit place for a lady, he said. Certainly not, I answered. It hardly seems a fit place for human beings. These are human beings, though. Let us go through it. He still hesitated, but as I went on, he could but follow me. I wanted to see what the attracting centre of the little crowd was, and that it must be occupied with some affair of more than ordinary interest. I judged from the fact that a good many superterrestrial spectators looked down from the windows at various elevations upon the disputants, whose voices now and then lulled for a moment only to break out in fresh objurgation and dispute. Drawing a little nearer, a slight parting of the crowd revealed its core to us. It was a little woman without bonnet or shawl, whose back was towards us. She turned from side to side, now talking to one and now to another of the surrounding circle. At first I thought she was setting forth her grievances, in the hope of sympathy, or perhaps of justice. But I soon perceived that her emotions were too calm for that. Sometimes a crowd would speak altogether, sometimes keep silent for a full minute while she went on talking. When she turned her face towards us, Roger and I turned ours, and stared at each other. The face was disfigured by a swollen eye, evidently from a blow, but clearly enough, if it was not Miss Clare, it was the young woman of the beer jug. Neither of us spoke, but turned once more to watch the result of what seemed to have at length settled down into an almost amicable conference. After a few more grumbles and protestations, the group began to break up into twos and threes. These the young woman seemed to set herself to break up again. Here, however, an ill-looking fellow like a costermonger with a broken nose came up to us, and with a strong Irish accent and offensive manner, but still with a touch of Irish breeding, requested to know what our business was. Roger asked if the place wasn't a thoroughfare. Not for the likes of you, he answered, as comes prying after the likes of us. We manage our own affairs down here. We do. You'd better be off, my lady. I have my doubts what sort of reply Roger might have returned if he had been alone, but he certainly spoke in a very conciliatory manner, which, however, the man did not seem to appreciate, for he called it blarney. But the young woman, catching sight of our little group, and supposing, I presume, that it also required dispersion, approached us. She had come within a yard of us, when suddenly her face brightened, and she exclaimed, in a tone of surprise, "Mrs. Percival, you're here!" It was, indeed, Miss Clare. Without the least embarrassment she held out her hand to me, but I am afraid I did not take it very cordially. Roger, however, behaved to her as if they stood in a drawing-room, and this brought me to a sense of propriety. "I don't look very respectable, I fear," she said, putting her hand over her eye. "The fact is, I've had a blow, and it will look worse to-morrow. Were you coming to find me?" I forget what lame answer either of us gave. "Will you come in?" she said. On the spur of the moment I declined. For all my fine talk to Roger, I shrunk from the idea of entering one of those houses. I can only say, in excuse, that my whole mind was in a condition of bewilderment. "Can I do anything for you, then?" she asked, in a tone slightly marked with disappointment, I thought. "Thank you, no," I answered, hardly knowing what my words were. "Then good night," she said, and nodding kindly turned and entered one of the houses. We also turned in silence, and walked out of the court. "Why didn't you go with her?" said Roger, as soon as we were in the street. "I'm sorry I didn't if you wanted to go, Roger, but I think you might have gone, seeing I was with you," he said. "I don't think it would have been at all a proper thing to do, without knowing more about her," I answered, a little hurt. "You can't tell what sort of a place it may be." "It's a good place, wherever she is, or I am much mistaken," he returned. "You may be much mistaken, Roger." "True, I have been mistaken more than once in my life, and I am not mistaken this time, though. I presume you would have gone if I hadn't been with you." "Certainly, if she had asked me, which is not very likely." "And you lay the disappointment of missing a glimpse into the sweet privacy of such a home to my charge." It was a spiteful speech, and Roger's silence made it feel it was, which, with the rather patronizing opinion I had of Roger, I found not a little galling. So I too kept silent, and nothing beyond the platitude had passed between us when I found myself at my own door, my shopping utterly forgotten, and something acid on my mind. "Don't you mean to come in?" I said, for he held out his hand at the top of the stairs to bid me good night. "My husband will be home soon, if he has not come already. You needn't be bored with my company. You can sit in the study." "I think I had better not," he answered. "I am very sorry, Roger, if I was rude to you," I said. "But how could you wish me to be hand and glove with a woman who visits people who she is well aware would not think of inviting her if they had the notion of her surroundings? That can't be right, I am certain. I protest I feel just as if I had been reading an ill-invented story, an unnatural fiction. I cannot get these things together in my mind at all, do what I will." "There must be some way of accounting for it," said Roger. "No doubt," I returned, "but who knows what that may be? You may be wrong in supposing that the people at whose houses she visits knows nothing about her habits." "Is it at all likely they do, Roger? Do you think it is? I know at least that my cousin dispensed with her services as soon as she came to the knowledge of certain facts concerning these very points." "Excuse me, certain rumors, very uncertain facts? When you are cross, the slightest play upon words is an offence. I knocked at the door in dudgeon, then turned and said, 'My cousin Judy, Mr. Roger.' But here I paused, for I had nothing ready. Anger makes some people cleverer for the moment, but when I am angry, I am always stupid." Roger finished the sentence for me. "Your cousin Judy is, you must allow, a very conventional woman," he said. "She is very good-natured, anyhow. And what do you say to Lady Bernard?" "She hasn't repudiated Miss Clare's acquaintance, so far as I know." "But, answer me, do you believe Lady Bernard would invite her to meet her friends if she knew all?" "Depend upon it, Lady Bernard knows what she is about. People of her rank can afford to be unconventional." This irritated me yet more, for it implied that I was influenced by the conventionality which both he and my husband despised. And Sarah opening the door that instant, I stepped in, without even saying good night to him. Before she closed it, however, I heard my husband's voice, and ran out again to welcome him. He and Roger already met in the little front garden. They did not shake hands, they never did. They always met as if they had parted only an hour ago. "What were you and my wife quarrelling about, Rog?" I heard Percival ask, and paused on the middle of the stairs to hear his answer. "How do you know we were quarrelling?" returned Roger gloomily. "I heard you from the very end of the street," said my husband. "That's not so far," said Roger, for indeed one house, with, I confess, a good space of garden on each side of it, and the end of another house, finished the street. But notwithstanding the shortness of the distance, it strung me to the quick. Here had I been regarding, not even with contempt, only with disgust, the quarrel in which Miss Clare was mixed up. And half an hour after, my own voice was heard in dispute with my husband's brother from the end of the street in which we lived. I felt humiliated, and did not rush down the remaining half of the steps to implore my husband's protection against Roger's crossness. "Too far to hear a wife and a brother, though," returned Percival jocosely. "Go on," said Roger. "Pray on. Pray go on. Let Dog's Delight come next. I beg Mrs. Percival's pardon. I will amend the quotation. Let's Dog's Delight to worry." "Cats!" I exclaimed, and rushing down the steps, I kissed Roger before I kissed my husband. I mean, I was going to say lambs. Now, Roger, don't add to your vices flattery and fibbing, he rejoined. I didn't say so. You only meant it. Don't begin again, interposed Percival. Come in, and refer the cause in dispute to me. We did go in, and we did refer the matter to him. By the time we had between us told him the facts of the case, however, the point in dispute between us appeared to have grown hazy, the fact being that neither of us cared to say anything more about it. Percival insisted that there was no question before the court. At length Roger, turning from me to his brother, said, "It's not worth mentioning, Charlie, but what led to our irreconcilable quarrel was this. I thought Winnie might have accepted Miss Clare's invitation to walk in and pay her a visit, and Winnie thought me, I suppose, too ready to sacrifice her dignity to the pleasure of seeing a little more of the object of our altercation. There." My husband turned to me and said, "Mrs. Percival, do you accept this as a correct representation of your difference?" "Well," I answered, hesitating, "yes, on the whole. All I object to is the word dignity." "I retract it," cried Roger, "and accept any substitute you prefer." "Let it stand," I returned. "It will do as well as a better. I only wish to say that it was not exactly my dignity." "No, no, your sense of propriety," said my husband, and then sat silent for a minute or two, pondering like a judge. At length he spoke. "Wife," he said, "you might have gone with your brother, I think, but I quite understand your disinclination. At the same time, a more generous judgment of Miss Clare might have prevented any difference of feeling in the matter. But," I said, greatly inclined to cry, "I only proposed my judgment concerning her." And I only postponed my crying, for I was very much ashamed of myself. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 18. Miss Clare. Of course, my husband and I talked a good deal more about what I ought to have done, and I saw clearly enough that I ought to have run any risk there might be in accepting her invitation. I had been foolishly taking more care of myself than was necessary. I told him I would write to Roger and ask him when he could take me there again. "I will tell you a better plan," he said. "I will go with you myself, and that will get rid of half the awkwardness there would be if you went with Roger, after having with him refused to go in." "But would that be fair to Roger?" "He would think I didn't like going with him, and I would go with Roger anywhere. It was I who did not want to go. He did. My plan, however, will pave the way for a full explanation, or confession rather. I suppose it would turn out to be. I know you are burning to make it with your mania for confessing your faults." I knew he did not like me the worse for that mania, though. "The next time," he added, "you can go with Roger, always supposing you should feel inclined to continue the acquaintance, and then you will be able to set him right in her eyes." The plan seemed unobjectionable. But just then Percival was very busy, and I being almost as much occupied with my baby as he was with his. Day after day and week after week passed, during which our duty to Miss Clare was, I will not say either forgotten or neglected, but unfulfilled. One afternoon I was surprised by a visit from my father. He did not infrequently surprise us. "Why didn't you let us know, Papa?" I said. "A surprise is very nice, but an expectation is much nicer, and lasts so much longer. I might have disappointed you. Even if you had, I should have already enjoyed the expectation. That would be safe." "There's a good deal to be said in excuse of surprises," he rejoined. "But in the present case I have a special one to offer. I was taken with a sudden desire to see you. It was very foolish, no doubt, and you are quite right in wishing I weren't here, only going to come to-morrow. Don't be so cruel, Papa. Scarcely a day passes in which I do not long to see you. My baby makes me think more about my home than ever. Then she is a very healthy baby, if one may judge by her influences. But you know, if I had had to give you warning, I could not have been here before to-morrow, and surely you will acknowledge that however nice expectations may be, presence is better." "Yes, Papa, we will make a compromise, if you please. Every time you think of coming to me, you must either come at once, or let me know you are coming. Do you agree to that?" "I agree," he said. "So I have the pleasure of a constant expectation. Any day he may walk in unheralded, or by any post I may receive a letter with the news that he is coming at such a time." As we sat at dinner that evening, he asked if we had lately seen Miss Clare. "I have seen her only once, and Percival not at all, since you were here last, Papa," I answered. "How's that?" he asked again, a little surprised. "Haven't you got her address yet?" I wanted very much to know more of her. "So do we. I haven't got her address, but I know where she lives." "What do you mean, Winnie? Has she taken to dark sayings of late, Percival?" I told him the whole story of my adventure with Roger, and the reports Judy had prejudiced my judgment withal. He heard me, though, in silence, for it was a rule with him never to interrupt a narrator. He used to say, "You will generally get at more, and in a better fashion, if you let any narrative take its own devious course, without the interruption of requested explanations. By the time it is over, you will find the questions you want to ask mostly vanished." "Describe the place to me, Winnie," he said, when I had ended. "I must go and see her. I have a suspicion, amounting almost to a conviction, that she is one whose acquaintance ought to be cultivated at any cost. There is some grand explanation of all this contradictory strangeness. I don't think I could describe the place to you so that you would find it, but if Percival wouldn't mind my going with you instead of with him, I should only be too happy to accompany you. May I, Percival?" "Certainly, it will do just as well to go with your father as with me. I only stipulate that if you are both satisfied, you take Roger with you next time." "Of course I will. Then we'll go to-morrow morning," said my father. "I don't think she is likely to be at home in the morning," I said. "She goes out giving lessons, you know, and the probability is that at that time we should not find her." "Then why not go to-night?" he rejoined. "Why not, if you wish it?" "I do wish it, then. If you knew the place, though, I think you would prefer going a little earlier than we can to-night." "Ah, well, we'll go to-morrow evening. We could dine early, couldn't we?" So it was arranged. My father went about some business in the morning. We dined early, and set about 6 o'clock. My father was getting an old man, and if any protection had been required, he could not have been half so active as Roger, and yet I felt twice as safe with him. I am satisfied that the deepest sense of safety, even in respect of physical dangers, can spring only from moral causes. Neither do you have half so much fear evil happening to you as fear evil happening which ought not to happen to you. I believe what made me so courageous was the undeveloped forefeeling that, If any evil should overtake me in my Father's company, I should not care. It would be all right then, anyhow. The repose was in my Father himself, and neither in his strength nor his wisdom. The former might fail, the latter might mistake. But so long as I was with him in what I did, no harm worth counting harm could come to me. Only such as I should neither lament nor feel. Scarcely a shadow of danger, however, showed itself. It was a cold evening in the middle of November. The light, which had been scanty enough all day, had vanished in a thin penetrating fog. Round every lamp in the street was a coloured halo. The gay shops gleamed like jewel caverns of Aladdin hollowed out of the darkness, and the people that hurried or sauntered along looked inscrutable. Where could they live? Had they anybody to love them? Were their hearts quiet under their dingy cloaks and shabby coats? Yes, returned my father, to whom I had said something to this effect. What would not one give for a peep into the mysteries of all these worlds that go crowding past us? If we could but see through the opaque husk of them, some would glitter and glow like diamond mines. Others, perhaps, would look mere earthy holes. Some of them forsaken quarries, with a great pool of stagnant water in the bottom. Some like vast coal pits of gloom, into which you dare not carry a lighted lamp for fear of explosion. Some would be mere lumber rooms, others ill-arranged libraries, without a poet's corner anywhere. But what a wealth of creation they show, and what an infinite room for hope it affords! But don't you think, Papa, there may be something of worth lying even in the earth-pit, or at the bottom of the stagnant waters in the forsaken quarry? Indeed I do, though I have met more than one in my lifetime, concerning whom I felt compelled to say that it wanted keener eyes than mine to discover the hidden jewel. But there are keener eyes than mine, for there are more loving eyes. Myself, I have been able to see good very clearly, where some could see none. And shall I doubt that God can see good where my mole eyes can see none? Be sure of this, that, as he is keen-eyed for the evil in his creatures to destroy it, he would, if it were possible, be yet keener-eyed for the good to nourish and cherish it. If men would only side with the good that is in them, will that the seed should grow and bring forth fruit. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 19. Miss Clare's Home. We had now arrived at the passage. The gin shop was flaring through the fog. A man in a fustian jacket came out of it and walked slowly down before us, with the clay of the brick field clinging to him as high as the leather straps with which his trousers were confined, garter-wise under the knee. The place was quiet. We and the brickmaker seemed the only people in it. When we turned the last corner, he was walking in at the very door where Miss Clare had disappeared. When I told my father that was the house, he called after the man, who came out again, and, standing on the pavement, waited until we came up. "Does Miss Clare live in this house?" my father asked. "She do," answered the man curtly. "First floor?" "No, nor the second, nor the third. She live nearer heaven than e'er another in the house 'cept myself. I live in the attic, and so do she." "There is a way of living nearer to heaven than that," said my father, laying his hand with a right old man's grace on his shoulder. "I don't know 'cept you was to go up in the balloon," said the man, with a twinkle in his eye, which my father took to mean that he understood him better than he chose to acknowledge, but he did not pursue the figure. He was a rough, lumpish young man, with good but dull features. Only his blue eye was clear. He looked my father full in the face, and I thought I saw a dim smile about his mouth. "You know her, then, I suppose?" "Everybody in the house knows her. There ain't many the likes of her as lives with the likes of us. You go right up to the top. I don't know if she's in, but most any one be able to tell you. I ain't been home yet." My father thanked him, and we entered the house and began to ascend. The stair was very much worn and rather dirty, and some of the banisters were broken away, but the walls were tolerably clean. Halfway up we met a little girl with tangled hair and tattered garments, carrying a bottle. "Do you know, my dear," said my father to her, "whether Miss Clare is at home?" "I don't know," she answered. "I don't know who you mean. I've been minding the baby. He ain't well. Mother says his head's bad. She's a-going up to tell Granny and see if she can do suthin' for him. You better ask mother. Mother!" she called out, "here's a lady and a gentleman." "You go about your business and be back directly," called a gruff voice from somewhere above. "That's mother," said the child, and ran down the stairs. When we reached the second floor, there stood a big fat woman on the landing, with her face red, and her hair looking like that of a doll ill stuck on. She did not speak, but stood waiting to see what we wanted. "I'm told Miss Clare lives here," said my father. "Can you tell me, my good woman, whether she's at home?" "I'm neither a good woman nor a bad woman," she returned in an insolent tone. "I beg your pardon," said my father, "but you see I didn't know your name, and ye don't know it yet. You've no call to know my name. I'll have nothing to do with the likes of you, as goes about taking poor folks' childer from them. There's my poor Glory's been took atwixt you and Granny, and shed up in a formatory, as you calls it, and I should like to know what right you've got to go about that way arter poor girls as has mothers to help." "I assure you I had nothing to do with it," said my father. "I'm a country clergyman myself, and have no duty in London." "Well, that's where they took her, down in the country. I made no doubt but you had your finger in that pie. You don't come here to call upon us for the pleasure of making our acquaintance. Ha, ha, ha! You're allus after something troublesome. I'd advise you, sir and miss, to let well alone. Sleeping dogs won't bite, but you'd better let 'em lie, and that I tell you." "Believe me," said my father, quite quietly, "I haven't the least knowledge of your daughter. The country's a bigger place than you seem to think, far bigger than London itself. All I wanted to trouble you about was to tell us whether Miss Clare was at home or not." "I don't know no one of that name. If it's Granny you mean, she's at home, I know, though it's not much reason I've got to care whether she's at home or not." "It's a young woman I mean," said my father. "'Tain't a young lady then? Well, I don't care what you call her. I dare say it'll be all one come judgment. You'd better go up till you can't go no further, and knocks your head agin the tiles, and then you may feel about for a door, and knock at that, and see if the party as opens it is the party you wants." So saying, she turned in at the door behind her, and shut it, but we could hear her still growling and grumbling. "It's very odd," said my father with a bewildered smile. "I think we better do as she says, and go up till we knocks our head against the tiles." We climbed 2 stairs more. the last very steep and so dark that when we reached the top we found it necessary to follow the woman's directions literally, and feel about for a door. But we had not to feel long or far, for there was one close to the top of the stair. My father knocked. There was no reply, but we heard the sound of a chair, and presently someone opened it. The only light behind her, I could not see her face, but the size and shape were those of Miss Clare. She did not leave us in doubt, however, for, without a moment's hesitation, she held out her hand to me, saying, "This is very kind of you, Mrs. Percival." Then to my father, saying, "I'm very glad to see you, Mr. Walton. Will you walk in?" We followed her into the room. It was not very small, for it occupied nearly the breadth of the house. On one side the roof sloped so nearly to the floor that there was not height enough to stand erect in it. On the other side the sloping part was partitioned off, evidently for a bedroom. But what a change it was from the lower part of the house! By the light of a single mould candle, I saw that the floor was as clean as old boards could be made, and I wondered whether she scrubbed them herself. I know now that she did. The two dormer windows were hung with white dimity curtains. Back in the angle of the roof, between the windows, stood an old bureau. There was a little more than room between the top of it and the ceiling for a little plaster statuette with bound hands and a strangely crowned head. A few books on hanging shelves were on the opposite side by the door to the other room, and the walls, which were whitewashed, were a good deal covered with, whether engravings or etchings or lithographs, I could not then see. None of them framed, only mounted on cardboard. There was a fire cheerfully burning in the gable, and opposite to that stood a tall, old-fashioned cabinet piano, in faded red silk. It was open, and on the music rest lay Handel's Verdi Prati, for I managed to glance at it as we left. A few wooden chairs, and one very old-fashioned easy-chair, covered with striped chintz, from which not glaze only, but colour almost had disappeared, with an oblong table of pine wood, completed the furniture of the room. She made my father sit down in the easy-chair, placed me one in front of the fire, and took another at the corner opposite my father. A moment of silence followed, which I, having a guilty conscience, felt awkward. But my father never allowed awkwardness to accumulate. "I had hoped to have been able to call upon you long ago, Miss Clare, but there was some difficulty in finding out where you lived." "You are no longer surprised at that difficulty, I presume," she returned with a smile. "But," said my father, "if you will allow an old man to speak freely—" "Say what you please, Mr. Walton. I promise to answer any question you think proper to ask me." "My dear Miss Clare, I had not the slightest intention of you. I shall be grateful for what confidence you please to put in me. What I meant to say might indeed have taken the form of a question, but as such could have been intended only for you to answer to yourself, whether, namely, it was wise to place yourself at such a disadvantage as living in this quarter must be to you. If you were acquainted with my history, you would perhaps hesitate, Mr. Walton, before you said, 'I placed myself at such disadvantage.'" Here a thought struck me. "I fancy, papa, it's not for her own sake Miss Clare lives here." "I hope not," she interposed. "I believe," I went on, "she has a grandmother, who probably has grown accustomed to the place, and is unwilling to leave it." She looked puzzled for a moment, then burst into a merry laugh. "I see," she exclaimed. "How stupid I am! You have heard some of the people in the house talk about Granny. That's me. I am known in this house as Granny, and have been for a good many years now. I can hardly, without thinking, tell you for how many." Again she laughed heartily, and my father and I shared her merriment. "How many grandchildren have you then, pray, Miss Clare?" "Let me see." She thought for a minute. "I could easily tell you if it were only the people in this house I had to reckon up. There are about 35, but unfortunately the names have been caught up in the neighboring houses, and I am very sorry that in consequence I cannot with certainty say how many grandchildren I have. I think I know them all, however, and I fancy that it is more than an English grandmother with children in America, India, and Australia can say for herself. Certainly she was not older than I was, and while hearing her merry laugh and seeing her young face overflowed with smiles, which appeared to have come sparkling out of her eyes as out of two well springs, one could not help feeling puzzled how, even in the farthest off jest, she could have got the name of Granny. But I could at the same time recall expressions of her countenance which would much better agree with the name than that which now shone from it. "Would you like to hear," she said, when our merriment had a little subsided, "how I so easily arrived at the honorable name of Granny, at least all I know about it?" "I should be delighted," said my father. "You don't know what you are pledging yourself to when you say so," she rejoined, again laughing. "You will have to hear the whole of my story from the beginning." "Again I say, I shall be delighted," returned my father, confident that her history could be a source of nothing but pleasure to him. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 19 of the Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 19, Part 1. Thereupon Miss Clare began. I do not pretend to give her very words, but I must tell her story as if she were telling it herself. I shall be as true as I can to the facts, and hope to catch something of the tone of the narrator as I go on. My mother died when I was very young, and I was left alone with my father, for I was his only child. He was a studious and thoughtful man. It may be the partiality of a daughter, I know, but I am not necessarily wrong in believing that diffidence in his own powers alone prevented him from distinguishing himself. As it was, he supported himself and me by literary work of, I presume, a secondary order. He would spend all his mornings for many weeks in the library of the British Museum, reading and making notes, after which he would sit writing at home for as long or longer. I should have found it very dull during the former of these times, had he not early discovered that I had some capacity for music, and provided for me what I now know to have been the best instruction to be had. His feeling alone had guided him right, for he was without musical knowledge. I believe he could not have found me a better teacher in all Europe. Her character was lovely, and her music the natural outcome of its harmony. But I must not forget it is about myself I have to tell you. I went to her then, almost every day for a time, but how long that was I can only guess. It must have been several years, I think, else I could not have attained what proficiency I had when my sorrow came upon me. What my father wrote I cannot tell. How gladly would I now read the shortest sentence I knew to be his. He never told me for what journals he wrote, or even for what publishers. I fancy it was work in which his brain was more interested than his heart, at which he was always hoping to exchange for something more to his mind. After his death I could discover scarcely a scrap of his writings, and not a hint to guide me to what he had written. I believe he went on living from hand to mouth, my father never getting so far ahead of the wolf to be able to pause and choose his way. But I was very happy, and would have been no whit less happy if he had explained our circumstances, for that would have conveyed to me no hint of danger. Neither has any of the suffering I have had, at least any keen enough to be worth dwelling upon, sprung from personal privation, although I am not acquainted with hunger and cold. My happiest time was when my father asked me to play to him when he wrote, and I sat down with my old cabinet Broadwood, the one you see there is as like I could find, and played anything and everything I liked, for somehow I never forgot what I had once learned, while my father sat, as he said, like a mere extension of the instrument, operated upon, rather than listening, as he wrote. And then I thought, I cannot tell. I don't believe I thought at all. I only musicated. As a little pupil of mine once said to me, when, having found her sitting with her hands on her lap before the piano, I asked her what she was doing. I am only musicating, she answered, but the enjoyment was none the less that there was no conscious thought of it. Other branches he taught me himself, and I believe I got on very fairly for my age. We lived then in the neighborhood of the museum, where I was well known to all the people of the place, for I used often to go there, and would linger about looking at things, sometimes for hours before my father came to me. But he always came at the very last minute, he had said, and always found me at the appointed spot. I gained a great deal by thus haunting the museum, a great deal more than I was supposed at the time. One gain was, that I knew perfectly where in the place any given sort of thing was to be found, if it were there at all. I had unconsciously learned something of classification. One afternoon I was waiting as usual, but my father did not come at the time appointed. I waited on and on till it grew dark, and the hour for closing arrived, by which time I was in great uneasiness, but I was forced to go home without him. I must hasten over this part of my history, for even yet I can scarcely bear to speak of it. I found that while I was waiting, he had been seized with some kind of fit in the reading room, and had been carried home, and I was alone in the world. The landlady, for we only rented rooms in the house, was very kind to me, at least until she found that my father had left no money. He had then been only reading for a long time, and, when I looked back, I could see that he must have been short of money for some weeks at least. A few bills coming in, all our little effects, for the furniture was our own, were sold, without bringing sufficient to pay for them. The things went for less than half their value, in consequence, I believe, of that well-known conspiracy of the brokers which they call knocking out. I was especially miserable at losing my father's books, which, although in ignorance, I greatly valued. More miserable even, I honestly think, than seeing my beloved piano carried off. When the sale was over, and everything removed, I sat down on the floor, amidst the dust and bits and paper and straw and cord, without a single idea in my head as to what was to become of me, or what I was to do next. I didn't cry, that I am sure of, but I doubt if in all London there was a more wretched child than myself just then. The twilight was darkening down, the twilight of a November afternoon. Of course there was no fire in the grate, and I had eaten nothing that day, for although the landlady had offered me some dinner, and I had tried to please her by taking some, I found that I could not swallow, and had to leave it. While I sat thus on the floor, I heard her come into the room, and someone with her, but I did not look round, and they, not seeing me, and thinking, I suppose, that I was in one of the other rooms, went on talking about me. All I afterwards remembered of their conversation was some severe reflections of my father, and the announcement of the decree that I must go to the workhouse. Though I knew nothing definite as to the import of this doom, it filled me with horror. The moment they left me alone to look for me, as I supposed, I got up, and, walking as softly as I could, glided down the stairs, and, unbonneted and unwrapped, ran from the house, half blind with terror. I had not gone farther than I fancied a few yards, when I ran up against someone, who laid hold of me and asked me gruffly what I meant by it. I knew the voice. It was that of an old Irishwoman who did all the little charing we wanted, for I kept the rooms tidy, and the landlady cooked for us. As soon as she saw who it was, her tone changed, and then first I broke out in sobs, and told her that I was running away because they were going to send me to the workhouse. She burst into a torrent of Irish indignation, and assured me that such should never be my fate while she lived. I must go back home to the house with her, she said, and get my things, and then I should go home with her, until something better should turn up. I told her I would go with her anywhere, except into that house again, and she did not insist. But afterwards she went by herself and got my little wardrobe. In the meantime she led me away to a large house in the square, of which she took the key from her pocket to open the door. It looked to me such a huge place, the largest house I had ever been in. But it was rather desolate, for, except in one little room below, where she had scarcely more than a bed and a chair, a slip of carpet and a frying pan, there was not an article of furniture in the whole place. She had been put there when the last tenant left, to take care of the place, until another tenant should appear to turn her out. She had her house room and a trifle a week, besides for her services, beyond which she depended entirely on what she could make by charing. When she had no house to live in on the same terms, she took a room somewhere. Here I lived for several months, and was able to be of use, for as Miss Conan was bound to be there at certain times to show anyone over the house who brought an order from the agent, and this necessarily took up a good part of her working time, and as, moreover, I could open the door and walk about the place as well as another, she willingly left me in charge as often as she had a job elsewhere. On such occasions, however, I found it very dreary indeed, for few people called, and she would not unfrequently be absent the whole day. If I had had my piano, I should have cared little, but I had not a single book, except one. And what do you think that was? An odd volume of the Newgate Calendar. I need hardly say that it had not the effect on me which it is said to have on some of its students. It moved me indeed to the profoundest sympathy, not with the crimes of the malefactors, only with the malefactors themselves, and their mental conditions after the deed was actually done. But it was with the fascination of a hopeless horror, making me feel almost as if I had committed every crime as I had perused its tale, that I regarded them. They were to me like living crimes. It was not until long afterwards that I was able to understand that a man's actions are not the man, but may be separated from him, that this character is not the man, but may be changed while he yet holds the same individuality. It is a man who is blind, though he now sees, whence it comes that, the deeds continuing his, all stain of him may yet be washed out of him. I did not, I say, understand all this until afterwards, but I believe, odd as that it may seem, that volume of the Newgate Calendar threw down the first deposit of soil, from which afterwards sprung what grew to be almost a passion in me, for getting the people about me clean, a passion which might have done as much harm as good, if its companion, patience, had not been sent me to guide and restrain it. In a word, I came at length to understand, in some measure, the last prayer of our Lord for those that crucified him, and the ground on which he begged from his Father their forgiveness, that they knew not what they did. If the Newgate Calendar was indeed the beginning of this course of education, I need not regret having lost my piano, and having that volume for a while as my only aid to reflection. My father had never talked much to me about religion, but when he did, it was with such evident awe in his spirit, and reverence in his demeanour, as had more effect on me, I am certain, from the very paucity of the words in which his meaning found utterance. Another thing which had still more influence upon me was that, waking one night after I had been asleep for some time, I saw him on his knees by my bedside. I did not move or speak for fear of disturbing him, and, indeed, such an awe came over me, that it would have required a considerable effort of the will for any bodily movement whatsoever. When he lifted his head, I caught a glimpse of a pale, tearful face, and it is no wonder that the virtue of the sight should never have passed away. On Sundays we went to church in the morning, and in the afternoon, in fine weather, went out for a walk, or, if it were raining or cold, I played to him till he fell asleep on the sofa. Then, in the evening, after tea, we had more music, some poetry, which we read alternately, and a chapter of the New Testament, which he always read to me. I mention this to show you that I did not come all unprepared for the study of the Newgate calendar. Still, I cannot think that under any circumstances it could have done an innocent child harm. Even familiarity with vice is not necessarily pollution. There cannot be many women of my age as familiar with it in every shape as I am, and I do not find that I grow to regard it with one atom less of absolute abhorrence, although I neither shudder at the mention of it, nor turn with disgust from the person in whom it dwells. But the consolations of religion were not yet consciously mine. I had not yet begun to think of God in any relation to myself. The house was in an old square, built, I believe, in the reign of Queen Anne, which, although many of the houses were occupied by well-to-do people, had fallen far from its first high estate. And one would believe, to look at it from the outside, what a great place it was. The whole of the space behind it, corresponding to the small gardens of the other houses, was occupied by a large music-room, under which was a low-pitched room of equal extent, while all under that were cellars, connected with a sunk story in front by a long vaulted passage, corresponding to a wooden gallery above, which formed a communication between the drawing-room floor and the music-room. Most girls of my age, knowing that the vast empty spaces about them, would have been terrified at being left alone there, even in midday. But I was, I suppose, too miserable to be frightened. Even the horrible facts of the Newgate calendar did not thus affect me, not even when Mrs. Conan was later than usual, and the night came down, and I had to sit, perhaps for hours, in the dark, for she would not allow me to have a candle for fear of fire. But you will not wonder that I used to cry a good deal, although I did my best to hide the traces of it, because I knew it would annoy my kind old friend. She showed me a great deal of rough tenderness, which would not have been rough had not the natural grace of her Irish nature been injured by the contact of many years with the dull coarseness of the uneducated Saxon. You may be sure I learned to love her dearly. She shared everything with me in the way of eating, and would have shared also the tumbler of gin and water with which she generally ended the day. But something, I don't know what, I believe a simple physical dislike, made me refuse that altogether. One evening I have particular cause to remember, both for itself and because of something that followed many years after. I was in the drawing room on the first floor, a double room with folding doors and a small cabinet behind communicating with a back stair. For the stairs were double all through the house, adding much to the eeriness of the place as I look back upon it in my memory. I fear, in describing the place so minutely, I may have been rousing false expectations of an adventure, but I have reason for being rather minute, though it will not appear until afterwards. I had been looking out of the window all the afternoon upon the silent square, for, as it was no thoroughfare, it was only enlivened by the passing and returning now and then of a tradesman's cart, and, as it was winter, there were no children playing in the garden. It was a rainy afternoon. A great cloud of fog and soot hung from the whole sky. About a score of yellow leaves yet quivered on the trees, and the statue of Queen Anne stood bleak and disconsolate among the bare branches. I am afraid I am getting long-winded, but somehow that afternoon seems burned into me in enamel. I gazed drearily without interest. I brooded over the past. I never at this time, so far as I remember, dreamed of looking forward. I had no hope. It never occurred to me that things might grow better. I was dull and wretched. I may just say here in passing that I think this experience is in a great measure what has enabled me to understand this peculiar misery of the poor in our large towns. They have no hope, no impulse to look forward, nothing to expect. They live but in the present, and the dreariness of that soon shapes the whole atmosphere of their spirits to its own likeness. Perhaps the first thing who would help them has to do is to aid the birth of some small vital hope in them. That is better than 1,000 gifts, especially those of the ordinary kind, which mostly do harm, tending to keep them what they are. a prey to present and importunate wants. It began to grow dark, and, tired of standing, I sat down upon the floor, for there was nothing to sit upon besides. There I still sat, long after it was quite dark. All at once a surge of self-pity arose in my heart. I burst out wailing and sobbing, and cried aloud, "God has forgotten me altogether." The fact was, I had had no dinner that day, for Mrs. Conan had expected to return long before, and the piece of bread she had given me, which was all that was in the house, I had eaten many hours ago. But I was not thinking of my dinner, though the want of it may have had to do with this burst of misery. What I was really thinking of was, that I could do nothing for anybody. My little ambition had always been to be useful. I knew I was of some use to my father, for I kept the rooms tidy for him and dusted his pet books, oh, so carefully, for they were like household gods to me. I had also played to him, and I knew he enjoyed that. He said so many times. And I had begun, though not long before he left me, to think how I should be able to help him better by and by. For I saw that he worked very hard, so hard that it made him silent. And I knew that my music mistress made his livelihood, partly at least, by giving lessons. And I thought that I might, by and by, be able to give lessons too, and then Papa would not require to work so hard, for I too should bring some money to pay for what we wanted. But no, I was of use to nobody, I said, and not likely to become of any. I could not even help poor Mrs. Conan, except by doing what a child might do just as well as I, for I did not earn a penny of our living. I only gave the poor old thing time to work harder, that I might eat up her earnings. What added to the misery was, that I had always thought of myself as a lady. For was not Papa a gentleman, let him be ever so poor? Shillings and sovereigns in his pockets could not determine whether a man was a gentleman or not. And if he was a gentleman, his daughter must be a lady. But how could I be a lady if I was content to be a burden to the poor chairwoman, instead of earning my own living, and something besides with which to help her? For I had the notion, how it came I cannot tell, though I know well enough whence it came, that position depended on how much a person was able to help other people. And here I was, useless, worse than useless to anybody. Why did not God remember me, if it was only for my father's sake? He was worth something, if I was not. And I would be worth something, if only I had a chance. I am of no use, I cried, and God has forgotten me altogether. And I went on weeping and moaning in my great misery, until I fell fast asleep on the floor. I have no theory about dreams and visions, and I don't know what you, Mr. Walton, may think as to whether these ended with the first ages of the Church. But surely, if one falls fast asleep without an idea in one's head, and a whole dismal world of misery in one's heart, and wakes up quiet and refreshed without the misery, and with an idea, there can be no great fanaticism in thinking that the change may have come from somewhere near where the miracles lie. In fact, that God may have had something, might I not say everything, to do with it. For my part, if I were to learn that he had no hand in this experience of mine, I couldn't help losing all interest in it, and wishing that I had died of the misery which it dispelled. Certainly, if it had a physical source, it wasn't that I was more comfortable, for I was hungrier than ever, and, you may well fancy, cold enough, having slept on the bare floor without anything to cover me on Christmas Eve, for Christmas Eve it was. No doubt my sleep had done me good, but I suspect the sleep came to quiet my mind for the reception of the new idea. End of chapter 20. Her Story, Part 1.
Section 21 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ruhi Huck. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Section 21. Her Story, Part 2. The way Mrs. Conan kept Christmas Day, as she told me in the morning, was to comfort her old bones in bed until the afternoon, and then to have a good tea with a chop. after which she said she would have me read the Newgate calendar to her. So as soon as I had washed up the few breakfast things, I asked if, while she lay in bed, I might not go out for a little while to look for work. She laughed at the notion of my being able to do anything, but did not object to my trying. So I dressed myself as neatly as I could and set out. There were 2 narrow streets full of small shops, in which those of furniture brokers predominated, leading from the 2 lower corners of the square down into Oxford Street, and in a shop in one of these, I was not sure which, I had seen an old piano standing, and a girl of about my own age watching. I found the shop at last, although it was shut up, for I knew the name, and knocked at the door. It was opened by a stout matron, with a not unfriendly expression, who asked me what I wanted. I told her I wanted work. She seemed amused at the idea, for I was very small for my age then as well as now, but apparently willing to have a chat with me, asked what I could do. I told her I could teach her daughter music. She asked me what made me come to her, and I told her. Then she asked me how much I should charge. I told her that some ladies had a guinea a lesson, at which she laughed so heartily that I had to wait until the first transports of her amusement were over before I could finish by saying that for my part I should be glad to give an hour's lesson for 3d, only if she pleased. I should prefer it in silver. But how was she to know, she asked, that I could teach her properly? I told her I would let her hear me play, whereupon she led me into a shop, through a back room in which her husband sat smoking a long pipe, with a tankard at his elbow. Having taken down a shutter, she managed with some difficulty to clear me a passage through a crowd of furniture to the instrument, and with a struggle I squeezed through and reached it. But at the first chord I struck, I gave a cry of dismay. In some alarm she asked what was the matter, calling me child very kindly. I told her it was so dreadfully out of tune I couldn't play upon it at all, but if she would get it tuned, I should not be long in showing her that I could do what I professed. She told me that she could not afford to have it tuned, and if I could not teach Bertha on it as it was, she couldn't help it. This, however, I assured her was utterly impossible, upon which, with some show of offence, she reached over a chest of drawers and shut down the cover. I believe she doubted whether I could play at all, and had not been merely amusing myself at her expense. Nothing was left but to thank her, bid her good morning, and walk out of the house, dreadfully disappointed. Unwilling to go home at once, I wandered about the neighbourhood, through street after street, until I found myself in another square, with a number of business signs in it, one of them that of a pianoforte firm, at sight of which a thought came into my head. The next morning I went in, and requested to see the master. The man to whom I spoke stared, no doubt, but he went, and returning after a little while, during which my heart beat very fast, invited me to walk into the counting-house. Mr. Perkins was amused with the story of my attempt to procure teaching, and its frustration. If I had asked him for money, to which I do not believe hunger itself could have driven me, he would probably have got rid of me quickly enough, and small blame to him, as Mrs. Conan would have said. But to my request that he should spare a man to tune Mrs. Lampeter's piano, he replied at once that he would, provided I could satisfy him to my efficiency. Thereupon he asked me a few questions about music, of which some I could answer and some I could not. Next he took me into the shop, set me a stool in front of the grand piano, and told me to play. I could not help trembling a good deal, but I tried my best. In a few moments, however, the tears were dropping on the keys, and when he asked me what was the matter, I told him it was months since I had touched a piano. The answer did not, however, satisfy him. He asked very kindly how that was, and I had to tell him my whole story. Then he not only promised to have the piano tuned for me at once, but told me that I might go and practice there as often as I pleased, so long as I was a good girl, and did not take up with bad company. Imagine my delight. Then he sent for a tuner, and I suppose told him a little about me, for the man spoke very kindly to me as we went to the broker's. Mr. Perkins has been a good friend to me ever since, For 6 months I continued to give Bertha Lampeter lessons. They were broken off only when she went to a dressmaker to learn her business. But her mother had by that time introduced me to several families of her acquaintance, amongst whom I found 5 or 6 pupils on the same terms. By this teaching, if I earned little, I learned much, and every day almost I practised at the music shop. When the house was let, Mrs. Conan took a room in the neighbourhood, that I might keep up my connection. She said, then first I was introduced to scenes and experiences with which I am now familiar. Mrs. Percival might well recoil if I were to tell her half the wretchedness, wickedness, and vulgarity I have seen, and often had to encounter. For 2 years or so we changed about, at one time in an empty house, at another in a hired room, sometimes better, sometimes worse off, as regarded our neighbours, until, Mrs. Conan having come to the conclusion that it would be better for her to confine herself to Charing, we at last settled down here, where I have now lived for many years. You may be inclined to ask why I had not kept up my acquaintance with my music mistress. I believe the shock of losing my father, and the misery that followed, made me feel that if my former world had vanished, at all events, I never thought of going to her until Mr. Perkins, one day, after listening to something I was playing, asked me who had taught me, and this brought her back to my mind so vividly that I resolved to go and see her. She welcomed me with more than kindness, with tenderness, and told me I had caused her much uneasiness by not letting her know what had become of me. She looked quite aghast when she learned in what sort of place and with whom I lived, but I told her Mrs. Conan had saved me from the workhouse, and was as much of a mother to me as it was possible for her to be, that we loved each other, and that it would be very wrong of me to leave her now, especially that she was not so well as she had been. And I believe she then saw the thing as I saw it. She made me play to her, was pleased, indeed surprised, until I told her how I had been supporting myself, and insisted on my resuming my studies with her, which I was only too glad to do. I now, of course, got on much faster, and she expressed satisfaction with my progress, but continued manifestly uneasy at the kind of thing I had to encounter, and become of necessity more and more familiar with. When Mrs. Conan fell ill, I had indeed hard work of it. Unlike most of her class, she had laid by a trifle of money, but as soon as she ceased to add to it, it began to dwindle, and was very soon gone. Do what I could for a while, if it had not been for the kindness of the neighbours, I should sometimes have been in want of bread, and when I hear hard things said of the poor, I often think that surely improvidence is not so bad as selfishness. But of course there are all sorts amongst them, just as there are all sorts in every class. When I went out to teach, now one, now another of the women in the house would take charge of my friend, and when I came home, except her guardian happened to have got tipsy, I never found she had been neglected. Miss Harper said I must raise my terms, but I told her that would be the loss of my pupils. Then she said she must see what could be done for me, only no one she knew was likely to employ a child like me if I were able to teach ever so well. One morning, however, within a week, a note came from Lady Bernard asking me to go and see her. I went and found a mother. You do not know her, I think, but you must one day. Good people like you must come together. I will not attempt to describe her. She awed me at first, and I could hardly speak to her. I was not much more than 13 then. But with the awe came a certain confidence, which was far better than ease. The immediate result was that she engaged me to go and play for an hour, 5 days a week, at a certain hospital for sick children in the neighbourhood, which she partly supported, for she had a strong belief that there was in music a great healing power. Her theory was that all healing energy operates first on the mind, and from it passes to the body, and that medicines render aid only by removing certain physical obstacles to the healing force. She believes that when music operating on the mind has procured the peace of harmony, the peace in its turn operates outward, reducing the vital powers also into the harmonious action of health. How much there may be in it, I cannot tell, but I do think that good has been and is the result of my playing to those children, for I go still, though not quite so often, and it is music to me to watch my music thrown back in light of some of those sweet, pale, suffering faces. She was too wise to pay me much for it at first. She inquired, before making me the offer, how much I was already earning, asked me upon how much I could support Mrs. Conan and myself comfortably, and then made the sum of my weekly earnings up to that amount. By the same time, however, she sent many things to warm and feed the old woman, so that my mind was set at ease about her. She got a good deal better for a while, but continued to suffer so much from rheumatism that she was quite unfit to go out charing any more, and I would not hear of her again exposing herself to the damps and draughts of empty houses, as long as I was unable to provide for her, of which ability you may be sure I was not a little proud at first. I've been talking for a long time, and yet it may seem to have said nothing to account for your finding me where she left me, but I will try to come to the point as quickly as possible. Before she was entirely laid up, we had removed to this place, a rough shelter, but far less so than some of the houses in which we had been. I remember one in which I used to dart up and down like a haunted hare at one time, at another to steal along from stair to stair like a well-meaning ghost afraid of frightening people, my mode of procedure depending in part on the time of the day, and which of the inhabitants I had reason to dread meeting. It was good while before the inmates of this house I began to know each other. The landlord had turned out the former tenant of this garret, after she had been long enough in the house for all the rest to know her, and notwithstanding she had been no great favourite, they all took her part against the landlord, and fancying perhaps because we kept more to ourselves that we were his protégés, and that he had turned out Muggy Moll, as they called her, to make room for us, regarded us from the first with disapprobation. The little girls would make grimaces at me, and the bigger girls would pull my hair, slap my face, and even occasionally push me downstairs, while the boys made themselves far more terrible in my eyes. But some remark happening to be dropped one day, which led the landlord to disclaim all previous knowledge of us, things began to grow better. And this is not by any means one of the worst parts of London. I could take Mr. Walton to houses in the East End, where the manners are indescribable. We are all earning our bread here. Some have an occasional attack of drunkenness, and idle about, but they are sick of it again after a while. I remember asking a woman once if her husband would be present at a little entertainment to which Lady Bernard had invited them. She answered that he would be there if he was drunk, but if he was sober he couldn't spare the time. Very soon they began to ask me after Mrs. Conan, and one day I invited one of them, who seemed a decent though not very tidy woman, to walk up and see her, for I was anxious she should have a visitor now and then when I was out, and she complained a good deal of the loneliness. The woman consented, and ever after was very kind to her, but my main stay and comfort was an old woman who then occupied the room opposite to this. She was such a good creature, nearly blind. She yet kept her room the very pink of neatness. I never saw a speck of dust on that chest of drawers, which was hers then, and which she valued for more than many a rich man values the house of his ancestors, not only because it had been her mother's, but because it bore testimony to the respectability of her family. Her floor and her little muslin window curtain, her bed, and everything about her were as clean as lady could desire. She objected to move into a better room below, which the landlord kindly offered her, for she was a favourite from having been his tenant a long time and never having given him any trouble in collecting her rent, on the ground that there were 2 windows in it, and therefore too much light for her bits of furniture. They would, she said, look nothing in that room. She was very pleased when I asked her to pay a visit to Mrs. Conan, and as she belonged to a higher intellectual grade than my protectress, and as she had a long practical sense of religion, chiefly manifested in a willing acceptance of the decrees of Providence. I think she did us both good. I wish I could draw you a picture of her coming in at that door, with her all but sightless eyes, the broad borders of her white cap waving, and her hands stretched out before her, for she was more apprehensive than if she had been quite blind, because she could see things without knowing what, or even in what position they were. The most remarkable thing to me was the calmness with which she looked forward to her approaching death, although without the expectation which so many good people seem to have in connection with their departure. I talked to her about it more than once, not with any presumption of teaching her, for I felt she was far before me, but just to find out how she felt and what she believed. Her answer amounted to this, that she had never known beforehand what lay round the next corner, or what was going to happen to her, for if Providence had meant her to know, it could not be by going to fortune-tellers, as some of the neighbours did, but that she always found things turn out right and good for her, and she did not doubt she would find it so when she came to the last turn. By degrees I knew everybody in the house, and of course I was ready to do what I could to help any of them. I had much to lift me into a higher region of mental comfort than was open to them, for I had music, and Lady Bernard lent me books. Of course also I kept my rooms as clean and tidy as I could, and indeed if I had been more carelessly inclined in that way, the sight of the blind woman's would have been a constant reminder to me. By degrees also I was able to get a few more articles of furniture for it, and a bit of carpet to put down before the fire. I whitewashed the walls myself, and after a while began to whitewash the walls of the landing as well, and all down the stair, which was not of much use to the eye, for there is no light. Before long, some of the other tenants began to whitewash their rooms also, and contrived to keep things a little tidier. Others declared they had no opinion of such uppish notions. They weren't for the likes of them. They were generally such as would rejoice in wearing finery picked up at the rag shop. But even some of them began by degrees to cultivate a small measure of order. Soon this one and that began to apply to me for help in various difficulties that arose. But they didn't begin to call me Granny for a long time after this. They used then to call the blind woman Granny, and the name got associated with the top of the house, and I came to be associated with it because I also lived there, and we were friends. Because after her death it was used from habit, at first with a feeling of mistake, seeing its immediate owner was gone. But by degrees it settled down upon me, and I came to be called Granny by everybody in the house. Even Mrs. Conan would not unfrequently address me, and to speak of me too as Granny, at first with a laugh, but soon as a matter of course. I got by and by a few pupils amongst tradespeople of a class rather superior to that in which I had begun to teach, and from whom I could ask and obtain double my former fee, so that things grew, with fluctuations, gradually better. Lady Bernard continued a true friend to me, but she never was other than that to any. Some of her friends ventured on the experiment whether I could teach their children, and it is no wonder that if they were satisfied, seeing I had myself such a teacher. Having come once or twice to see Mrs. Conan, she discovered that we were gaining a little influence over the people in the house, and it occurred to her, as she told me afterwards, that the virtue of music might be tried there with a moral end in view. Hence it came that I was beyond measure astonished and delighted one evening by the arrival of a piano, not that one, for it got more worn than I liked, and I was able afterwards to exchange it for a better. I found it an invaluable aid in the endeavour to work out my glowing desire of getting the people about me into a better condition. First, I asked some of the children to come and listen while I played. Everybody knows how fond the least educated children are of music, and I feel assured of its elevating power. Whatever the street organs may be to poets and mathematicians, they are certainly a godsend to the children of our courts and alleys. The music takes possession of them at once, and sets them moving to it with rhythmical grace. I should have been very sorry to make it a condition with those I invited, that they should sit still. To take from them their personal share in it would have been to destroy half the charm of the thing. A far higher development is needed before music can be enjoyed in silence and motionlessness. The only condition I made was that they should come with clean hands and faces, and with tidy hair. Considerable indignation was at first manifested on the part of those parents whose children I refused to admit because they had neglected the condition. This necessity, however, did not often occur, and the anger passed away, while the condition gathered weight. After a while, guided by what some of the children let fall, I began to invite the mothers to join them, and at length it came to be understood that every Saturday evening whoever chose to make herself tidy would be welcome to an hour or two of my music. Some of the husbands next began to come, but there were never so many of them present. I may just add that although the manners of some of my audience would be very shocking to cultivated people, and I understand perfectly how they must be so, I am very rarely annoyed on such occasions. I must now glance at another point in my history, one on which I cannot dwell. Never since my father's death had I attended public worship. Nothing had drawn me thither, and I hardly know what induced me one evening to step into a chapel of which I knew nothing. There was not even Sunday to account for it. I believe, however, it had to do with this, that all day I had been feeling tired. I think people are often ready to suppose that their bodily condition is the cause of their spiritual discomfort, when it may be only the occasion upon which some inward lack reveals itself. That the spiritual nature should be incapable of meeting and sustaining the body in its troubles is of itself sufficient to show that it is not in a satisfactory condition. For a long time the struggle of mere existence had almost absorbed my energies. But things had been easier for some time, and a reaction had at length come. It was not that I could lay anything definite to my own charge. I only felt empty all through. I felt that something was not right with me, that something was required of me which I was not rendering. I could not, however, have told you what it was. Possibly the feeling had been for some time growing, but that day, so far as I can tell, I was first aware of it, and I presume it was the dim cause of my turning at the sound of a few singing voices, and entering the chapel, I found about a dozen people present. Something in the air of the place, meagre and waste as it looked, yet induced me to remain. An address followed them from a pale-faced, weak-looking man of middle age, who had no gift of person, voice, or utterance to recommend what he said, but there dwelt a more powerful enforcement in him than any of those, that of earnestness. I went again and again, and slowly, I cannot well explain how, the sense of life and its majesty grew upon me. Mr. Walton will, I trust, understand me when I say that to one hungering for bread it is of little consequence in what sort of platter it is handed him. This was a dissenting chapel. Of what order it was long before I knew, and my predilection was for the church services, those to which my father had accustomed me, but any comparison of the two to the prejudice of either, I should still, although a communicant of the Church of England, regard with absolute indifference. It will be sufficient for my present purpose to allude to the one practical thought which was the main fruit I gathered from this good man, the fruit by which I know he was good. Footnote. Something like this is the interpretation of the word, "By their fruits ye shall know them," given by Mr. Maurice, an interpretation which opens much. GMD. It was this, that if all the labour of God, as my teacher said, was to bring sons into glory, lifting them out of the abyss of evil bondage up to the rock of this pure freedom, the only worthy end of life must be to work in the same direction, to be a fellow worker with God. Might I not then do something such in my small way, and lose no jot of my labour? I thought. The urging, the hope grew in me. But I was not left to feel blindly after some new and unknown method of labour. My teacher taught me that the way for me to help others was not to tell them their duty, but myself to learn of him who bore our griefs and carried our sorrows. As I learned of him, I should be able to help them. I have never had any theory but just to be their friend, to do for them the best I can. When I feel I may, I tell them what has done me good, but I never urged any belief of mine upon their acceptance. It will now seem no more wonderful to you than to me that I should remain where I am. I simply have no choice. I was 16 when Mrs. Conan died. Then my friends, amongst whom Lady Bernard and Miss Harper have ever been first, expected me to remove to lodgings in another neighbourhood. Indeed, Lady Bernard came to see me, and said she knew precisely the place for me. When I told her I should remain where I was, she was silent and soon left me, I thought offended. I wrote to her at once, explaining why I chose my part here, saying that I would not hastily alter anything that had been appointed me, that I loved the people, that they called me Granny, that they came to me with their troubles, that there were few changes in the house now, that the sick looked at me for help, that the children for teaching, that they seemed to be steadily rising in the moral scale, that I knew some of them were trying hard to be good. And I put it to her whether, if I were to leave them in order merely, as servants say, to better myself, I should not be forsaking my post, almost my family, for I knew it would not be to better either myself or my friends. If I was at all necessary to them, I knew they were yet more necessary to me. I have a burning desire to help in the making of the world clean, if it be only by sweeping one little room in it. I want to lead some poor stray sheep home, not home to the church, Mr. Walton. I would not be supposed to curry favour with you. I never think of what they call the church. I only care to lead them home to the bosom of God, where alone man is true man. I could talk to you till night about what Lady Bernard has been to me since, but what she has done for me and my grandchildren. But I have said enough to explain how it is that I am in such a questionable position. I fear I have been guilty of much egotism, and have shown my personal feelings with too little reserve. But I cast myself on your mercy. End of section 21.
Chapter 20 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mark Thornton, Miranda, New Zealand. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald.
Chapter 20. A Remarkable Fact. A silence followed. I need hardly say we had listened intently. During the story my father had scarcely interrupted the narrator. I had not spoken a word. She had throughout maintained a certain matter-of-fact, almost cold style, no doubt because she was herself the subject of her story. But we could read between the lines, imagine much she did not say, and supply colour where she gave only outline, and it moved us both deeply. My father sat perfectly composed, betraying his emotion in silence alone. For myself, I had a great lump in my throat, but in part from the shame which mingled with my admiration. The silence had not lasted more than a few seconds, when I yielded to a struggling impulse, rose, and kneeling before her, put my hands on her knees, said, "Forgive me," and could say no more. She put her hand on my shoulder, whispered, "My dear Mrs. Percival," bent down her face and kissed me on the forehead. "How could you help being shy of me?" she said. "Perhaps I ought to have come to you and explained it all, but I shrink from self-justification, at least before a fit opportunity makes it comparatively easy." "That is the way to give it all its force," remarked my father. "I suppose it may be," she returned, "but I hate talking about myself. It is an unpleasant subject." "Most people do not find it such," said my father. "I could not honestly say that I do not enjoy talking of my own experiences of life." "But there are differences, you see," she rejoined. "My history looks to me such a matter of course, such as something I could not help or have avoided if I would, that the telling of it is unpleasant, because it implies an importance which does not belong to it." "St. Paul says something of the same sort, that a necessity of preaching the gospel was laid upon him," remarked my father, but it seemed to make no impression on Miss Clare, for she went on as if she had not heard him. "You see, Mr. Walton, it is not in the least as if, living in comfort, I had taken notice of the misery of the poor for the want of such sympathy and help as I could give them, and had therefore gone to live amongst them that I might so help them. It is quite different from that. If I had done so, I might be in danger of magnifying not merely my office, but myself. On the contrary, I have been trained to it in such slow and necessitous ways that it would be a far greater trial to me to forsake my work than it has ever been to continue it." My father said no more, but I knew that he had his own thoughts. I remained kneeling, and felt for the first time as if I understood what had led to saint worship. "Won't you sit, Mrs. Percival?" she said, as if merely expostulating with me for not making myself comfortable. "Have you forgiven me?" I asked. "How can I say I have, when I never had anything to forgive?" "Well, then, I must go unforgiven, for I cannot forgive myself," I said. "Oh, Mrs. Percival, if you think how the world is flooded with forgiveness, you will just dip in your cup and take what you want." I felt that I was making too much even of my own shame, rose humbled, and took my former seat. Narration being over, and my father's theory now permitting him to ask questions, he did so plentifully, bringing out many lights and elucidating several obscurities. The story grew upon me, until the work to which Miss Clare had given herself seemed more like that of the Son of God than any other I knew, for she was not helping her friends from afar, but as one of themselves, nor with money, but with herself. She was not condescending to them, but finding her highest life in companionship with them. It seemed at least more like what his life must have been before he was 30 than anything else I could think of. I held my peace, however, for I felt that to hint at such a thought would have greatly shocked and pained her. No doubt the narrative I have given is plainer and more coherent for the questions my father put, but it loses much from the omission of one or two parts which she gave dramatically, with evident enjoyment of the fun that was in them. I have also omitted all the interruptions which came from her not unfrequent reference to my father on points that came up. At length I ventured to remind her of something she seemed to have forgotten. "When you were telling us, Miss Clare," I said, "of the help that came to you that dreary afternoon in the empty house, I think you mentioned that something which happened afterwards made it still more remarkable." "Oh, yes," she answered. "I forgot about that. I did not carry my history far enough to be reminded of it again. Somewhere about 5 years ago, Lady Bernard, having several schemes on foot for helping such people as I was interested in, asked me if it would not be nice to give an entertainment to my friends, and as many of the neighbours as I pleased, to the number of about 100. She wanted to put the thing entirely in my hands, and it should be my entertainment, she claiming only the privilege of defraying expenses. I told her I should be delighted to convey her invitation, but that the entertainment must not pretend to be mine, which, besides that it would be a falsehood, and therefore not to be thought of, would perplex my friends, and drive them to the conclusion either that it was not mine, or that I lived amongst them under false appearances. She confessed the force of my arguments, and let me have it my own way. She had bought a large house to be a home for young women out of employment, and in it she proposed the entertainment should be given. There were a good many nice young women inmates at that time, who, she said, would be all willing to help us to wait upon our guests. The idea was carried out, and the thing succeeded admirably. We had music and games, the latter such as the children were mostly acquainted with, only producing more merriment, and conducted with more propriety than were usual in the court or the streets. I may just remark in passing that, had these been children of the poorest sort, we should have had to teach them. One of the saddest things is that such, in London at least, do not know how to play. We had tea and coffee and biscuits in the lower rooms for any who pleased, and they were to have a solid supper afterwards. With none of the arrangements, however, had I anything to do, for my business was to be with them and help them to enjoy themselves. All went on capitally, the parents entertaining into the merriment of their children, and helping to keep it up. In one of the games I was seated on the floor with a handkerchief tied over my eyes, waiting, I believe, for some gentle trick to be played upon me, that I might guess at the name of the person who played it. There was delay, of only a few seconds,
long enough, however, for a sudden return of that dreary November afternoon in which I sat on the floor, too miserable even to think that I was cold and hungry. Strange to say, it was not the picture of it that came back to me first, but the sound of my own voice calling aloud in the ringing echo of the desolate rooms that I was of no use to anybody, and that God had forgotten me utterly. With the recollection, a doubtful expectation arose which moved me to a scarce controllable degree. I jumped to my feet and tore the bandage from my eyes. Several times during the evening I had had the odd yet well-known feeling of the same thing having happened before, but I was too busy entertaining my friends to try to account for it. Perhaps what followed may suggest the theory that in not a few of such cases that indistinct remembrance of the previous occurrence of some portion of the circumstances may cast the hue of memory over the whole, as, my eyes blinded with the light and straining to recover themselves, I stared about the room. The presentiment grew almost conviction that it was the very room in which I had so sat in desolation and despair. Unable to restrain myself, I hurried back into the room. There was the cabinet beyond. In a few moments more I was absolutely satisfied that this was indeed the house in which I had first found refuge. For a time I could take no further share in what was going on, but sat down in a corner and cried for joy. Someone went for Lady Bernard, who was superintending the arrangements for supper in the music room behind. She came in alarm. I told her there was nothing the matter, but a little too much happiness, and if she would come into the cabinet, I would tell her all about it. She did so, and a few words made her a hearty sharer in my pleasure. She insisted that I should tell the company all about it, for, she said, you do not know how much it may help some poor creature to trust in God. I promised I would, if I found I could command myself sufficiently. She left me alone for a little while, and after that I was able to join in the games again. At supper I found myself quite composed, and, at Lady Bernard's request, stood up and gave them all a little sketch of Granny's history, of which sketch which had happened that evening was made the central point. Many of the simpler hearts about me received it without question, as a divine arrangement for my comfort and encouragement. At least thus I interpreted their looks to each other, and the remarks that reached my ear. But presently a man stood up, one who thought more than the rest of them, perhaps because he was blind, a man at once conceited, honest, and sceptical, and silence having been made for him. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, as if he had been addressing a public meeting, "you've all heard what Granny has said. It's very kind of her to give us so much of her history. It's a very remarkable one, I think, and she deserves to have it. As to what upset her this very night, as is, and I must say for her, I've knowed her now for 6 years, and I never knowed her upset afore, and as to what upset her, all I can say is, it may or may not have been what philosophers call a coincidence, but at the same time, if it wasn't a coincidence, and if the Almighty had a hand in it, it were no more than you might expect. He would look upon it in this light, you see, that maybe she was wrong to fancy herself so down on her luck as all that, but she was a good soul notwithstanding, and he would let her know if he hadn't forgotten her, and so he set her down in that room there, with her eyes like them here o' mine, as never was no manner o' use to me, for a minute, just to put her in mind of what had been, and what she had said there, and how it was all so different now. In my opinion, it were no wonder as she broke down. God bless her! I begged leave to propose her health. So they drank my health in lemonade and ginger beer, for we were afraid to give them something stronger to drink than that, and therefore had none. Then we had more music and singing, and a clergyman who knew how to be neighbour to them, that had fallen among thieves, read a short chapter and a collect or two, and said a few words to them. Then Granny and her children went home together, all happy, but Granny the happiest of all. "Strange and beautiful," said my father. "But," he added after a pause, "you must have met with many strange and beautiful things in such a life as yours. For it seems to me that such a life is open to the entrance of all simple wonders. Conventionality and routine and arbitrary law banish their very approach. "I believe," said Miss Clare, "that every life has its own private experience of the strange and beautiful. But I have sometimes thought that perhaps God took pains to bar out such things of the sort as we should be no better for. The reason why Lazarus was not allowed to visit the brothers of the Dives was, that the repentance he would have urged would not have been followed, and they would have been only the worse in consequence." "Admirably said," remarked my father. Before we took our leave, I had engaged Miss Clare to dine with us while my father was in town. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 23 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 23. Lady Bernard. When she came, we had no other guest, and so had plenty of talk with her. Before dinner I showed her my husband's pictures, and she was especially pleased with that which hung in the little room off the study, which I called my boudoir, a very ugly word, by the way, which I am trying to give up, with a curtain before it. My father has described it in the Seaboard Parish. A pauper lies dead, and they are bringing in his coffin. She said it was no wonder it had not been sold, notwithstanding its excellence and force, and asked if I would allow her to bring Lady Bernard to see it. After dinner, Percival had a long talk with her, and succeeded in persuading her to sit for him. Not, however, before I had joined my entreaties with his, and my father had insisted that her face was not her own, but belonged to all her kind. The very next morning she came with Lady Bernard. The latter said she knew my husband well by reputation, and had, before our marriage, asked him to her house, but had not been fortunate enough to possess sufficient attraction. Percival was much taken with her, notwithstanding a certain coldness, almost sternness of manner, which was considerably repellent, but only for the first few moments, for when her eyes lighted up, the whole thing vanished. She was much pleased with some of his pictures, criticizing freely and with evident understanding. The immediate result was that she bought both the pauper picture and that of the dying knight. "But I am sorry to deprive your lovely room of such treasures, Mrs. Percival," she said, with a kind smile. "Of course I shall miss them," I returned, "but the thought that you have them will console me. Besides, it is good to have a change, and there are too many lying in the study from which he will let me choose to supply their place." "Will you let me come and see which you have chosen?" she asked. "With the greatest pleasure," I answered. "And will you come and see me? Do you think you could persuade your husband to bring you to dine with me?" I told her I could promise the one with more than pleasure, and had a little doubt of being able to do the other, now that my husband had seen her. A reference to my husband's dislike to fashionable society followed, and I had occasion to mention his feelings about being asked without me. Of the latter, Lady Bernard expressed the warmest approval, and of the former said that it would have no force in respect of her parties, for they were not at all fashionable. This was the commencement of a friendship for which we have much cause to thank God, nor did we forget that it came through Miss Clare. I confess I felt glorious over my cousin Judy, but I would bide my time. Now that I am wiser, and I hope a little better, I see that I was rather spiteful. But I thought then I was only jealous for my new and beautiful friend. Perhaps, having wronged her myself, I was the more ready to take vengeance on her wrongs from the hands of another, which was just the opposite feeling to that I ought to have had. In the meantime, our intimacy with Miss Clare grew. She interested me in many of her schemes for helping the poor, some of which were for providing them with work in hard times, but more for giving them an interest in life itself, without which, she said, no one would begin to inquire into its relations and duties. One of her positive convictions was that you ought not to give them anything they ought to provide for themselves, such as food or clothing or shelter, in such circumstances as rendered it impossible for them to do so. The ought was in abeyance. But she heartily approved of making them an occasional present of something they could not be expected to procure for themselves. Flowers, for instance. You would not imagine, I have heard her say, how they delight in flowers. All the finer instincts of their being are drawn to the surface at the sight of them. I am sure they prize and enjoy them far more, not merely than most people with gardens and greenhouses do, but far more even than they would if they were deprived of them. A gift of that sort can only do them good, but I would rather give a workman a gold watch than a leg of mutton. By a present you mean a compliment, and none feel more grateful for such an acknowledgment of your human relation to them than those who look up to you as their superior. Once, when she was talking thus, I ventured to object, for the sake of hearing her further. But, I said, sometimes the most precious thing you can give a man is just that compassion which you seem to think destroys the value of a gift. When compassion itself is precious to a man, she answered, it must be because he loves you and believes you love him. When that is the case, you may give him anything you like, and it will do neither you nor him harm. But the man of independent feeling, except he be thus your friend, will not unlikely resent your compassion, while the beggar will accept it chiefly as a pledge for something more to be got from you, and so it will tend to keep him in beggary. Would you never, then, give money or any of the necessities of life, except an extreme and, on the part of the receiver, unavoidable necessity? I asked. I would not, she answered, but in the case where a man cannot help himself, the very suffering makes a way for the love which is more than compassion to manifest itself. In every other case, the true way is to provide them with work, which is itself a good thing, besides what they gain by it. If a man will not work, neither should he eat. It must be work with an object in it. However, it must not be mere labor, such as digging a hole and filling it up again, of which I have heard. No man could help resentment at being set to such work. You ought to let him feel that he is giving something of value to you for the money you give to him. But I have known a whole district so corrupted and degraded by clerical almsgiving, that one of the former recipients of it declared, as spokesman for the rest, that 3 pence given was far more acceptable than 5 shillings earned. A good part of the little time I could spare for my own family was now spent with Miss Clare in her work, through which it was chiefly that we became by degrees intimate with Lady Bernard. If ever there was a woman who lived this outer life for the sake of others, it was she. Her inner life was, as it were, sufficient for herself, and found its natural outward expression in blessing others. She was like a fountain of living water that could find no vent but into the lives of her fellows. She had suffered more than falls to the ordinary lot of women. in those who were related to her most nearly, and for many years had looked for no personal blessings from without. She said to me once that she could not think of anything that could happen to herself to make her very happy now, except a loved grandson who was leading a strange, wild life, were to turn out a Harry the Fifth, a consummation which, however devoutly wished, was not granted her, for the young man died shortly after. I believe no one, not even Miss Clare, knew half the munificent things she did, or what an immense proportion of her large income she spent upon other people. But, as she said herself, no one understood the worth of money better, and no one liked better to have the worth of it. Therefore she always administered her charity with some view to the value of the probable return, with some regard, that is, to the amount of good likely to result to the others from the aid given to one. She always took into consideration whether the good was likely to be propagated, or to die with the receiver. She confessed to frequent mistakes, but such, she said, was the principle upon which she sought to regulate that part of her stewardship. I wish I could give a photograph of her. She was slight, and appeared taller than she was, being rather stately than graceful, with a commanding forehead and still blue eyes. She gave at first the impression of coldness, with a touch of haughtiness, but this was, I think, chiefly the result of her inherited physique. For the moment her individuality appeared, when her being, that is, came into contact with that of another, all this impression vanished in the light that flashed into her eyes, and the smile that illuminated her face. Never did women of rank step more triumphantly over the barriers which the cumulated custom of ages has built between the classes of society. She laid great stress on good manners, little on what is called good birth, although to the latter, in its deep and true sense, she attributed the greatest a priori value, as the ground of obligation in the possessor, and of expectation on the part of others. But I shall have an opportunity of showing more of what she thought on this subject presently, for I bethink me that it occupied a great part of our conversation at a certain little gathering, of which I am now going to give an account. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 22 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. For I judged that I might now give another little dinner. I thought that, as Percival had been doing so well lately, he might afford, with his knowing brother's help, to provide for his part of the entertainment, what might be good enough to offer even to Mr. Morley. And I now knew Lady Bernard sufficiently well to know also that she would willingly accept an invitation from me, and would be pleased to meet Miss Clare, or indeed would more likely bring her with her. I proposed the dinner, and Percival consented to it. My main object being the glorification of Miss Clare, who had more engagements of one kind and another than anybody I knew, I first invited her, asking her to fix her own day at some considerable remove. Next I invited Mr. and Mrs. Morley, and next Lady Bernard, who went out very little. Then I invited Mr. Blackstone, and last of all Roger, though I was almost as much interested in his meeting Miss Clare as in anything else connected with the gathering, for he had been absent from London for some time on a visit to an artist friend at the Hague, and had never seen Miss Clare since the evening on which he and I quarrelled, or rather, to be honest, I quarrelled with him. All accepted, and I looked forward to the day with some triumph. I had better calm the dread of my wifely reader by at once assuring her that I shall not harrow her feelings with any account of culinary blunders. The moon was in the beginning of her second quarter, and my cook's brain tolerably undisturbed. Lady Bernard offered me her cook for the occasion, but I convinced her that my wisdom would be to decline the offer, seeing such external influence would probably tend to disintegration. I went over with her every item of every dish and every sauce many times, without any resulting sense of security, I confess, but I had found that, odd as it may seem, she always did better the more she had to do. I believe that her love of approbation, excited by the difficulty before her, in its turn excited her intellect, which then arose to meet the necessities of the case. Roger arrived first, then Mr. Blackstone. Lady Bernard brought Miss Clare, and Mr. and Mrs. Morley came last. There were several introductions to be gone through, a ceremony in which Percival, being awkward, would give me no assistance, whence I failed to observe how the presence of Miss Clare affected Mr. and Mrs. Morley, but my husband told me that Judy turned red, and that Mr. Morley bowed to her with studied politeness. I took care that Mr. Blackstone should take her down to dinner, which was served in the study as before. The conversation was broken and desultory at first, as is generally the case at a dinner party, and perhaps ought to be, but one after another began to listen to what was passing between Lady Bernard and my husband at the foot of the table, until by degrees every one became interested, and took a greater or less part in the discussion. The first of it I heard was as next follows. "Then you do believe," my husband was saying, "in the importance of what some of the Devonshire people call havage?" "Allow me to ask what they mean by the word," Lady Bernard returned. "Birth, descent, the people you come of," he answered. "Of course, I believe that descent involves very important considerations." "No one," interposed Mr. Morley, "can have a better right than your ladyship to believe that." "One cannot have a better right than another to believe a fact, Mr. Morley," she answered with a smile. "It is but a fact that you start better or worse according to the position of your starting point." "Undeniably," said Mr. Morley. "And for all that is feared from the growth of levelling notions in this country, it will be many generations before a profound respect for birth is eradicated from the feelings of the English people." He drew in his chin with a jerk, and devoted himself again to his plate, with the air of a Dixie. He was not permitted to eat in peace, however. "If you allow," said Mr. Blackstone, "that the feeling can wear out, and is wearing out, it matters little how long it may take to prove itself of a false, because corruptible nature. No growth of notions will blot love, honesty, kindness out of the human heart." "Then," said Lady Bernard archly, "am I to understand, Mr. Blackstone, that you don't believe it of the least importance to come of decent people?" "Your ladyship puts it well," said Mr. Morley, laughing mildly, and with authority. "The longer the descent—" "The more doubtful," interrupted Lady Bernard, laughing. "One can hardly have come of decent people all through, you know. Let us only hope, without inquiring too closely, that their number preponderates in our own individual cases." Mr. Morley stared for a moment, and then tried to laugh, but unable to determine whereabout he was in respect of the question, betook himself to his glass of sherry. Mr. Blackstone considered it the best policy in general not to explain any remark he had made, but to say the right thing better next time instead. I suppose he believed, with another friend of mine, that when explanations become necessary they become impossible, a paradox well worth the consideration of those who write letters to newspapers. But Lady Bernard understood him well enough, and was only unwinding the clue of her idea. "On the contrary, it must be a most serious fact," he rejoined, "to any one like myself believes that the sins of the fathers are visited on the children." "Mr. Blackstone," objected Roger, "I can't imagine you believing such a manifest injustice." "It has been believed in all ages by the best of people," he returned, "to whom possibly the injustice of it never suggested itself. For my part, I must either disbelieve that, or disbelieve in a God." "But, my dear fellow, don't you see it is a fact? Don't you see children born with the sins of their parents nestling in their very bodies? You see on which horn of your own dilemma you would impale yourself. Wouldn't you rather not believe in a God than to believe in an unjust one?" "An unjust God," said Mr. Blackstone, with the honest evasion of one who will not answer an awful question hastily, "must be a false God, that is, no God. Therefore, I presume, there is some higher truth involved in every fact that appears unjust, the perception of which would nullify the appearance." "I see none in the present case," said Roger. "I will go farther than assert the mere opposite," returned Mr. Blackstone. I will assert that it is an honor to us to have the sins of our fathers laid upon us, for thus it is given into our power to put a stop to them, so that they shall descend no farther. If I thought my father had committed any sins for which I might suffer, I should be unspeakably glad to suffer for them, and so have the privilege of taking a share in his burden, and some of the weight of it off his mind. You see, the whole idea is that of a family, in which we are so grandly bound together, that we must suffer with and for each other. Destroy this consequence, and you destroy the lovely idea itself, with all its thousandfold results of loveliness. You anticipate what I was going to say, Mr. Blackstone, said Lady Bernard. I would differ from you only in one thing. The chain of descent is linked after such a complicated pattern that the non-conducting condition of one link, or of many links even, cannot break the transmission of qualities. I may inherit from my great-great-grandfather or mother, or some one ever so much farther back, that which was active wrong in some one or other of my ancestors may appear in me as an impulse to that same wrong, which of course I have to overcome. And if I succeed, then it is so far checked, but it may have passed or may yet pass to others of his descendants who have or will have to do the same for who knows how many generations to come before it shall cease. Married people, you see, Mrs. Percival, have an awful responsibility in regard of the future of the world. You cannot tell to how many millions you may transmit your failures or your victories. If I understand you right, Lady Bernard, said Roger, it is the personal character of your ancestors and not their social position you regard as of importance. It was of their personal character alone I was thinking, but of course I do not pretend to believe that there are not many valuable gifts more likely to show themselves in what is called a long descent, for doubtless a continuity of education does much to develop the race. But if it is personal character you chiefly regard, we may say we are all equally far descended, I remarked, for we have each had about the same number of ancestors with a character of some sort or other, whose faults and virtues have to do with ours, and for both of which we are, according to Mr. Blackstone, in a most real and important sense, accountable. Certainly, returned Lady Bernard, and it is impossible to say in whose descent the good or the bad may predominate. I cannot tell, for instance, how much of the property I inherit has been honestly come by, or is the spoil of rapacity and injustice. You are doing the best you can to atone for such a possible fact, then, by its redistribution, said my husband. I confess, she answered, the doubt has had some share in determining my feeling with regard to the management of my property. I have no right to throw up my stewardship, for that was none of my seeking, and I do not know any one who has a better claim to it, but I count it only a stewardship. I am not at liberty to throw my orchard open, for that would result not only in its destruction, but in a renewal of the fight of centuries ago for its possession. But I will try to distribute my apples properly. That is, I have not the same right to give away foolishly that I have to keep wisely. Then resumed Roger, who had evidently been pondering what Lady Bernard had previously said, you would consider what is called kleptomania as the impulse to steal transmitted by a thief ancestor? Nothing seems to me more likely. I know a nobleman whose servant has to search his pockets for spoons or forks every night as soon as he is in bed. I should find it very hard to define the difference between that and stealing, said Miss Clare, now first taking a part in the conversation. I have sometimes wondered whether kleptomania was not merely the fashionable name for stealing. The distinction is a difficult one, and no doubt the word is occasionally misapplied. But I think there is a difference. The nobleman to whom I referred makes no objection to being thus deprived of his booty, which for one thing appears to show that the temptation is intermittent, and partakes at least of the character of a disease. But are there not diseases which are only so much the worse diseases that they are not intermittent? Said Miss Clare. Is it not hard that the privileges of kleptomania should be confined to the rich? You never hear the word applied to a poor child, even if his father was, habit and repute, a thief. Surely when hunger and cold aggravate the attacks of inherited temptation, they cannot at the same time aggravate the culpability of yielding to them. On the contrary, said Roger, one would naturally suppose they added immeasurable excuse. Only, said Mr. Blackstone, there comes in our ignorance and consequent inability to judge. The very fact of the presence of motives of a most powerful kind renders it impossible to be certain of the presence of the disease. Whereas, other motives being apparently absent, we presume disease as the readiest way of accounting for the propensity. I do not therefore think it is the only way. I believe there are cases in which it comes of pure greed, and is of the same kind as any other injustice, the capability of exercising which is more generally distributed. Why should a thief be unknown in a class, a proportion of the members of which is capable of wrong? Chicanery, oppression, indeed any form of absolute selfishness. At all events, said Lady Bernard, so long as we do our best to help them grow better, we cannot make too much allowance for such as have not only been born with evil impulses, but have had every animal necessity to urge them in the same direction, while on the other hand they have not had one of those restraining influences which a good home and education would have afforded. Such must, so far as development goes, be but a little above the beasts. You open a very difficult question, said Mr. Morley. What are we to do with them? Suppose they are wild beasts. We can't shoot them, though that would no doubt be the readiest way to put an end to the breed. Even that would not suffice, said Lady Bernard. There would always be a deposit from the higher classes sufficient to keep up the breed. But, Mr. Morley, I did not say wild beasts. I only said beasts. There's a great difference between a tiger and a sheepdog. There is nearly as much between a 7 Dials rough and a sheepdog. In moral attainment, I grant you, said Mr. Blackstone, but in moral capacity, no. Besides, you must remember both what a descent the sheepdog has, and what pains have been taken with his individual education, as well as that of his ancestors. Granted all that, said Mr. Morley, there the fact remains. For my part, I confess I don't see what is to be done. The class to which you refer goes on increasing. There's this garroting now. I spent a winter at Algiers lately, and found even the suburbs of the city immeasurably safer than any part of London is now, to judge from the police reports. Yet I am accused of inhumanity and selfishness if I decline to write a cheque for every shabby fellow who calls upon me pretending to be a clergyman and to represent this or that charity in the East End. Things are bad enough in the West End, within a few hundred yards of Portland Place, for instance, murmured Miss Clare. It seems to me highly unreasonable, Mr. Morley went on. Why should I spend my money to perpetrate such a condition of things? That would in all likelihood be the tendency of your subscription, said Mr. Blackstone. Then why should I? Repeated Mr. Morley with a smile of triumph. But, said Miss Clare in an apologetic tone, it seems to me you make a mistake in regarding the poor as if their poverty were the only distinction by which they could be classified. The poor are not all thieves and garroters, nor even all unthankful and unholy. There are just as strong and as delicate distinctions, too, in that strata of social existence as in the upper strata. I should imagine Mr. Morley knows a few belonging to the same social grade with himself, with whom, however, he would be sorry to be on any terms of intimacy. Not a few, responded Mr. Morley with a righteous frown. Then I, who know the poor as well at least as you can know the rich, having lived amongst them almost from childhood, assert that I am acquainted with not a few, who in all the essentials of human life and character would be an honour to any circle. I should be sorry to seem to imply that there may not be very worthy people amongst them, Miss Clare, but it is not such who draw our attention to the class. Not such who force themselves upon your attention, certainly, said Miss Clare, but the existence of such may be an additional reason for bestowing some attention on the class to which they belong. Is there not such a mighty fact as the body of Christ? Is there no connection between the head and the feet? I had not the slightest purpose of disputing the matter with you, Miss Clare, said Mr. Morley. I thought rudely, for who would use the word disputing at a dinner table? On the contrary, being a practical man, I want to know what is to be done. It is doubtless a great misfortune to the community that there should be such sinks in our cities, but who is to blame for it? That is the question. Every man who says, "Am I my brother's keeper?" Why, just consider, Mr. Morley, suppose in a family there were one less gifted than the others, and that in consequence they all withdrew from him and took no interest in his affairs. What would become of him? Must he not sink? Difference of rank is a divine appointment. You must allow that. If there were not a variety of grades, the social machine would soon come to a standstill. A strong argument for taking care of the smallest wheel, for all the parts are interdependent. That there should be different classes is undoubtedly a divine intention, and not to be turned aside. But suppose the less gifted boy is fit for some manual labor. Suppose he takes to carpentering, and works well, and keeps the house tidy, and everything in good repair, while his brothers pursue their studies and prepare for professions beyond his reach. Is the inferior boy degraded by doing the best he can? Is there any reason in the nature of things why he should sink? But he will most likely sink sooner or later if his brothers take no interest in his work, and treat him as a being of nature inferior to their own. I beg your pardon, said Mr. Morley, but is he not on the very supposition inferior to them? Intellectually, yes; morally, no; for he is doing his work, possibly better than they, and therefore taking a higher place in the eternal scale. But granting all kinds of inferiority, his nature remains the same with their own, and the question is, whether they treat him as one to be helped up, or one to be kept down, as one unworthy of sympathy, or one to be honored for filling his part; in a word, as one belonging to them, or one whom they put up with only because his work is necessary to them. What do you mean by being helped up? Asked Mr. Morley. I do not mean helped out of his trade, but helped to make the best of it, and of the intellect that finds its development in that way. Very good, but yet I don't see how you apply your supposition. For an instance of application, then, how many respectable people know or care a jot about their servants, except as creatures necessary to their comfort? Well, Miss Clare, said Judy, addressing her for the first time, if you had had the half to do with servants I have had, you would alter your opinion of them. I have expressed no opinion, returned Miss Clare. I have only said that masters and mistresses know and care next to nothing about them. They are a very ungrateful class, do what you will for them. I am afraid they are at present growing more and more corrupt as a class, rejoined Miss Clare. But gratitude is a high virtue. Therefore, in any case, I don't see how you could look for much of it from the common sort of them. And yet, while some mistresses do not get so much of it as they deserve, I fear most mistresses expect far more of it than they have any right to. You can't get them to speak the truth. That, I am afraid, is a fact. I have never known one on whose word I could depend, insisted Judy. My father says he has known one, I interjected. A sad confirmation of Mrs. Morley, said Miss Clare. But for my part, I know very few persons in any rank on whose representation of things I could absolutely depend. Truth is the highest virtue, and seldom grows wild. It is difficult to speak the truth, and those who have tried it longest best know how difficult it is. Servants need to be taught that as well as everybody else. There is nothing they resent so much as being taught, said Judy. Perhaps they are very far from docile, and I believe it is of little use to attempt giving them direct lessons. How then are you to teach them? By making it very plain to them, but without calling their attention to it, that you speak the truth. In the course of a few years they may come to tell a lie or two the less for that. Not a very hopeful prospect, said Judy. Not a very rapid improvement, said her husband. I look for no rapid improvement so early in a history as the supposition implies, said Miss Clare. But would you not tell them how wicked it is? I asked. They know already that it is wicked to tell lies, but they do not feel that they are wicked in making the assertions they do. The less said about the abstract truth, and the more shown of practical truth, the better for those whom any one would teach to forsake lying. So at least it appears to me. I despair of teaching others except by learning myself. If you do no more than that, you will hardly produce an appreciable effect in a lifetime. Why should it be appreciated? Rejoined Miss Clare. I should have said on the contrary, interposed Mr. Blackstone, addressing Mr. Morley. If you do less, for more you cannot do, you will produce no effect whatever. We have no right to make it a condition of our obedience that we shall see its reflex in the obedience of others, said Miss Clare. We have to pull out the beam, not the mote. Are you not then to pull the mote out of your brother's eye? Said Judy. In no case, and on no pretense, until you have pulled the beam out of your own eye, said Mr. Blackstone, which I fancy will make the duty of finding fault with one's neighbor a rare one, for who will venture to say he has qualified himself for the task? It was no wonder that a silence followed upon this, for the talk had got to be very serious for a dinner table. Lady Bernard was the first to speak. It was easier to take up the dropped thread of the conversation than to begin a new reel. "It cannot be denied," she said, "whoever may be to blame for it, that the separation between the rich and the poor has either been greatly widened of late, or, which involves the same practical necessity, we have become more aware of the breadth and depth of a gulf, which, however it may distinguish their circumstances, ought not to divide them from each other. Certainly the rich withdraw themselves from the poor. Instead, for instance, of helping them to bear their burdens, they leave the still struggling poor of whole parishes to sink into hopeless want, under the weight of those who have already sunk beyond recovery. I am not sure that to shoot them would not involve less injustice. At all events, he that hates his brother is a murderer." "But there is no question of hating here," objected Mr. Morley. "I am not certain that absolute indifference to one's neighbor is not as bad." "It came pretty nearly to the same thing in the case of the priest and the Levite who passed by on the other side," said Mr. Blackstone. "Still," said Mr. Morley, in all the self-importance of one who prided himself on the practical, "I do not see that Miss Clare has proposed any remedy for the state of things concerning the evil of which we are all agreed. What is to be done? What can I do now? Come, Miss Clare." Miss Clare was silent. "Marian, my child," said Lady Bernard, turning to her, "will you answer Mr. Morley?" "Not certainly as to what he can do. That question I dare not undertake to answer. I can only speak of what principles I may seem to have discovered. But until a man begins to behave to those with whom he comes into personal contact as partakers of the same nature, to recognize, for instance, between himself and his tradespeople a bond superior to that of supply and demand, I cannot imagine how he is to do anything towards the drawing together of the edges of the gaping wound in the social body." "But," persisted Mr. Morley, who I began to think showed some real desire to come at a practical conclusion, "suppose a man finds himself incapable of that sort of thing, for it seems to me to want some rare qualification or other to be able to converse with an uneducated person." "There are many such, especially amongst those who follow handicrafts," interposed Mr. Blackstone, "who think a great deal more than most of the so-called educated. There is a truer education to be got in the pursuit of a handicraft than in the life of a mere scholar. But I beg your pardon, Mr. Morley." "Suppose," resumed Mr. Morley, accepting the apology without disclaimer, "suppose I find I can do nothing of that sort. Is there nothing of any sort I can do?" "Nothing of the best sort, I firmly believe," answered Miss Clare. "For the genuine recognition of the human relationship can alone give value to whatever else you may do, and indeed can alone guide you to what ought to be done. I had a rather painful illustration of this the other day. A gentleman of wealth and position offered me the use of his grounds for some of my poor friends, whom I wanted to take out for a half holiday. In the neighborhood of London that is a great boon, but unfortunately, whether from his mistake or mine, I was left with the impression that he would provide some little entertainment for them. I am certain that at least milk was mentioned. It was a lovely day. Everything looked beautiful, and although they were in no great spirits, poor things, no doubt the shade and the grass and the green trees wrought some good in them. Unhappily, 2 of the men had got drunk on the way, and, fearful of giving offence, I had to take them back to the station, where their poor helpless wives could only cry, and send them home by train. I should have done better to risk the offence and take them into the grounds, where they might soon have slept it off under a tree. I had some distance to go, and some difficulty in getting them along, and when I got back I found things in an unhappy condition, for nothing had been given them to eat or drink. Indeed, no attention had been paid them whatever. There was company at dinner in the house, and I could not find anyone with authority. I hurried into the neighboring village and bought the contents of 2 bakers' shops, with which I returned in time to give each a piece of bread before the company came out to look at them. A gaily dressed group, they stood by themselves, languidly regarding the equally languid but rather indignant groups of ill-clad and hungry men and women upon the lawn. They made no attempt to mingle with them or arrive at a notion of what was moving in any of their minds. The nearest approach to communion I saw was a poke or two given to a child with the point of a parasol. Were my poor friends likely to return to their dingy homes with any great feeling of regard for the givers of such cold welcome? But that was an exceptional case, said Mr. Morley. Chiefly in this, returned Miss Clare, that it was a case at all, that they were thus presented with a little more room on the face of the earth for a few hours. But you think the fresh air may have done them good? Yes, but we were speaking, I thought, of what might serve towards the filling up of the gulf between the classes. Well, will not all kindness shown to the poor by persons in a superior station tend in that direction? I maintain that you can do nothing for them in the way of kindness that shall not result in more harm than good, except you do it from and with genuine charity of soul, with some of that love, in short, which is the heart of religion. Except what is done for them is so done as to draw out their trust and affection, and so raise them consciously in the human scale, it can only tend either to hurt their feelings and generate indignation, or to encourage fawning and beggary. But I am entirely of your mind, said Mr. Blackstone, but do go on. I was going to add, said Miss Clare, that while no other charity than this can touch the sore, a good deal might yet be effected by bare justice. It seems to me high time that we dropped talking about charity and took up the cry of justice. There now is a ground on which a man of your influence, Mr. Morley, might do much. I don't know what you mean, Miss Clare. So long as I pay the market value for the labor I employ, I do not see how more can be demanded of me, as a right, that is. We will not enter on that question, Marian, if you please, said Lady Bernard. Miss Clare nodded and went on. Is it just in the nation, she said, to abandon those who can do nothing to help themselves, to be preyed upon by bad landlords, railway companies, and dishonest tradespeople with their false weights, balances and measures, and alterations to boot, from all of whom their more wealthy brethren are comparatively safe? Does not a nation exist for the protection of its parts? Have these no claims on the nation? Would you call it just in a family to abandon its less gifted to any moral or physical spoiler who might be bred within it? To say a citizen must take care of himself may be just where he can take care of himself, but cannot be just where that is impossible. 1,000 causes, originating mainly in the neglect of their neighbors, have combined to sink the poor into a state of moral paralysis. Are we to say the paralyzed may be run over in our streets with impunity? Must they take care of themselves? Have we not to awake them to the very sense that life is worth caring for? I cannot but feel that the bond between such a neglected class and any nation in which it is to be found is very little stronger than, if indeed as strong as, that between slaves and their masters. Who could preach to them their duty to the nation except on grounds which such a nation acknowledges only with the lips? You have to prove, Miss Clare, said Mr. Morley, in a tone that seemed intended to imply that he was not in the least affected by mistimed eloquence, that the relation is that of a family. I believe, she returned, that it is closer than the mere human relation of the parts of any family. But, at all events, until we are their friends, it is worse than useless to pretend to be such. And until they feel that we are their friends, it is worse than useless to talk to them about God and religion. They will none of it from our lips. Will they from any lips? Are they not already too far sunk towards the brutes to be capable of receiving any such rousing influence? Suggested Mr. Blackstone with a smile, evidently wishing to draw Miss Clare out yet further. You turn me aside, Mr. Blackstone. I wanted to urge Mr. Morley to go into Parliament as spiritual member for the poor of our large towns. Besides, I know you don't think, as your question would imply. As far as my experience guides me, I am bound to believe that there is a spot of soil in every heart sufficient for the growth of a gospel seed. And I believe, moreover, that not only is he a fellow worker with God who sows that seed, but that he also is one who opens a way for that seed to enter the soil. If such preparation were not necessary, the Saviour would have come the moment Adam and Eve fell, and would have required no Baptist to precede him. A good deal followed which I would gladly record, enabled as I now am to assist my memory by a more thorough acquaintance with the views of Miss Clare. But I fear I have already given too much conversation at once. End of my second dinner party.
Chapter 25 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. Chapter 25. The End of the Evening. What specially delighted me during the evening was the marked attention and the serious look in the eyes with which Roger listened. It was not often that he did look serious. He preferred, if possible, to get a joke out of a thing, but when he did enter into an argument, he was always fair, although prone to take the side of objection to any religious remark. He yet never said anything against religion itself, but his principles, and indeed his nature, seemed as yet in a state of solution, uncrystallized, as my father would say. Mr. Morley, on the other hand, seemed an insoluble mass, incapable of receiving impressions from other minds. Any suggestion of his own mind as to a course of action or a mode of thinking had a good chance of being without question regarded as reasonable and right. He was more than ordinarily prejudiced in his own favour. The day after they thus met at our house, Miss Clare had a letter from him in which he took the high hand with her, rebuking her solemnly for her presumption in saying, as he represented it, that no good could be done except after the fashion she laid down, and assuring her that she would thus alienate the most valuable assistance from any scheme she might cherish for the amelioration of the condition of the lower classes. It ended with the offer of a yearly subscription of £5 to any project, of the wisdom of which she would take the trouble to convince him. She replied, thanking him both for his advice and his offer, but saying that, as she had no scheme on foot requiring such assistance, she could not at present accept the latter. Should, however, anything show itself for which that sort of help was desirable, she would take the liberty of reminding him of it. When the ladies rose, Judy took me aside and said, "What does it all mean, Winnie?" "Just what you hear," I answered. "You asked us to have a triumph over me, you naughty thing." "Well, partly, if I'm to be honest, but far more to make you do justice to Miss Clare. You being my cousin, she had a right to that at my hands. Does Lady Bernard knows much about her, as she seems? She knows everything about her, and visits her too, in her very questionable abode. You see, Judy, a report may be a fact, and yet be untrue. I'm not going to be lectured by a chit like you, but I should like to have a little talk with Miss Clare. I will make you an opportunity." I did so, and could not help overhearing a very pretty apology, to which Miss Clare replied, that she feared she only was to blame, inasmuch as she ought to have explained the peculiarity of her circumstances before accepting the engagement. At the time it had not appeared to her necessary, she said, but now she would make a point of explaining before she accepted any fresh duty of the kind, for she saw it would be fair to both parties. It was no wonder such an answer should entirely disarm cousin Judy, who forthwith begged she would, if she had no objection, resume her lessons with the children at the commencement of the next quarter. "But I understand from Mrs. Percival," objected Miss Clare, "that the office is filled to your thorough satisfaction." "Yes, the lady I have is an excellent teacher, but the engagement was only for a quarter." "If you have no other reason for parting with her, I could not think of stepping into her place. It would be a great disappointment to her, and my want of openness with you would be the cause of it. If you should part with her for any other reason, I should be very glad to serve you again." Judy tried to argue with her, but Miss Clare was immovable. "Will you let me come and see you, then?" said Judy. "With all my heart," she answered. "You had better come with Mrs. Percival, though, for it would not be easy for you to find the place." We went up to the drawing-room to tea, passing through the study, and taking the gentlemen with us. Miss Clare played to us, and sang several songs, the last the ballad of Schiller's, "The Pilgrim," setting forth the constant striving of the soul after something of which it never lays hold. The last verse of it I managed to remember. It was this: "Thither, ah, no footpath bendeth, ah, the heaven above, so clear, never earth to touch, descendeth, and the there is never here." "That is a beautiful song, and beautifully sung," said Mr. Blackstone, "but I am a little surprised at your choosing to sing it, for you cannot call it a Christian song. Don't you find St. Paul saying something very like it again and again?" Miss Clare returned with a smile, as if she perfectly knew what he objected to. "You find him striving, journeying, pressing on, reaching out to lay hold, but never having attained, ever conscious of failure." "That is true, but there is this huge difference, that St. Paul expects to attain, is confident of one day attaining, while Schiller, in that lyric at least, seems, I only say seems, hopeless of any satisfaction. Das dort ist niemals her." "It may have been only a mood," said Miss Clare. "St. Paul had his moods also, from which he had to rouse himself to fresh faith and hope and effort. But St. Paul writes only in his hopeful moods. Such alone he counts worthy of sharing with his fellows. If there is no hope, why, upon any theory, take the trouble to say so? It is pure weakness to desire sympathy in hopelessness. Hope alone justifies as well as excites either utterance or effort. I admit all you say, Mr. Blackstone, and yet I think such a poem invaluable, for it is not Schiller therein the mouth of the whole creation groaning and travailing and inarticulately crying out for the sonship. Unconsciously, then, he does not know what he wants. Apparently not. Neither does the creation. Neither do we. We do not know it is oneness with God we want, but of what that means we have only vague, though glowing hints. I saw Mr. Morley scratch his left ear like a young calf, only more impatiently. "But," Miss Clare went on, "it is not invaluable as the confession of one of the noblest of spirits, that he had found neither repose nor sense of attainment." "But," said Roger, "did you ever know any one of those you call Christian who professed to have reached satisfaction? Or, if so, whose life would justify you in believing him?" "I have never known a satisfied Christian, I confess," answered Miss Clare. "Indeed, I should take satisfaction as a poor voucher for Christianity, but I have known several contented Christians. I might, in respect of one or two of them, use a stronger word. Certainly not satisfied. I believe there is a grand, essential unsatisfaction. I do not mean dissatisfaction, which adds the delight of expectation to the peace of attainment, and that, I presume, is the very consciousness of heaven. But where faith may not have produced even contentment, it will yet sustain hope, which, if we may judge from the ballad, no mere aspiration can. We must believe in a living ideal before we can have a tireless heart, an ideal which draws our poor vague ideals to itself, to fill it full and make it alive. I should have been amazed to hear Miss Clare talk like this, had I not often heard my father say that the aspiration and obedience were the two mightiest forces for development. Her own needs and her own deeds had been her tutors, and the light by which she had read their lessons was the candle of the Lord within her. When my husband would have put her into Lady Bernard's carriage as they were leaving, she said she should prefer walking home, and, as Lady Bernard did not press her to the contrary, Percival could not remonstrate. "I am sorry I cannot walk with you, Miss Clare," he said. "I must not leave my duties, but—" "There is not the slightest occasion," she interrupted. "I know every yard of the way. Good night." The carriage drove off in one direction, and Miss Clare tripped lightly along in the other. Percival darted into the house and told Roger, who snatched up his hat and bounded after her. Already she was out of sight, but he, following light-footed, overtook her in the crescent. It was, however, only after persistent entreaty that he prevailed on her to allow him to accompany her. "You do not know, Mr. Roger," she said pleasantly, "what you may be exposing yourself to, in going with me. I may have to do something you wouldn't like to have a share in." "I shall only be too glad to have the humblest share in anything you draw me into," said Roger. As it fell out, they had not gone far before they came upon a little crowd, chiefly of boys who ought to have been in bed long before, gathered about a man and a woman. The man was forcing his company on a woman who was evidently annoyed that she could not get rid of him. "Is he your husband?" asked Miss Clare, making her way through the crowd. "No, miss," the woman answered. "I never saw him afore. I'm only just come in from the country." She looked more angry than frightened. Roger said her black eyes flashed dangerously, and she felt about the bosom of her dress for a knife, he was certain. "You leave her alone," he said to the man, getting between him and her. "Mind your own business," returned the man, in a voice that showed he was drunk. For a moment Roger was undecided what to do, for he feared involving Miss Clare in a row, as he called it. But when the fellow, pushing suddenly past him, laid his hand on Miss Clare and shoved her away, he gave him a blow that sent him staggering into the street. Whereupon, to his astonishment, Miss Clare, leaving the woman, followed the man, and as soon as he had recovered his equilibrium, laid her hand on his arm and spoke to him, but in a voice so low and gentle that Roger, who had followed her, could not hear a word she said. For a moment or two the man seemed to try to listen, but his condition was too much for him, and turning from her, he began again to follow the woman, who was now walking wearily away. Roger again interposed. "Don't strike him, Mr. Roger," cried Miss Clare. "He's too drunk for that. But keep him back if you can, while I take the woman away. If I see a policeman, I will send him." The man heard her last words, and they roused him to fury. He rushed at Roger, who, implicitly obedient, only dodged to let him pass, and again confronted him, engaging his attention until help arrived. He was, however, by this time so fierce and violent that Roger felt bound to assist the policeman. As soon as the man was locked up, he went to Lime Court. The moon was shining, and the narrow passage lay bright beneath her. Along the street, people were going and coming, though it was past midnight, but the court was very still. He walked into it as far as the spot where he had together seen Miss Clare. The door at which she had entered was open, but he knew nothing of the house or its people, and feared to compromise her by making inquiries. He walked several times up and down, somewhat anxious, but gradually persuading himself that in all probability no further annoyance had befallen her. until at last he felt able to leave the place. He came back to our house, where, finding his brother at his final pipe in the study, he told him all about their adventure. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 24, Part 1 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. One of the main discomforts in writing a book is that there are so many ways in which everything as it comes up might be told, and you can't tell which is the best. You believe there must be a best way, but you might spend your life in trying to satisfy yourself which was that best way, and when you came to the close of it, find you had done nothing, hadn't even found out the way. I have always to remind myself that something, even if it be far from the best thing, is better than nothing. Perhaps the only way to arrive at the best way is to make plenty of blunders and find them out. This morning I'd been sitting a long time with my pen in my hand, thinking what this chapter ought to be about. That is, what part of my own history, or of that of my neighbors interwoven therewith, I ought to take up next, when my third child, my little Cecilia, aged 5, came into the room and said, "Mamma, there's a poor man at the door, and Jemima won't give him anything." "Quite right, my dear. We must give what we can to people we know. We are sure then that it is not wasted." "But he's so very poor, mamma." "How do you know that?" "Poor man, he has only 3 children. I heard him tell Jemima. He was so sorry, and I'm very sorry too." "But don't you know you mustn't go to the door when any one is talking to Jemima?" I said. "Yes, mamma, I didn't go to the door. I stood in the hall and peeped." "But you mustn't even stand in the hall," I said. "Mind that." This was perhaps rather an oppressive reading of a proper enough rule, but I had a very special reason for it, involving an important event in my story, which occurred about 2 years after what I have last set down. One morning Percival took a holiday in order to give me one, and we went to spend it at Richmond. It was the anniversary of our marriage, and as we wanted to enjoy it thoroughly, and precious as children are, every pleasure is not enhanced by their company, we left ours at home. Ethel and her brother Roger, named after Percival's father, who was now nearly a year old, and wanted a good deal of attention. It was a lovely day, with just a sufficient number of passing clouds to glorify, that is, to do justice to, the sunshine, and a gentle breeze, which itself seemed to be taking a holiday, for it blew only just when you wanted it, and then only enough to make you think of that wind which, blowing where it lists, always blows where it is wanted. We took the train to Hammersmith, for my husband, having consulted the tide table and found that the river would be propitious, wished to row me from there to Richmond. How gay the riverside looked, with its fine, broad landing stage, and the numberless boats ready to push off on the swift water, which kept growing and growing on the shining shore. Percival, however, would hire his boat at a certain builder's shed, that I might see it. That shed alone would have been worth coming to see, such a picture of loveliest gloom, as if it had been the cave where the twilight abode its time. You could not tell whether to call it light or shade. That diffused presence of a soft elusive brown, but is what we call shade anything but subdued light? All about, above, and below lay the graceful creatures of the water, moveless and dead here on the shore, but there, launched into their own elemental world and blown upon by the living wind, endowed at once with life and motion and quick response. Not having been used to boats, I felt nervous as we got into the long, sharp-nosed, hollow fish which Percival made them shoot out on the rising tide. But the slight fear vanished almost the moment we were afloat, when, ignorant as I was of the art of rowing, I could not help seeing how perfectly Percival was at home in it. The oars in his hands were like knitting needles in mine, so deftly, so swimmingly, so variously did he wield them. Only once my fear returned when he stood up in the swaying thing, a mere length without breath, to pull off his coat and waistcoat. But he stood steady, sat down gently, took his oars quietly, and the same instant we were shooting so fast through the rising tide that it seemed as if we were pulling the water up to Richmond. "Wouldn't you like to steer?" said my husband. "It would amuse you." "I should like to learn," I said. "Not that I want to be amused. I am too happy to care for amusement." "Take those 2 cords behind you, then, one in each hand, sitting between them. That will do. Now, if you want me to go to your right, pull your right-hand cord. If you want me to go to your left, pull your left-hand one." I made an experiment or two, and found the predicted consequences follow. I ran him aground, first on one bank, then on the other. But when I did so a 3rd time, "Come, come," he said, "this won't do, Mrs. Percival. You're not trying your best. There is such a thing as gradation in steering as well as in painting or music or anything else that is worth doing." "I pull the right line, don't I said, for I was now in a mood to tease him. "Yes, to a wrong result," he answered. "You must feel your rudder, as you would the mouth of your horse with the bit, and not do anything violent except in urgent necessity." I answered by turning the head of the boat right towards the nearer bank. "I see," he said with a twinkle in his eyes, "I have put a dangerous power into your hands. But never mind, the Queen may decree as she likes, but the sinews of war, you know." I thought he meant that if I went on with my arbitrary behavior he would drop his oars, and for a little while I behaved better. Soon, however, the spirit of mischief prompting me, I began my tricks again. To my surprise I found that I had no more command over the boat than over the huge barge, which with its great red-brown sail was slowly ascending in front of us. I couldn't turn its head an inch in the direction I wanted. "What does it mean, Percival?" I cried, pulling with all my might, and leaning forward that I might pull the harder. "What does what mean?" he returned coolly. "That I can't move the boat." "Oh, it means that I have resumed the reins of government." "But how? I can't understand it." "And I am wiser than to make you too wise. Education is not a panacea for moral evils. I quote your father, my dear." And he pulled away as if nothing were the matter. "Please, I like steering," I said remonstratingly, "and I like rowing. I don't see why the 2 shouldn't go together." "Nor I. They ought. But not only does the steering depend on the rowing, but the rower can steer himself." "I will be a good girl and steer properly." "Very well, steer away." He looked shorewards as he spoke, and then first I became aware that he had been watching my hands all the time. The boat now obeyed my lightest touch. How merrily the water rippled in the sun and the wind! While so responsive were our feelings to the play of light and shade around us, that more than once when a cloud crossed us, I saw its shadow turn almost into sadness on the countenance of my companion, to vanish the next moment when the one sun above and the 1,000 mimic suns below shone out in universal laughter. When a steamer came in sight, or announced its approach by the far-heard sound of its beating paddles, it brought with it a few moments of almost awful responsibility, but I found that the presence of danger and duty together, instead of making me feel flurried, composed my nerves, and enabled me to concentrate my whole attention on getting the head of the boat as nearly as possible at right angles with the waves from the paddles. For Percival had told me that if one of any size struck us on the side, it would most probably capsize us. But the way to give pleasure to my readers can hardly be to let myself grow garrulous in the memory of an ancient pleasure of my own. I will say nothing more of the delights of that day. They were such a contrast to its close, that 12 months at least elapsed before I was able to look back upon them without a shudder, for I could not rid myself of the foolish feeling that our enjoyment had been somehow to blame for what was happening at home, while we were thus revelling in blessed carelessness. When we reached our little nest rather late in the evening, I found to my annoyance that the front door was open. It had been a fault of which I thought I had cured the cook, to leave it thus when she ran out to fetch anything. Percival went down to the study, and I walked into the drawing-room, about to ring the bell in anger. There, to my surprise and farther annoyance, I found Sarah seated on the sofa with her head in her hands, and little Roger wide awake on the floor. "What does this mean?" I cried. "The front door open, Master Roger still up, and you seated in the drawing-room?" "Oh, ma'am," she almost shrieked, starting up the moment I spoke, and by the time I had put my angry interrogation, just able to gasp out, "Have you found her, ma'am?" "Found whom?" I returned in alarm, both at the question and at the face of the girl, for through the dusk I now saw that it was very pale, and that her eyes were red with crying. "Miss Ethel," she answered in a cry choked with a sob, and dropping again on the sofa she hid her face once more between her hands. I rushed to the study door and called Percivale, then returned to question the girl. I wonder now that I did nothing outrageous, but fear kept down folly and made me unnaturally calm. "Sarah," I said as quietly as I could, while I trembled all over, "tell me what has happened. Where is the child?" "Indeed, it's not my fault, ma'am. I was busy with Master Roger, and Miss Ethel was downstairs with Jemima." "Where is she?" I repeated sternly. "I don't know no more than the man in the moon, ma'am." "Where's Jemima?" "Run out to look for her." "How long have you missed her?" "An hour, or perhaps 2 hours. I don't know. My head's in such a whirl. I can't remember when I saw her last. Oh, ma'am, what shall I do?" Percivale had come up and was standing beside me. When I looked round, he was pale as death, and at the sight of his face I nearly dropped on the floor. But he caught hold of me and said in a voice so dreadfully still that it frightened me more than anything, "Come, my love, do not give way, for we must go to the police at once." Then turning to Sarah, "Have you searched the house and garden?" he asked. "Yes, sir, every hole and corner. We've looked under every bed and into every cupboard and chest, the coal cellar, the box room, everywhere." "The bathroom?" I cried. "Oh, yes, ma'am, the bathroom and everywhere." "Have there been any tramps about the house since we left?" Percivale asked. "Not that I know of, but the nursery window looks into the garden, you know, sir. Jemima didn't mention it." "Come then, my dear," said my husband. He compelled me to swallow a glass of wine, and led me away, almost unconscious of my bodily movements, to the nearest cab-stand. I wondered afterwards, when I recalled the calm gaze with which he glanced along the line, and chose the horse whose appearance promised the best speed. In a few minutes we were telling the inspector at the police station in Albany Street what had happened. He took a sheet of paper, and asking one question after another about her age, appearance, and dress, wrote down our answers. He then called a man, to whom he gave the paper with some words of direction. "The men are now going on their beats for the night," he said, turning again to us. "They will all hear the description of the child, and some of them have orders to search." "Thank you," said my husband. "Which station had we better go to next?" "The news will be at the farthest before you can reach the nearest," he answered. "We shall telegraph to the suburbs first." "Then what more is there we can do?" asked Percivale. "Nothing," said the inspector, "except you find out whether any of the neighbors saw her, and when and where. It would be something to know in what direction she was going. Have you any ground for suspicion? Have you ever discharged a servant? Were any tramps seen about the place?" "I know who it is," I cried. "It's the woman that took Theodora. It's Theodora's mother. I know it is." Percivale explained what I meant. "That's what people get, you see, when they take on themselves other people's business," returned the inspector. "The child ought to have been sent to the workhouse." He laid his head on his hand for a moment. "It seems likely enough," he added. Then, after another pause, "I have your address. The child shall be brought back to you the moment she's found. We can't mistake her after your description." "Where are you going now?" I said to my husband, as we left the station to re-enter the cab. "I don't know," he answered, "except we go home and question all the shops in the neighborhood." "Let us go to Miss Clare first," I said. "By all means," he answered. We were soon at the entrance of Lime Court. When we turned the corner in the middle of it, we heard the sound of a piano. "She's at home!" I cried, with a feeble throb of satisfaction. The fear that she might be out had for the last few moments been uppermost. End of Part 1. My First Terror. Chapter 24, Part 2 of The Vicar's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Vicar's Daughter by George MacDonald. We entered the house, and ascended the stairs in haste. Not a creature did we meet except a wicked-looking cat. The top of her head was black, her forehead and face white, and the black and white were shaped so as to look like hair parted over a white forehead, which gave her green eyes a frightfully human look as she crouched in the corner of a window-sill in the light of a gas lamp outside. But before we reached the top of the first stair we heard the sounds of dancing, as well as of music. In a moment after, with our load of gnawing fear and helpless eagerness, we stood in the midst of a merry assembly of men, women, and children, who filled Miss Clare's room to overflowing. It was Saturday night, and they were gathered according to custom for the weekly music. They made way for us, and Miss Clare left the piano and came to meet us with a smile on her beautiful face. But when she saw our faces, hers fell. "What is the matter, Mrs. Percival?" she asked in alarm. I sunk on the chair from which she had risen. "We've lost Ethel," said my husband quietly. "What do you mean? You don't—" No, she's gone. She's stolen. We don't know where she is," he answered with a faltering voice. "We've just been to the police." Miss Clare turned white, but instead of making any remark, she called out to some of her friends, whose good manners were making them leave the room. "Don't go, please, we want you." Then turning to me, she asked, "May I do as I think best?" "Yes, certainly," answered my husband. "My friend, Mrs. Percival," she said, addressing the whole assembly, "has lost her little girl." A murmur of dismay and sympathy arose. "What can we do to find her?" she went on. They fell to talking among themselves. The next instant 2 men came up to us, making their way from the neighborhood of the door. The one was a keen-faced elderly man with iron-gray whiskers and clean-shaved chin. The other was my first acquaintance in the neighborhood, the young bricklayer. The elder addressed my husband, while the other listened without speaking. "Tell us what she's like, sir, and how she was dressed, though that ain't much use. She'll be all different by this time." The words shot a keener pang to my heart than it had yet felt. My darling stripped of her nice clothes, and covered with dirty, perhaps infected garments. But it was no time to give way to feeling. My husband repeated to the men the description he had given the police, loud enough for the whole room to hear, and the women in particular, Miss Clare told me afterwards, caught it up with remarkable accuracy. They would not have done so, she said, but that their feelings were touched. "Tell them also, please, Mr. Percival, about the child Mrs. Percival's father and mother found and brought up. That may have something to do with this." My husband told them all the story, adding that the mother of the child might have found out who we were, and taken ours as a pledge for the recovery of her own. Here one of the women spoke. "That dark woman you took in one night 2 years ago, miss, she say something. I was astin' of her in the morning what her trouble was, for that trouble she had on her mind was plain to see, and she come over something halfway like about losin' of a child, but whether it was dead or strayed or stolen or what, I couldn't tell. And no more I believe she wanted me to." Here another woman spoke. "I'm most sure I saw her, the same woman, 2 days ago, and no fur off in Glover Street," she said. "You're too good by half, miss," she went on, "to the likes of sich. They ain't none of them respectable." "Perhaps you'll see some good come out of it before long," said Miss Clare in reply. The words sounded like a rebuke, for all this time I had hardly sent a thought upwards for help. The image of my child had so filled my heart that there was no room left for the thought of duty or even of God. Miss Clare went on, still addressing the company, and her words had a tone of authority. "I will tell you what you must do," she said. "You must every one of you run and tell everybody you know, and tell every one to tell everybody else. You mustn't stop to talk it over with each other, or let those you tell it to stop to talk to you about it, for it is of the greatest consequence. No time should be lost in making it as quickly and as widely known as possible. Go, please." In a few moments the room was empty of all but ourselves. The rush on the stairs was tremendous for a single minute, and then all was still. Even the children had rushed out to tell what other children they could find. "What must we do next?" said my husband. Miss Clare thought for a moment. "I would go and tell Mr. Blackstone," she said. "It is a long way from here, but whoever has taken the child would not be likely to linger in the neighborhood. It is best to try everything." "Right," said my husband. "Come, Winnie." "Wouldn't it be better to leave Mrs. Percival with me?" said Miss Clare. "It is dreadfully fatiguing to go driving over the stones." It was very kind of her, but if she had been a mother she would not have thought of parting me from my husband, neither would she have fancied that I could remain inactive so long as it was possible even to imagine I was doing something. But when I told her how I felt, she saw at once that it would be better for me to go. We set off instantly and drove to Mr. Blackstone's. What a long way it was! Down Oxford Street and Holborn we rattled and jolted, and then through many narrow ways in which I had never been, emerging at length in a broad road with many poor and a few fine old houses in it, and again plunging into still more shabby regions of small houses, which, alas, were new and yet wretched. At length, near an open space, where yet not a blade of grass could grow for the trampling of many feet, and for the smoke from tall chimneys, close by a gasometer of awful size, we found the parsonage, and Mr. Blackstone in his study. The moment he heard our story, he went to the door and called his servant. "Run, Jabez," he said, "and tell the sexton to ring the church bell. I will come to him directly I hear it." I may just mention that Jabez and his wife, who formed the whole of Mr. Blackstone's household, did not belong to his congregation, but were members of a small community in the neighborhood, calling themselves Peculiar Baptists. About 10 minutes passed, during which little was said. Mr. Blackstone never seemed to have any mode of expressing his feelings except action, and where that was impossible they took hardly any recognizable shape. When the first boom of the big bell filled the little study in which we sat, I gave a cry and jumped up from my chair. It sounded in my ears like the knell of my lost baby, for at the moment I was thinking of her as once when a baby she lay for dead in my arms. Mr. Blackstone got up and left the room, and my husband rose and would have followed him, but saying he would be back in a few minutes, he shut the door and left us. It was half an hour, a dreadful half hour, before he returned, for to sit doing nothing, not even being carried somewhere to do something, was frightful. "I've told them all about it," he said. "I couldn't do better than follow Miss Clare's example. But my impression is that if the woman you suspect be the culprit, she would make her way out to the open as quickly as possible. Such people are most at home on the commons. They are of a less gregarious nature than the wild animals of the town. What shall you do next?" "That is just what I want to know," answered my husband. He never asked advice except when he did not know what to do, and never except from one whose advice he meant to follow. "Well," returned Mr. Blackstone, "I should put an advertisement into every one of the morning papers." "But the offices will all be closed," said Percivale. "Yes, the publishing, but not the printing offices." "How am I to find out where they are?" "I know one or two of them, and the people there will tell us the rest." "Then you mean to go with us?" "Of course I do. That is, if you will have me. You don't think I would leave you to go alone. Have you had any supper?" "No. Would you like something, my dear?" said Percivale, turning to me. "I couldn't swallow a mouthful," I said. "Nor I either," said Percivale. "Then I'll just take a hunch of bread with me," said Mr. Blackstone, "for I'm hungry. I've had nothing since 1 o'clock." We neither asked him not to go, nor offered to wait till he had his supper. Before we reached Printing House Square, he had eaten half a loaf. "Are you sure," said my husband as we were starting, "that they will take an advertisement at the printing office?" "I think they will. The circumstances are pressing. They will see that we are honest people, and will make a push to help us. But for anything I know, it may be quite in regla." "We must pay, though," said Percivale, putting his hand in his pocket and taking out his purse. "There, just as I feared, no money. 3 shillings and 6pence. Mr. Blackstone stopped the cab. "I've not got as much," he said, "but it's of no consequence. I'll run and write a cheque." "But where can you change it? The little shops about here won't be able." "There's the Blue Post." "Let me take it, then. You won't be seen going into a public house," said Percivale. "Pooh-pooh," said Mr. Blackstone. "Do you think my character won't stand that much? Besides, they won't change it for you. But when I think of it, I used the last cheque in my book in the beginning of the week. Never mind, they will lend me £5. We drove to the Blue Post. He got out, and returned in 1 minute with 5 sovereigns. "What will people say to your borrowing £5 at a public house?" said Percivale. "If they say what is right, it won't hurt me. But if they say what is wrong?" "That they can do any time, and that won't hurt me either. But what will the landlord himself think?" "I have no doubt he feels grateful to me for being so friendly. You can't oblige a man more than by asking a light favor of him." "Do you think it well in your position to be obliged to a man in his?" asked Percival. I do. I am glad of the chance. It will bring me into friendly relations with him. Do you wish, then, to be in friendly relations with him? Indubitably. In what other relations do you suppose a clergyman ought to be with one of his parishioners? You didn't invite him into your parish, I presume? No, and he didn't invite me. The thing was settled in higher quarters. There we are, anyhow, and I have done quite a stroke of business in borrowing that money of him. Mr. Blackstone laughed, and the laugh sounded frightfully harsh in my ears. A man, my husband went on, who was surprised that a clergyman should be so liberal, a man who sells drink, in whose house so many of your parishioners will tomorrow night get too drunk to be in church the next morning. I wish having been drunk were what would keep them from being in church. Drunk or sober, it would be all the same. Few of them care to go. They are turning out better, however, than when first I came. For as the publican, who knows what chance of doing him a good turn it may put in my way. You don't expect to persuade him to shut up shop? No, he must persuade himself to that. What good, then, can you expect to do him? Who knows, I say. You can't tell what good may or may not come out of it, any more than you can tell which of your efforts or which of your helpers may this night be the means of restoring your child. What do you expect the man to say about it? I shall provide him with something to say. I don't want him to attribute it to some foolish charity. He might. In the New Testament, publicans are acknowledged to have hearts. Yes, but the word has a very different meaning in the New Testament. The feeling religious people bear towards them, however, comes very near to that with which society regarded the publicans of old. They are far more hurtful to society than those tax-gatherers. They may be, I dare say they are. Perhaps they are worse than the sinners with whom their namesakes of the New Testament are always coupled. I will not follow the conversation further. I will only give the close of it. Percival told me afterwards that he had gone on talking in the hope of diverting my thoughts a little. What, then, do you mean to tell him? Asked Percival. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, said Mr. Blackstone. I shall go in to-morrow morning, just at the time when there will probably be far too many people at the bar, a little after noon. I shall return him his 5 sovereigns, ask for a glass of ale, and tell him the whole story, how my friend the celebrated painter came with his wife, and the rest of it, adding, I trust, that the child is all right, and at the moment probably going out for a walk with her mother, who won't let her out of her sight for a moment. He laughed again, and again I thought him heartless, but I understand him better now. I wondered, too, that Percival could go on talking, and yet I found that their talk did make the time go a little quicker. At length we reached the printing office of the Times, near Blackfriars Bridge, I think. After some delay, we saw an overseer who, curt enough at first, became friendly when he heard our case. If he had not had children of his own, we might perhaps have fared worse. He took down the description and address, and promised that the advertisement would appear in the morning's paper in the best place he could now find for it. Before we left, we received minute directions as to the whereabouts of the next nearest office. We spent the greater part of the night in driving from one printing office to another. Mr. Blackstone declared he would not leave us until we had found her. You have to preach twice tomorrow, said Percival. It was then 3 o'clock. I shall preach all the better, he returned. Yes, I feel as if I should give them one good sermon tomorrow. The man talks as if the child were found already, I thought with indignation. It's a pity he hasn't a child of his own. He would be more sympathetic. At the same time, if I had been honest, I should have confessed to myself that his confidence and hope helped to keep me up. At last, having been to the printing office of every daily paper in London, we were on our dreary way home. Oh, how dreary it was, and the more dreary that the cool, sweet light of a spring dawn was growing in every street, no smoke having yet begun to pour from the multitudinous chimneys to sully its purity. From misery and want of sleep, my soul and body both felt like a grey, foggy night. Every now and then the thought of my child came with a fresh pang. Not that she was one moment absent from me, but that a new thought about her would dart a new sting into the ever-burning throb of the wound. If you had asked me the one blessed thing in the world, I should have said sleep, with my husband and children beside me, But I dreaded sleep now, both for its visions and for the frightful wakening. Now and then I would start violently, thinking I heard my Ethel cry, but from the cab window no child was ever to be seen down all the lonely street. Then I would sink into a succession of efforts to picture to myself her little face, white with terror and misery, and smeared with the dirt of the pitiful hands that rubbed the streaming eyes. They might have beaten her. She might have cried herself to sleep in some wretched hovel, or worse, in some fever-stricken and crowded lodging-house, with horrible sights about her and horrible voices in our ears. Or she might at that moment be dragged wearily along a country road, farther and farther from her mother. I could have shrieked and tore my hair. What if I should never see her again? She might be murdered, and I never know it. Oh, my darling, my darling. At the thought, a groan escaped me. A hand was laid on my arm, that I knew was my husband's. But a voice was in my ear, and that was Mr. Blackstone's. Do you think God loves the child less than you do? Or do you think he is less able to take care of her than you are? When the disciples thought themselves sinking, Jesus rebuked them for being afraid. Be still, and you will see the hand of God in this. Good you cannot foresee will come out of it. I could not answer him, but I felt both rebuked and grateful. All at once I thought of Roger. What would he say when he found that his pet was gone, and we had never told him? Roger, I said to my husband, we've never told him. Let us go now, he returned. We were at the moment close to North Crescent. After a few thundering raps at the door, the landlady came down. Percival rushed up, and in a few minutes returned with Roger. They got into the cab. A great talk followed, but I heard hardly anything, or rather I heeded nothing. I only recollect that Roger was very indignant with his brother for having been out all night without him to help. I never thought of you, Roger, said Percival. So much the worse, said Roger. No, said Mr. Blackstone. 1,000 things make us forget. I dare say your brother all but forgot God in the first misery of his loss. To have thought of you and not to have told you would have been another thing. A few minutes after, we stopped at our desolate house, and the cabman was dismissed with one of the sovereigns from the Blue Posts. I wondered afterwards what manner of man or woman had changed it there. A dim light was burning in the drawing-room. Percival took his pass-key and opened the door. I hurried in and went straight to my own room, for I longed to be alone, that I might weep, nor weep only. I fell on my knees by the bedside, buried my face, and sobbed, and tried to pray. But I could not collect my thoughts, and overwhelmed by a fresh access of despair, I started again to my feet. Could I believe my eyes? What was that in the bed? Trembling as with an ague, in terror lest the vision should by vanishing prove itself a vision, I stooped towards it. I heard a breathing. It was the fair hair and the rosy face of my darling, fast asleep, without one trace of suffering on her angelic loveliness. I remember no more for a while. They tell me I gave a great cry and fell on the floor. When I came to myself, I was lying on the bed. My husband was bending over me, and Roger and Mr. Blackstone were both in the room. I could not speak, but my husband understood my questioning gaze. Yes, yes, my love, he said quietly. She's all right, safe and sound, thank God. And I did thank God. Mr. Blackstone came to the bedside with a look and a smile that seemed to my conscience to say, I told you so. I held up my hand to him, but could only weep. Then I remembered how we had vexed Roger, and called him. Dear Roger, I said, forgive me, and go and tell Miss Clare. I had some reason to think this was the best amends I could make him. I will go at once, he said. She will be anxious. And I will go to my sermon, said Mr. Blackstone, with the same quiet smile. They shook hands with me and went away, and my husband and I rejoiced over our firstborn. End of Part 2, My First Terror.